Okay. Okay. Hi, I'm Don DeBar, and I'm at the Libertarian Party National Convention, Washington, D.C., at the Washington Hilton. I'm here with Jamie Cheese Slice from Pasta to Go, and somewhere out there, Pasta himself is working the floor. And I have right now with us two folks from that are working here. One is a member of the Libertarian Party, was a candidate for comptroller in New York State in the last gubernatorial election. His name is Bill Schmidt. And Gary Agello, who's a longtime government official in Westchester County, New York. Excuse me while I'm choking to death. Maybe you guys can contextualize what we're going to see. The Pasta did an interview earlier with Angela McArdle, who is the national chair of the Libertarian Party. There have been some floor battles going on between different factions inside the party. There's some kind of resolution to that, I believe. I didn't hear the report yet. And Gary and Bill are going to explain what happens. So when you see the interview that Pasta did, or the press conference Pasta covered, you'll have some context for it. So could you guys give us a little background?
Yeah, so yesterday morning I went down to the floor at the beginning of the convention, and something that was seemingly simple to seat the delegates became a huge controversy at the convention. And during the course of the day, I was able to talk to some of the delegates like Bill and try to piece together exactly what happened. One of the delegations, I think it was Michigan, if I'm not mistaken, one of the delegations there had a controversy over the seating of their delegates. And maybe I can throw it over to Bill and see if he can try to explain to us what happened.
Sure. First, you need to understand that there's a philosophical component to this and some of the other disputes. 2 years ago, when Angela McArdle and her faction in the party took control, the prior old guard did not react well to that. Basically, the philosophical divide is the McArdle faction, which I'm basically a part of, are people who believe in decentralization. We're people who are for limited government. We don't compromise on that. We're very pro-peace. We're against the Federal Reserve money printing machine, whereas the old guard was composed of people who, if they were not themselves, they were sympathetic to people who were Rockefeller Republicans, establishment progressive Democrats. Those are the people who nominated Bill Weld, who is a very pro-war Republican. And our goal, frankly, was to keep those people out of the party. And their response to that, not only in Michigan, but up until now in other states, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Delaware, and a few other states, basically what they did was they hijacked the party machinery in those states, actually in some cases defied the bylaws that were on the books and created rogue new state parties. So that's what all these disputes about seating delegates is about. It's a dispute between the current faction that's in control and the prior faction, and lawsuits have come about as a result of this dispute.
So at the beginning of the convention, it's my understanding that no one was able to explain that to the delegates. I never heard an explanation. All I heard was that there's a fight about the seating of the delegations. Do you know anything about the litigation that was going on, or that there were any restraining orders or gag orders that were put in place early this week to stop anybody from discussing any of those things?
You know, to be honest with you, the minutiae of all of these issues, if I delved into the dispute in Michigan and the dispute in Massachusetts and the dispute in Delaware and the dispute in New Mexico, I wouldn't have anything else to do all day. So, I just know that they're suing back and forth. Ultimately, it was up to the delegates to resolve it. The Credentials Committee gave a report and said these people should be seated or they should not be seated. And then the delegates voted basically on whether to uphold credentials or not uphold credentials.
And they did it by state, didn't they?
The whole convention votes. It's not Michigan.
No, I mean, but they voted on the Michigan delegation first to be admitted, or did they vote on all the controversial credentials at one time?
They voted state by state.
They voted state by state. And it's also my understanding that there was like 812 delegates that were credentialed, and the vote was like so very close, only a couple of votes separated. Was it that controversial issue?
Some of them were close, yeah. I mean, don't forget, there's some people who act on the assumption, well, here's the thing. Because of this dispute, for example, Michigan was down to 7 delegates. I think they were entitled to 30 or something in that neighborhood. So they were down to 7. So a lot of people felt, well, if we don't seat the disputed delegation, they don't have a full contingent. Well, maybe people should have thought of that before they hijacked some of the procedures to get in there in a way that they shouldn't have done. You know, so I voted to uphold the chair. I voted to uphold credentials. Other people who maybe weren't necessarily sympathetic to those people philosophically still felt, well, they should be seated just so that we have a full House and full participation. I understand that argument. I don't agree with it.
So, but do you know if, like, you said the Michigan delegate was supposed to have like 30, so the dispute was between two different factions of delegations that were going to come to the convention. Did they sit 60 delegates then for Michigan, or how did they work out the controversy as to which delegation should be seated? Do you know?
Well, the vote resolved that.
And actually some people had to leave?
They don't have to physically leave, but they won't be delegates if they're not seated.
Okay.
But most of them were seated.
Okay. So were there any other controversies there that would, well, that was all settled, correctly?
Yes,
Correct.
yesterday.
Yes, and we voted, all the delegates voted, and they said, okay, this is how we're going to settle this.
Yes.
And they were seated.
Yes,
So now all the delegates are seated.
that's a resolved issue.
Yeah, okay.
So now we move on to presidential candidates. The chair of the Libertarian Party, as well as vice chair, and a regional representatives. Those are the votes that are going to occur between now and Monday when we end.
Right, and just as an addition to that, there was a controversy at the end of the convention yesterday afternoon where one of the delegates got up and said, we want to add time, I think it was, add time for the debates for the president and the vice president and the chair, and since we're taking away time to go visit Trump and Kennedy and Vivek. And I thought that happened at the very, very end. Do you have anything to comment about that?
Well, we ultimately had the debate this morning, so it became a moot issue, basically. I think a lot of people might have been concerned that debate wouldn't take place because these credentialing issues took up a lot of time, more time than people thought they would. So, but it all worked out.
So, Don, do you have any other questions you want to ask us?
One of the questions that I have, just about procedure, this is not my strong point. Gary is the procedure person out of our little group. I understand the argument, on both sides philosophically, that on the one hand, you don't want the procedure or the process to be able to be criticized because this contingent or that one was short. And on the other hand, you can always raise that argument, and so the rules about how to get there mean nothing because people are going to say, well, if you don't accept what we did, then we're not going to have a full contingent, and therefore it'll be challengeable. That's the philosophical side of it. Legally, do you know, is there any strength in either position?
You know, look, I'm not an attorney, and it would have to even be an attorney who is licensed in Michigan because those are Michigan issues. But I will tell you from a philosophical standpoint, I don't believe that people should be rewarded for bad behavior. And if people engaged in bad behavior, I don't want to see them seated. And, without having spent all the time to delve into all the minutiae of it, I listened carefully to what a lot of people had to say, and most of the people that I trusted felt that most of those people should not be seated. So that's the way I voted.
Because, I think the strongest argument, this is the one that I would, with all things being equal, that I would accept, is that your claim is that Michigan won't be properly represented unless you have the appointed number of people there. But if they're not appointed by the rules, then they're not really representing
Exactly.
Michigan. And so,
Exactly.
that's the problem.
They're representing a faction that is manipulating the system
Somebody.
for their own benefit.
Right.
Right, that's what the litigation was about prior to the convention, right? And I think, unfortunately, from my point of view, if somebody had got out at the very beginning of the convention and said, here's what the issue is, and this is how we're going to have to resolve it, I think it would have been clearer to the delegates as to what was going on. A lot of delegates said, we don't understand what's going on, and Bill just explained what was going on, but a lot of delegates didn't know that, because I spoke to delegates coming out, they said, what the heck's going on?
Yeah.
And they didn't even know. And I think I heard that the delegates sued and they won. And then a restraining order was placed into effect by the court just recently to stop all that from happening. That's what the controversy was about. But then on top of the restraining order, the judge also issued a gag order to the officials here to have them not say anything about what happened, because the litigation was still going on. So now your Angela got up and she couldn't say anything
Well,
about
that's
what was
part of the problem.
She
So-
couldn't say anything about what was going on. So the delegates say, "What the heck's going on?"
Everybody had to kind of guess
Yes.
as to what was the truth.
Yes, yeah, and that's what took so long.
Yes.
I mean, we're talking about the 3-4 hours they spent on seating the delegates yesterday morning.
And gag orders probably are unconstitutional. I mean, how can you take somebody's First Amendment rights away?
Especially
I
at this-
mean,
with this group.
yes.
in the middle of a public controversy. No less.
Yes.
Another thing that is the political context is also extremely important in driving the rest of this. You have this is the third party in terms of the mechanical process of elections, in terms of ballot access for a national election. This is the third party. Democrats are looking, Democrats and Republicans for many years had the liberal and conservative parties, you have
Right.
Working Families Party and other things in other states where you have what they call fusion, where I'm running on 5 lines. Without those other parties, Democratic enrollment maybe is 5% more than Republican enrollment here or whatever, but if a Republican has a conservative line, now all of a sudden it's 55-45 the other way.
I ran on 4 lines when I ran for mayor of Peekskill. I was Republican, Conservative, Libertarian, and Independent.
Okay.
And I still lost by 3%. So,
but that's a big part of the calculus and very important. And so the fight over the architecture of the Libertarian Party, that is that ballot status, is very important, and all kinds of machinations are going on around that. And then on top of that, what we saw here, Democrats were here basically because Trump was going to be here and Kennedy was going to be here. They, in particular, were trying to wreck it in essence because they're trying to win for Biden. That's just retail politics. This, however, is very strong gravitational pulls on the mechanical processes inside the party to conduct itself as a party.
Yes.
These outside influences, and so you can see that playing out here too, I'm sure.
absolutely. It's fascinating. I mean, I heard that they actually hired a DNC lawyer to observe our processes, to scrutinize them, and so that any of the dissident factions might have a potential for a lawsuit. I mean, that's when a high-powered lawyer like that gets involved. That's a very interesting development. Let's
And
say.
intimidating.
And intimidating, yeah. And it's meant to be.
Yeah. And another thing I noticed yesterday, for example, at the entrances to this hotel, the Hilton, the Washington Hilton, where the convention is, there were these grand displays on the floor, this big piece of art that said Kennedy is not a libertarian, Trump is not a libertarian, and trying to organize some protest around that. These are the doors that they hoped Trump or Kennedy or both would walk through on their way in here with the press, so someone could take a picture of them with this thing that says "We don't want you here" right in front of them. And both campaigns, of course, became aware of that, and I guess it was addressed one way or another. But there's some big stuff going on here. This is like big stakes.
Yes, it is. I mean, we are a microcosm of what's going on in the country, the shifting political alliances. Don, you and I go back a long way. It used to be a traditional right-left spectrum. Now it's completely different. It's centralized versus decentralized. And so that's why you're seeing people in the Libertarian Party working with dissident progressives, like, for example, the protest we had, the Rage Against the Machine in D.C. last year against this escalating war in Ukraine. I mean, we're finding natural alliances. I have more in common with people like Max Blumenthal and Russell Brand and people like that than I do with my Republican Congressman Mike Lawler, who voted against the Biggs Amendment, whereby he's allowing the CIA and the FBI to engage in warrantless surveillance of American citizens. It's absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, he's one of the ones on the board of the, I forget the group that came out of Helsinki, the name of it, but it's a sort of a subset of the State Department, and their goal is to decolonize Russia. That's the quote. And what they mean by that is regime change and then a dismantling of the Russian state and breaking it into pieces, which, of course, is only going to happen after a nuclear war.
Right. They're working on that, too.
Yeah.
Doing a good job.
Yeah, but I want to go back to the issue about the three parties. We have the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, which most people say, okay, that the view of the general public is that's it, all right? But now we have this third party, the Libertarian Party, which is quite well organized throughout the country. You don't really have another party that's as well organized as the Libertarians. And the Libertarians are going to pick up 1%, 2%, 3% of the vote. And so now when you have states that are really close, I mean, if you look at the national polls, the national polls are showing the two main candidates without all of the other candidates pretty close together. And when you throw in a 1 or 2% here and a 1 or 2% there, it becomes very, very close, interesting race. And that's the importance of the Libertarian Party, to be able to project themselves, this is what we want. You know, we want something, and to put yourself in the middle of these other two candidates.
Yes.
I interviewed someone yesterday here named Peter James, who I think I forgot where he's from, but he ran for some regional offices with the Libertarian Party, is running as a presidential candidate this year as an independent, only in the swing states and those that are easy to get on the ballot for, because he wants his intention is to keep Donald Trump from being elected, reelected, whatever. And it was just interesting that you know, tactically speaking and strategically, that there's these little fragments of the map that you can target with all kinds of efforts, and some of them not much resource, you know, being required, that can change the outcome.
Well, one of the presidential candidates, I don't know if you're aware, Lars Mapstead, his goal, if he gets the Libertarian nomination, is to campaign in Maine Congressional District 2 and I think Nebraska 3. There's two. And because those two states elect by congressional district rather than statewide, and if he captures those electoral votes and it's real close between Biden and Trump, could be the pivotal factor that throws it to Congress.
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen all these dynamics that are going on, and most people out there just have no clue as to what we're talking about. You know, but when you get down to the nitty gritty, I mean, I don't know, Karl Rove, he used to do his analysis by county, you know, to find out which counties were the important ones. It gets really very, very interesting when you get into this.
So we are at the Libertarian Party National Convention in Washington, D.C. My name is Don DeBar. I'm sitting in for Pasta on Pasta to Go, and for myself on my various outputs. I'm sitting with Gary Agello, who is a former longtime elected official in northern Westchester County, New York, and he's here with our group, and with Bill Schmidt, who also is a longtime elected official from Peekskill, New York, and its environs, and was the Libertarian Party's candidate for comptroller in New York State in the last election. And we're discussing some of the machinations behind the scenes and on the floor here at the convention, as there's been, in essence, a struggle for control of the party. You guys want to keep at it? We have some more.
Okay.
We're going to go to, in a little while, an interview with Angela McArdle, who's the chair.
Well, I'm glad you're interviewing her. I find her very articulate, and she's very good on her feet, and she epitomizes new leadership. A lot of people just don't understand how the country has changed over the years. The establishment wants us focused on nonsense. They want the MAGA Republicans focused on Dylan Mulvaney to get them aggravated. They want the progressives focused on QAnon so that they can keep your eyes off the ball, which is World War III, the counterfeiting of the currency, and all the other lunacy that's going on, the COVID tyranny, the lies about climate change. If they really cared about climate change, the CIA and Biden wouldn't have blown up Nord Stream 2. That increased the carbon footprint in Denmark by double.
Right.
So, I mean, who are these people kidding? They want us to, take a shower with a restricted shower head to control climate change, but the Pentagon uses as much energy as Italy. If we ended the American Empire, maybe we'd use as much energy as Portugal.
Right.
So and we have common ground with people on the left, dissidents on the left, just as we're dissidents on the right.
That's correct.
And we see that same picture. We're not focused on Dylan Mulvaney. We're not focused on QAnon. We're focused on decentralization and ending this pervasive state tyranny sponsored by the World Economic Forum and all these other nefarious players.
And I think we are ready for this clip. We're going to go to that, and Jamie's going to cue us up. I think we're ready. And then we'll be back to discuss what we saw shortly. This is, again, the Libertarian Party National Convention. I'm sorry, I've been on my feet for quite a while now. I'm Don DeBar. I'm sitting with Gary Ugello and Bill Schmidt and Jamie Cheese Slice Faisal. And we're going to that clip.
Considering how crowded it is, I don't know. I don't think that our candidate is going to be given a situation where we're going to have a positive turnout. I think the Kennedy campaign is going to give us a run for our money with independent and centrist voters. I think what we need to focus on the most is growing membership, just like Harry Brown. Harry Brown was a presidential candidate that is absolutely beloved by the Libertarian Party. He had a fairly low vote turnout, but our membership soared under his, I guess you could say, sort of like media leadership. And that's my goal. I want to support our candidates, but I want to grow our membership and spread libertarianism.
Do you have an opinion of the Lars Mapsted's campaign idea of the Stop 270 by getting 1 or 2 electoral college votes?
I don't have a strong opinion on it. I think it's a cool idea. I don't know how realistic it is. So I don't want to be judgmental of him. I guess I'm just sort of waiting to see, how it turns out. If he makes it work, that'll be awesome.
How do you
You
feel
said
about
that President Trump was going to talk about concerns. How would you describe the concerns of the Libertarian Party?
We want to free Ross Ulbricht. We want to free Julian Assange. We want to stop runaway inflation. We want to audit the Federal Reserve, or preferably end it. We want peaceful foreign policy. We don't want lockdowns to happen anymore.
What about border control? That's kind of come up as a dividing issue here.
It is.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure.
Is that a major concern of the Libertarian Party?
I think that the party is divided on it. We were divided on abortion. 2 years ago, the party voted to just remove the abortion plank so that people can have their own opinion about it. And no one gets to scream at you, you're not a real libertarian. And I think that there's a desire to see that happen with the immigration plank in the platform, or have a chance to even discuss that in this convention. It's just too much going on.
And how was the decision made to invite Trump, Vivek, and RFK? Was that a decision from you, the chair,
That's
or did
me.
you consult the board?
Oh, I consulted a few of them. The problem is, though, that when you tell someone something in confidence, they tell their friend in confidence, and they tell the other board member, and so you have to keep a really tight circle on that. So there were just a few people who knew.
But to be
Were
clear,
the reactions generally what you expected from both the media
I
and
got
from other?
a couple of people who had raised eyebrows, and a couple people who were like, "That's awesome."
But to be clear, the Trump campaign approached you first. Is that correct? That's my understanding.
I'm not clear. I don't know how to answer that because people who approached me weren't necessarily in the campaign.
Okay.
Did you approach Jill Stein or Cornel West?
Absolutely. Jill Stein was invited, and I tried really hard. I told her that if there was going to be a debate between our candidate, Trump and Kennedy, then I would absolutely slot her in. But she's collecting signatures in New York right now, so the only way she was going to be able to make it is if it was literally a debate. I also offered for her to do a debate maybe at like 8 a.m. on healthcare or the drug war or a topic of her choice with our candidates, but she just couldn't make it. I also invited Cornel West, but he had a prior engagement in California.
Sorry, clarification on that, because you told me the week of the Trump announcement that you had not invited Jill Stein and Cornel West. Did you do
I
that
had
after?
not at that time, but
you did it
since.
like a week
Yes.
later. Okay.
Yeah, I invited a few at a time. I added a few more. I think I invited how do you say his last name? Chink Uger?
Yeah.
But then I think he dropped out of the race. So then that kind of fell apart. I was hoping we could have a really feisty foreign policy discussion with him because he's kind of a scrapper. So
And don't forget Afroman's
Joe
here.
Brookman with IPR.
Is he here?
Independent Political Report. Did you consider inviting
That's
Randall
awesome.
Terry from the Constitution?
no.
Chairwoman McCardle, there's a lot of ex-Democrats and ex-Republicans here. It's obvious that the Libertarian Party is the third party. However, you're going to come out of this convention with I don't want to say a weak, but a not known candidate for president. Do you look at this as a lost opportunity right now with the Libertarian Party being so popular?
I mean, the opportunities can always be better, but I worked with who and what I had, and so I brought the opportunity to us. This convention is a huge leg up for them. I am giving them the boost that they're going to need because it's going to be so competitive.
Beyond the media attention that the Trump and Kennedy, et cetera, invites brought, what has this weekend done for the party in terms of more people signing up, donations, people who want to see just Trump specifically or Kennedy specifically? What else has been added?
We had over $159,000 in revenue in the last 3 days. 3 days.
How does
So,
that compare
huge.
to a typical 3-day period? Yeah.
I mean, that's more than we made last month.
How does it compare to the previous conventions?
I believe the treasurer said we are going to be in the top 3 revenue earning conventions, and I won't really know until it's done. I'm not sure yet whether or not we have beat 2022. It's possible. It's 2022 and Gary Johnson. Those are the 2 conventions to beat.
Do you feel like the party is divided right
Oh yeah, the party is divided, and I mean, take it out of context if you want. The party has been divided for a long time, and while you see factional wars now, there were factional wars that came before it. There have always been factional wars. There were fallings out with Murray Rothbard and Ayn Rand and the Koch brothers. Like, the fighting has gone on for decades because everybody is very focused on what the purpose of the party should be, what the exact principles are. Like, there's always going to be fighting. It's unfortunate, but it is inevitable.
So one of the main criticisms has been the messaging from like a PR perspective, I guess, ever since the Mises Caucus ended up taking over in 2022. What would you have to say to people who are potentially maybe turned off by the approach?
I mean, who are the criticisms coming from is a really important thing. Like, are the criticisms coming from corporate media and CNN? I mean, like, with all due respect, the people who have shown us contempt and the cold shoulder over the last 4 decades, I don't care what their opinions are. People who thought that it was okay to stay silent on lockdowns or to dehumanize us and dress us down because we believe strongly in civil liberties and we believed in medical freedom, if they're critical of me, I don't care. They can all pound sand. Like, we're here to be unapologetically libertarian. Sometimes we could be a little bit brutalist in that. There's always room for improvement, but I'm very proud of what we've accomplished with messaging in the last 2 years.
With that being said, though, there's a lot of leftists here that have left the Democratic Party.
Yes.
And some of them may have a hard time finding a home here in the Libertarian Party because you tend to leave more on the conservative side. What do you say to the leftist libertarians who want to come join your Libertarian Party here, but are getting a lot of pushback from some of the old guard, especially the New Hampshire Party?
Very good question. It is difficult to please all the libertarians on this issue, but I have personally gone out of my way to welcome people from the left, the dissident left in particular, leftists who were anti-lockdown, anti-mandate, who are pro-free speech. I want them to feel at least welcome in our social circles, at our events, and to feel like they could have an interest in the party. That's why we held an anti-war rally with people on the left. There were socialists, there were literal communists, there were Democrats, there were Black Lives Matter people there. Like, when it comes to anti-war especially, we will coalition and work with anyone. There is no economic theory in nuclear winter, and I love and appreciate the coalitions that we've had with people on the left, and I want to do more.
On that note, from an ideological perspective, what do you think is more important as sort of like a core area of the party? Focusing more on property rights or focusing more on foreign policy?
I think it depends on what's going on in the country at the time. While, I mean, we're never going to stop being pro-property rights, but as far as shining the spotlight on it, when we've got the Israeli government using U.S. tax dollars to blow up innocent women and children in churches in Gaza, we're going to talk about war. You know, when we've got people like Mitch McConnell funneling taxpayer dollars over to Ukraine so they can put Ukrainian conscripts through the meat grinder of war, we're going to talk about war. Like, that's what's been going on, and so that's why we've been heavily focused on it.
What do you say to the delegates and leaders of the party here that have criticized having Trump on stage, saying that because he's not part of the party, he shouldn't be at what is an official party gathering?
Sure, I think they're wrong. I think they're wrong. I think this is the right call. It has brought, obviously, a ton of media attention here. It is going to put the spotlight on our candidates. We've been trying to get on the debate stage with these guys for 50 plus years, and this is as close as we've ever gotten. And I think that in another 4 years, we're going to make even better progress. But we don't get that without doing this.
Are you, you know, the parties, it seems like part of the strategy is you're kind of trying to use the party's potential spoiler status as like a bargaining chip. And they explicitly did that in Arizona by dropping out and endorsing Blake Masters. Is that something we should expect to see in 2024 with this outreach to the Trump campaign?
None of our candidates have expressed a desire to drop out of the race and endorse anyone. That is not a decision that is up to me. And in Arizona, that decision wasn't up to me. And it was a very difficult PR hurdle to overcome at the national level because we were out of sync on that.
Guys, we have time for about 1-2 questions max. Then Angela's got to boogie out to do some more
We
business.
heard that RFK Jr. was not seeking your nomination because he disagreed with some things on your platform. Have you talked to him about what those things might be?
In July I did, and I really don't remember what they were. It sounds to me like he has made a lot of progress in his talking points about being in agreement with us.
Could you respond to what Vivek's main argument was last night, which is to be relevant, Libertarian voters should vote for Donald Trump this year if they want their achievement. Just very, very clearly said, to be more relevant, they shouldn't be voting for the Libertarian nominee, they should vote for Trump. What's your overall response?
Well, we're already relevant right now, and we haven't, voted for him. So I think we're just going to keep doing what I'm doing, which is actually engaging with candidates in other parties. That's the first step.
But do you think people that were in the crowd last night listening to Vivek, do you think anyone would have, been persuaded by that message?
Well, the delegates, I don't think so. I don't know what people who walked in off the street were thinking. There were some people here who were not party members who were just here to attend them and to attend and watch things. And I'm not really sure what they were thinking. But the delegates, I mean, let's be real. People spend thousands of dollars and thousands of hours. They put in activism hours, they chair their county conventions, they run for office, they sit on the state executive committee board, they go to the trouble to become a national delegate, you pay for the hotel room, the travel, the flight, you take time off from work. Usually by the time people get here, they're extremely invested.
Why do you think Trump accepted the invitation?
Because he knows that we're the most critical, powerful voting bloc in the country. And maybe Joe Biden has such contempt for the American people that he's going to pretend that's not a reality. But I think Donald Trump is smart enough to realize how significant the libertarian, small L, the broader libertarian population is in the upcoming election. We decide.
What do you say to concerns that, Philip Party candidates, libertarian candidates, would be a spoiler candidate in the 2024 general election?
What are we spoiling? I mean, spoiling what? Spoiling a stinky race? Spoiling? It depends. If Donald Trump gets up there and says every single libertarian thing that we want to hear and makes campaign promises and somehow before he's elected demonstrates there's some level of trust, maybe we are a spoiler. But also maybe we have moved the Overton window in the direction of liberty to the extent that we have forced a major party candidate to adopt our position. And that is incredible. We're not a spoiler, then we're a fixer. So I'd say we're a fixer. I've got to go chair a national convention. Last question.
Sorry, what are some of the policies or platforms that you think Donald Trump has adopted from the Libertarian Party?
Oh, I don't know that he's adopted anything yet, but I know that we have talked about getting rid of a lot of unconstitutional agencies, and so I think that's a great spot for him. All right, I got to go, guys. Thank you so much.
To look at some of the reasons for why fundraising has gone down, because a lot of people were funding the party under the old guard who wanted us to emphasize a particular message. The old guard was people, for lack of a better word, many times were Coke Industries or Coke affiliated, and so they wanted things de-emphasized, like the anti-war platform and things like that. And so if that funding is dried up, I mean, I don't want our soul to be owned by people who intend to control our message. And if those people have gone away, I'm very happy that we're not being funded by that anymore, because we're no longer an independent party.
Can we talk a little bit about Kennedy, Ramaswamy, and Trump coming to the convention? It seemed such an odd presentation by bringing in outside political people into this setting. I mean, we would never invite Biden to come over to speak to a Republican convention. Can you discuss that a little bit?
Well, of course, we have to be realistic. We are a third party. The chances of us electing the next president on our line exclusively are about the same as being struck by lightning. So what do we do with the leverage and influence that we have? And our goal is not just to elect people, although it is that. Our goal is to expand the message of liberty as we see it, to get that message out there. And if by inviting people who are not libertarians to our convention, but who share certain libertarian values with us, if that helps get the message out, that's a positive thing. It's very controversial. I was quite surprised when I first heard about it, but then when I dug deeper into it, I said, yeah, it kind of makes sense. I mean, there's drawbacks to doing it, because some people are going to accuse us of watering down the message, but I think we've made it very clear we're not watering down the message. We want to hear what they have to say so that we can see what kind of common ground exists with these people, where there is no common ground, and where there is common ground, to move them that degree closer to what we want, particularly if one of them is the next president of the United States, so that we have some leveraged influence over that person.
You know, something that occurs to me also, by the way, we're back at the Libertarian Party convention. My name is Don DeBar. We're in Washington, D.C. at the Washington Hilton. I'm sitting with Jamie Cheese Slice, and I'm sitting with Gary Agello, who's a longtime Republican elected official from northern Westchester. in New York State, and also with Bill Schmidt, who's a former mayor of Peekskill and former Libertarian Party candidate for state comptroller in the last state election.
Just one brief correction. Councilman ran for mayor.
That's right. I'm sorry. That's right. So I thought you won that election.
No, that one I lost.
And we're discussing basically some of the things that are going on inside the Libertarian Party. You know, they elected a new chair this year, and new officers, and all of that. And there are people who want to see one thing happen in this group, and others who want to see another thing happen in that group. The Libertarian Party is sort of, involved in a tug of war with both the Democrats and Republicans trying to grab the considerable infrastructure that they've built, ballot status in 50 states, people that organized to get the signatures necessary for that, a party infrastructure, which is really the only party outside the Democratic and Republican parties in the United States that has that level of infrastructure. The Greens aren't anywhere near that, and no one else is anywhere near that. And so this is a weapon in the hands of one or the other of the two parties against the other, and they have their own vision here. And for me, part of what that vision would be that's being expressed here is that they want to hear diversity of voices on policy issues, and so it makes perfect sense that any candidate in any party that would want to come speak to the people here would be welcomed and listened to and critiqued. And the nice thing about that is anyone that accepts this kind of invitation, when they are here, we get to see them without a whole game of TV production being produced around them. Rather than them being presented in an infomercial, they're here pitching their ideas and dealing with the reactions of the people that are here, which is very unusual. I'd like to see Joe Biden do that.
But then it becomes counterintuitive. Last night you were talking to Ramaswamy when he was here and interviewing him about what reason are you here? Are you here to just make a presentation? Are you here to have some sort of fusion? And now you have the Libertarians that are put in a position where now are we going to vote for Trump and some other vice presidential candidate because they kind of agree with us and help them get elected, or are we going to stand our ground and fight for what we believe in and possibly be a spoiler for the candidate who probably is most closely aligned with them? And it was a very interesting question. It puts them in a very interesting position.
He didn't handle it very well, did he?
Well, that's another whole issue.
Yeah, we could go to that if you have some time. Okay, so we'll get to that later. So, on that point, what's interesting to me is that if you consider first of all, by the fusion, when I mentioned it to him, we were talking about it in the classic sense where you have someone running on multiple party lines for that arithmetic that we discussed before, where the marginal additional vote on a conservative or independence party or right to life party or whatever party it is, to put somebody over the top where the Republican and Democratic vote didn't do it, or it changes the outcome. And that's the so-called spoiler effect on the one hand. On the other hand, it's also known as power at the margins. I mean, this is something that the Green Party utterly failed in the year 2000, and it's why the Green Party is, in essence, has fallen apart since then. At the time that they were accused of changing the outcome of the 2000 election, although Ralph Nader may have been right legally and mechanically saying, no, we didn't, this did, that did, etc. If they had said instead, you're damn right we did, and we're going to do it again and again and again until you start adopting some of our policies.
Right.
And see, that's the kind of leverage that the Libertarian Party has at this moment. And one of the challenges you have is that among the people here that are assembled around the organizing principles, okay, the things that they hold in common and that are their higher values, there are people that have a diversity of opinions on the values that are sold by the left and right, quote unquote, by the Democratic and Republican, which in my opinion are both right parties. And so I feel this way about abortion or gay marriage or this issue or that issue. Never touching war, never touching the impoverization of the people, never touching the CIA watching you go to the bathroom, any of that stuff. And so they want to come in here to have us fighting over abortion and these other issues when the primary issues what's the biggest policy issue we have right now? I would say the war that is perilously close to World War III, since if that pops off, it's an existential issue.
100%. 100%.
So is it-
Radioactive wisps of steam have no other issues between them.
All right, so Don, no, let's let Bill. He's the one that's in the hot seat. He's the one
for
that
it.
he's the one that's gonna have to make that decision as to how to thread the needle over here. What's going to happen over the next couple of months? So let's put him on the hot
that's right.
seat.
Go,
Let's
brother.
ask him the question. Go ahead, Bill.
Oh, I'm never in the hot seat. I'm cool as a cucumber. And it actually, we are all New Yorkers, so the dynamic in New York State is very interesting because, as you know, that scoundrel Andrew Cuomo, during COVID, he raised the ballot requirements from 15,000 signatures to 45,000 signatures, and that has destroyed just about all of the third parties that exist. So, very frankly, we are, for the first time in the party's existence, not going to have a ballot certified candidate in New York, which means that people like me face three choices. One is to vote for RFK Jr., the other is to vote for Trump, and the other is to not vote. I mean, I suppose you could do a write-in too, but write-ins are a waste of time. They don't even count write-ins in many counties, they're legally obligated to do that, by the way, under the law, but they don't even count write-ins. So I think that's a waste of time. So if you're a libertarian in New York, you either aren't going to vote for president, or you're going to vote for RFK Jr., or you're going to vote for Trump. And I think the next couple of months are going to be key. It's going to be interesting to see who Trump picks as his vice presidential candidate. I think if he picks an anti-globalist like Vivek, he's got a good chance at eating into the libertarian vote in New York. If he picks a neocon swamp creature like a Lindsey Graham, Nikki Haley type, you can forget it. And RFK did himself, I think, a lot of harm in the past couple of months. There were a lot of people here who were very warm to him, and since Dennis Kucinich left him, it all seems to have gone downhill. His comments about Israel-Palestine, the pick with Shanahan does not impress me. There's just been a whole bunch of things that he's waffled on since then. But who knows? I mean, given the choices we have, some people might be sympathetic to him. We'll just have to see how all this pans out. There's a lot more writing to this script.
Yeah, and I really don't want to get into the Republican vice presidential candidate. I mean, that's such a issue in and of itself. Let's stick to the libertarian part of this. We now have today the chairman of the party is going to be chosen today, and I think that's going to set the direction for your party also. Do you want to talk about that?
Oh yeah, if Angela's reelected, we're going to continue in the direction that we have for the past 2 years. There are, I think, 5 candidates in total. Depending upon who might be elected in the alternative, depends upon how much of a different change of course there is. There's one other candidate who will probably take us in a very different direction, and I think if that happens, some of the old guard will be coming back, which I really don't want to see, frankly. But we'll have to see. This all has to play itself out today and tomorrow.
And the vote's going to be momentarily here, isn't it? For
if it is, I should be down there.
I think
because you'll lose one vote.
I think it's going to take place pretty soon. Does anybody know? Did we see a lot of people walking behind us to go downstairs?
I don't see a lot of people on this floor now, which means maybe I better get my ass down there.
Because this is going to be the critical issue for your party when we
Yes.
talked about all these things coming together. It was so interesting to have you here, Bill, to talk about all this stuff. And
I enjoyed it.
I'm glad you did. It was fun.
All right, I guess I should get the hell out.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you
Thanks
so
a lot,
much.
Bill.
All right.
As Bill Schmidt, he's a libertarian candidate, former candidate for comptroller in the state of New York, former city council member in the city of Peekskill, mayoral candidate in the city of Peekskill, a Republican who turned libertarian.
Thanks, guys.
Bill,
Good
thank
talking
you so
with
much. That was great.
And this is Gary Agello here with us. He's a former elected official from the town of Yorktown in northern Westchester, New York. Gary, so you saw some of the fighting yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
on the floor. You want to just sort of tell us what you saw?
I don't want to rehash what Bill and I were talking about too much. I walked into the convention very early in the morning when they were just getting set up, and again, it was kind of jarring to hear this controversy about the delegates. I mean, the delegates should be already chosen and they're already sitting when we get there, because then they can start their vote. And I think that was one of the reasons why that it became so controversial later on in the day. We spent probably from 9 o'clock in the morning till even after lunchtime. I think they broke for lunch and they still came back and they were arguing over the delegates. I mean, that's how long this went. And the fighting down there was very, very hot and heavy and very heated because of the issues that Bill and I were talking about before. This has to do with delegates that are coming in that were in opposition to the leadership in the party, and they were usurping their seats, and lawsuits were taken for the past couple of months over the seating of the delegates to this convention. So it became an extremely controversial issue. If those delegates were seated and they were in opposition to the leadership of the present party, you can imagine what kind of controversy this is causing. And it did. Right. This went on for hours yesterday morning, and the vote count. Normally, I mean, at the very beginning, I think Angela said that we have 812 delegates that are here. So half of 812 delegates is going to be 407,
right?
Okay, which makes the majority. Are we going to have a majority vote? And so they had a vote over whether or not they were going to have a majority vote, and there was a controversy over that issue. Okay, which should have already been settled prior to even coming into the meeting. So they settled on a majority vote, and then after that, they actually had to have a head count by each state delegation, actually counting person by person to come up. And I think the final vote was 408. 408 to whatever it was as the decision to vote by majority, by one vote. That's how controversial. And then after that, every vote after that was just as controversial. It was only separated by a couple of votes all morning. And you can imagine people getting frustrated with the vote being so close, and the people that were trying to bring in additional delegates or not bring in the additional delegates. It was. As a political scientist and as a person that's interested in all this thing, it was really interesting. Most people would just be falling asleep. I think we were talking to other people outside.
It looks like it sounds like minutia, Robert's rules, blah, blah, blah. But what we're talking about here basically is this. So we set up this organization. We decide, among us, this is a democratic way we're going to do decision making, and the decision making for who's going to represent each state is this. And then I say, yes, I agree, we're going to have the convention next month. And then I show up with me, my cousins, and my family, and our in-laws, and we say, we're the delegation. And you say, well, wait a minute, do you show us that you had the vote held this way, or you did this or that? You say, we don't need any of that. We represent Virginia, or West Virginia, I guess it would be, or whatever. And that's what you're talking about, that kind of a situation.
You were right, spot on, because every organization has a rules committee, every organization has a credential committee. I mean, if you sign up to be a member of an organization, you have some sort of card or register someplace, and so now those are the rules. Only people who are registered delegates can come in, and those are the only people that can vote. And there's a reason for that. But
here's the reality. Okay, so if I can get my people on the rules committee and the credentials committee and whatever the certification required was, then whatever I say that my people do goes. And so again, I'm showing up with my cousins and my in-laws and everything, and the rules committee says, here's the rules that authorize that, and the credentials committee says, here's their credentials, and now that's what happened.
And most
so you
people
can have that. That's why they fight over that stuff, big time.
This is 101 in organizations, all right? And most people skip over this because It's too boring,
It's
man.
boring.
What are we talking about this for?
And the smart ones are the ones saying,
And
I'll
the
take care
smart-
of that. Don't worry about it.
And the
I got you
smart
covered.
And the smart people are the ones that are on those committees, and they're setting the rules. They make up the rules.
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
so that's lots of fun. And so there, after you get over those issues, now you've got in place these dissident delegates.
Right.
And now the problems for Angela are that she had to deal with dissident delegates that are there in opposition to her, and she had to seat dissident delegates that are in opposition to her.
Right.
And that's the position that she's been put in. So it's going to be kind of interesting to go downstairs and watch the floor fight that goes on over who's going to be the next chairman of the party.
And there will be. We're going to go. We can go live to that. Yeah. Do we have that? Let's see if we can take a look at it. Oh yeah, we're going to go to that right now. As a matter of fact, what is this, Gary, that we're going to?
They're going to be electing the new chairman of the Libertarian Party, and I'm not sure in what order they're on because we spent so much time this morning on other issues that we lost track of. They had a debate for president this morning, and they had a debate for all the officers after that. They did not vote after each debate.
Right.
They
They're gonna-
left that to the
so
end.
everybody's gonna debate, then
I
they
don't
vote
know what's going
where
to
we
be
are.
first because
Okay.
they just came back from lunch, right?
Yeah,
And
they're in the
after-
middle of something, so we're going to find out, and we'll be back.
Yeah.
We're at the Libertarian Party convention here in Washington, D.C. This is Pasta to Go with Don DeBar guest hosting. Jamie Cheese Slice is here. Gary Agello from Westchester County is here, and we're going to be bringing you a lot of stuff all day long. Here we go.
We're going to go live to the floor.
We're going live to the floor now.
What happened to Pasta?
Libertarian. I said, what the hell's a libertarian? And he said, check out lp.org. I did. I liked what I saw. I signed up for more information. Harry Brown came to Louisville, Kentucky in 1999 as part of his 2000 campaign, and I was hooked. I also, all the money in my wallet got plucked up by Michael Cloud. It happened. I voted for Harry in 2000, and he lost. He got, what, 0.2 or something like that percent? And I was devastated. And I swore off politics, said, screw it. This isn't worth it. I went back to sleep politically. I did vote for Bednark in 2004. And in 2005, June of 2005, the Supreme Court decided the terrible Kelo decision, the decision that a city can take your house and sell it to a private developer for $1 because it increases the tax base. I could not believe. It is literally it made me very angry. And then it just so happened that a few months later, my father got a random invitation sent to a random batch of Republicans in Kentucky to hear this guy named Ron Paul, whose name I knew, to speak in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I wonder why I was going to Bowling Green. If those don't know, Rand lives there. To speak about eminent domain. And I said, hey, Dad, are you interested in this? And he said, no. I said, you mind if I take this? He said, no. So I went. I was inspired that night. I won the auction for the signed flags, in fact. So in February of 2006, the state chair of my party reached out to me for the first time. Keep in mind, I'd signed up in 98, became a member in National in 99. It's in 2006. Institutional problems. And asked, hey, who wants to run for Congress? Come to Louisville on this day. So I went. There were two of us there. The other guy was better looking, was quicker on his feet, just a generally better charismatic, more opposing presence. And so he became the candidate. I became the campaign manager. Amazing candidate. Awesome. But the state party literally had no resources to provide us. We asked for a voter list, didn't have it. We asked for a member list, didn't have it. Asked for a donor list, didn't have it. How the hell are you supposed to run a campaign? And so that's when I decided that I believed in the philosophy. If I wanted to see it happen, we had to fix the organization so it would work. That we had these things for good candidates when they stepped up to be able to win, or at least make a better showing. So, on a budget of $750 versus $2 million from the Democrats and Republicans, we got 4.9% in that race, in a three-way race. And that is still, to this day, unfortunately, the record for a congressional race in Kentucky in a three-way race. I hope we will beat that someday, and I hope that day is soon. But we could have done better had we had the resources. We were looking for, when are the county fairs? Who are the people who have ever donated to the party in the district? Who is a contact? Anything. Now, what's interesting is we lost that race, but we won. Because in that race, the winning congressman if you all remember back to 2006, the Republicans got slaughtered, beat down. They were all like, stay the course. We got to stay in Iraq and see it through. Stay the course. And my guy gave a great answer on KET, was basically summed up was, get the troops home as fast as possible. Let's get out of there. Get out, right? Get out of the wars. So the next morning after the election, the Republicans took a beating, but our district is so red, he survives. He gets on radio, and he basically took the words that I wrote for the campaign candidate and said the morning after that we needed to get out of Iraq as soon as possible. We got a sitting congressman who voted and was campaigning on staying in Iraq to say, hey, maybe we need to get out of Iraq as soon as possible. That is a positive change. We shifted the political thought of an entire congressional district with that campaign. And that's how, even when we lose, we still win, because we're moving the needle forward. And guess what? So that guy retired a few years later. Do you know who the congressman that now sits in that seat is? Thomas Massie. So even when we lose, we can win. And that's why I want the party to act as a party over an advocacy group. It's not that advocacy is bad. We need more of it. But political parties are specifically vehicles built to help candidates run for office with the idea that they would be elected to office. Advocacy is best done through 501c3 organizations where you can donate funds tax-free. You get a tax deduction for advocacy then. I give to 2 of them, and I run another 501c3. It's awesome to be able to like, hey, you get to write this off your taxes. It's a lot easier to raise money for those campaigns. So back to my quick story here in 2007, I made it my mission to make the state party work. And I wanted to build a machine that would support our candidates. And I learned a lesson that many of you, if you haven't learned yet, you will learn very soon. This stuff is hard. It's really hard to run a political party. It's really hard to go out there into the grind, to go up against the narrative, to be ignored by the media, to have all these things. It's hard, but we do it because it's worth it. Now, lacking institutional knowledge, I went back and I looked at the history of the Libertarian Party of Kentucky and the history of third parties in general in the country. And I learned historically in America what it is that causes non-major parties to fail. When a smaller political party begins to act more like a caucus of a larger political party rather than an individual entity, that smaller political party dies. This is consistent in American history. The LP's independence and distinctiveness are crucial to achieving our mission of individual liberty. Maintaining a clear separation from the other parties, we continue to provide a genuine alternative for liberty-oriented voters disillusioned with the status quo. I've only got a minute left, so I'm going to have to cheat and go way forward. All right, here we go. So I want to create a better world. I genuinely want every single person to succeed in life, whatever that means to them. We recognize that every person is an individual. They have their own individual hopes and dreams. And even within our own party, we all have our reason for being here, right? Whether it's a war or economics. I said, I'm a kilo property rights guy. These are not invalid things. Just because somebody doesn't drive that particular person doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means that that's a different type of advocacy. We need to embrace anyone who is willing to work to remove the state from your life in any aspect. There is nothing wrong with saying, hey, I want to focus on the war. Cool. Hey, I want to focus on taxes. Cool. Hey, I want to focus on gay rights. Cool. Hey, I want to focus on gun rights. Cool. We need everybody to understand that we need to be inclusive, let people fight for liberty on their terms. That is what I will support as chair. I will never tell you you're wrong unless you're actually advocating for the increase of government. Then you're wrong. Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. We will now have our secretary come up to explain the balloting process.
Okay, hello everyone. all the delegation chairs, which I know attended all of the trainings and watched the videos, but what you need to do, only your delegation chairs need to go up the line of the first steps over there where you see the guy with the tie-dye frantically waving, who's been working really hard. And please thank the entire teller team. They are fantastic. So if you go up the first step, they will give your state your packet. I'm going to explain a little bit this first round. You will be pros after a couple rounds. Hopefully it won't be a couple rounds on this one, but by the end of this convention, you'll be pros. You'll have a manila envelope that on the front will have a delegation chair tally sheet. Inside that envelope will be a number of index cards that is the maximum number of delegates that your state was allocated. Though that may not be, you may have less people. I don't know that. Please make sure no alternates are voting, but you won't have enough cards for that anyway if you filled your delegation. So the delegation chair will then pass out the index cards to each delegate. And I have some instructions on the screen. On your index card, please put the title of the race. This is chair round 1, and the name of your state in case somehow it gets separated. Do not sign your ballot unless your state bylaws require it. There is only one state that requires that as far as I know. It's the best state, Colorado, quite obviously. Oh, come on. Birthplace of the Libertarian Party. You got to give it up to us. So in this race, which is a vote for only one ballot, only write one nominated candidate. They are listed up there, or you can write NOTA, which is none of the above. If you write two different things, we don't know what you want, and your vote will be counted as a ballot cast, but not credited to any candidate. So then delegation chairs, after you've collected all of your index cards, you will tally up the numbers and then you're going to put the index cards back in the envelope. Do not seal it because we didn't order enough envelopes. Do not seal it. Bring it back to the tellers, who will then work their ever-loving tails off to get these tallied as fast as possible. If you have any questions, please ask the teller team. They will let you know. So delegation chairs, go.
Thank you. And I believe we have a microphone 3. Is it on? Can we turn microphone 3 on, please, very quickly?
Mic 1. Test. Oh.
Say something? No good.
Just making sure this one works.
Check, check.
Hello, hello.
Billy, come to
There we go.
fore.
Thank you.
Billy, come to fore.
Yeah.
Billy Pierce, delegate from Texas. Request for information and point of personal privilege. Sir, not everyone on this floor is a credentialed delegate. We've got folks walking around that are members of the public, an elected Republican senator or representative. We got a lot of folks here who are not delegates. I request that the vice chair clear the floor of non-delegates.
Yeah, if you do not have a button that says delegate, you should not be down here on the floor. You should be up in the, what are we calling that? The mezzanine, whatever that is. So please clear the floor. The gallery, thank you.
Mr. Chair, point of personal something. I just want to ask that we give folks a little extra time to come and go, since the Secret Service has blocked the escalators and there is only one elevator that runs to this floor. I would ask that we give our delegates an opportunity to move back and forth and actually freely participate in our process, please.
Okay, can I ask you to clarify your specific request? It was hard for me to hear it. The elevators are going to be blocked?
Yes, I'm just asking on our breaks, on places where we're taking 10 minutes or we have a certain amount of time to do things. if we could give an extra 3 minutes or 4 minutes so that people can come and go, because that method, the escalators of transportation, is not functional for us because of Secret Service.
Okay, gotcha. Was that a motion? I think it was just a point of personal privilege.
Mr. Vice Chairman, microphone. Is this thing still on?
Yeah, I do. At some point.
Mr. Chair, John Phillips, mic 4.
I'm sorry, we're going to need to stand at ease. If you have any questions about the ballot process, please direct them to your delegation chairs.
Well, actually, I was going to ask if we could proceed with nominating speeches as had been done in the past during balloting.
1 second, please. Could you please repeat that? If everybody could quiet down a little bit, please. Mr. Phillips, could you please repeat that?
Yes, sir. I would request that while we are tallying votes, that we proceed with nominating speeches as we have done in the past.
We will do that once the tellers have all of their, sorry, one second.
Once you're actually tallying, not voting. Yes.
Yes, we will do that.
Point of order. Microphone 3. Did you have an interrupting motion? Well, I do.
I'd like to thank Ms. Bilyeu for bringing this to my
Point
attention.
of order. Microphone 3.
What Ms. Bilyeu had asked is if the delegation chairs have more index cards because you did not fill your delegation, please put a big X through those cards and put them back in your envelopes. Thank you.
Point of order. Microphone 3.
Back here at the Libertarian National Convention in D.C., we were just watching some action on the floor. We had a press conference earlier with Angela McArdle, the Libertarian chair for the time being. Hopefully she could win her seat again. If you are an Angela fan, if you're of the old guard, then maybe you want that old guard back in. We'll see as the voting takes place. They're going to have also pick their the Libertarian presidential candidate and vice presidential candidate will come out of this meeting. So we saw this guy wandering around the press area and say, hey, what's your name? And his name was Willie. Willie, welcome to the show. Willie told us that he's new to the whole political sphere. He's wearing an InfoWars shirt. I thought maybe he worked at InfoWars. He says, nah, I just, I've gotten into a little politics and got into a little media. But more impressively, you started your own Libertarian Party of sorts, or what are you doing in Missouri? Tell us what's going on, Willie.
Yeah, so me and a couple of guys down in St. Francis County, my buddy Ethan, he was actually, he announced he wanted to run against the incumbent in St. Francis County, Dale Wright. And he's a Republican that introduced a bill that would allow the police to search your person or your property for ordinance violations. So like your grass is too tall, your dogs are too loud.
Yeah.
That's a total violation
Yeah.
of the Fourth Amendment. I mean, there's just complete overreach. And there was another instance, the Farmington Police Department arrested an 80-some-odd, old woman for not paying a fine on a library book. And it's like, you would think they would just charge her for the book instead of instead of enacting all these different facets of government to go after one person and spending a lot more money to go after, just have them pay the book. Like,
buy the book,
yeah, just buy. Seems like a
Sweet.
simpler solution.
Yeah.
But my buddy Ethan, Ethan Jones, he's running for District 116 for state rep, and that was the main premise. But we didn't have a party. We didn't want to run Republican or Democrat because they're kind of they're two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
They're all paid by the same donors. They're all bought out by the same companies and whatnot. So we're just maybe we'll go Libertarian. And we attended the Missouri State convention in March, and we met a lot of cool people, and I think we decided this is a party for us because it's a party full. I want to say it's full of moderates. It's really not. It's both sides that have come together and can kind of work together.
Yeah.
That's also like the double-edged sword. I think like the Libertarian Party has a lot of infighting, and I think if we can get past the infighting and just be more unified on more things.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess that's just the beauty.
No, listen, every party has infighting, whether it's Democratic Party, it's the Republican Party, they all have that going on. So the Libertarian's party's gonna have that too as well. But I think a lot of people are here today to establish that this is the actual third party. Have you looked into the Green Party? Have you looked at independence? Is there a reason why you said, let me go Libertarian full-fledged?
I think the Green Party or Green Energy, it's just a scam, like the way that it's being rolled out, and I mean, like the whole energy grid is run on coal still, and and it takes a lot more, like the amount of lithium you need for these batteries in like a Tesla vehicle, for example. Like, why would we go electric vehicles? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Green Party, no, it wasn't the main concern. The Constitutionalists seemed interesting, but like, I don't know. They seem pretty divided themselves too, and I think they were a little extreme on their interpretations.
Gotcha. So you're in Missouri. You've decided to go Libertarian. What have you guys formed? What have you created? And also, you told me that you guys are considering maybe doing independent media news or a podcast. Or tell me what you think about that. Why you think it's important to do that?
Well, we need more people like boots on the ground type. This is a movement of people.
Boots on the ground.
We need people in the local community. We need to build up the local government and then go up to this ground up. We need to we need to be holding our public officials accountable at the local level. That's the only way we can really start holding them accountable at the state level, is if we've got unified, or I guess if we've got municipalities and local areas that can really stand on business, stand on liberty, then we can come together and we can work with other counties, that have the same type of, built government. I don't really know what I'm trying to say here, I guess, but I think it's better to build from the ground up, so you don't have such big overreach.
What you're saying, you're more grassrootsy, and you're talking about that. So what do you expect to come out, happen in this Libertarian convention? What are you trying to get out of it today? And what do you think is going to happen as far as maybe picking a candidate for president and vice president and so forth?
It's been an interesting convention. For me, this is my first Libertarian convention, so I've just been trying to assess as many different ideologies as I can, or perspectives on these issues, because we're all dealing with the same issue of tyranny. The government's become way too big. It's in our lives, in every aspect of our lives. Like, why do you need a license to drive? I mean, yeah, I guess I kind of understand. But you don't need a license to travel. So it's like, everything's overregulated, overtaxed. If it were me, I'd scrap the whole system and just put a new one in place.
Sound like a Marxist over there. That's what.
No, yeah.
Marxists want to burn it down and start it over again. That's
Not
okay.
not burn it down. I wish like the everyday person was just more furious about what's going on. It's it's like they're blind to what's even happening, and I can't blame them.
We got to go to the floor though, really quickly. Well, listen, I just want to say, Willie, thank you so much for sitting down. Take a look. Keep your eye out for Willie. We're gonna go to the floor. There's something happening over there. We're at the Libertarian National Convention in D.C. We'll see you in a little bit. Thanks, Willie.
Thank you.
All right. What happened? What happened? Something happened.
But he really may be reelected and be the president again for another 4 years. So instead of simply protesting, we should do everything we can to take this opportunity to try to influence the man's thinking. Now, of course, we can't win Trump's loyalty, but we can reinforce ideas that are obviously already in his head, such as one, he needs the liberty movement, and two, we are not with him. If the movement supports the LP instead of the GOP in November, that could be Trump's margin of defeat, and he knows it. After all, he came to us. I wonder if we party members all really understand the leverage that we already have. Did you know that in the last couple of years, the Republicans spent millions of dollars in court to try to kick us off the ballot in Texas? Why? It's because they sense our potential power as a party more than we do. Now, admittedly, it would be difficult for the Libertarian Party to replace the Republicans as America's second party and achieve 51% of the vote 50% of the time. Winning is the most important thing, and we absolutely are and should be running to win. But even when we're behind in the votes, we can still extort Republicans and Democrats too in some cases. Even if we only have 5% of the vote, the margin of victory or defeat for their candidates in most cases. We are never here to serve the Republicans, but we should make them kowtow to us. When they step out of line, we should attack them from a constitutionalist and free market stance and call them liberals and rhinos and undermine their base mercilessly and help them lose. But when they behave on our most crucial issues, we must then make good on our promises to stay out of their way. On a one candidate, one race at a time basis, of course. They should fear us, but they should also know that we can be reasonable if they can. Because this is not about us. It's about the country that we live in, its present and its future. These are the cards we've been dealt and have to play. Now, Trump is afraid that our candidate will win his margin of defeat. So he is here today to try to convince us that we would be better off with him. Now, he might think that he can just flatter us, but we have to let him know that will not work. We have huge concerns about Trump's past record and his current platform. We want Trump to feel our pressure, not just this weekend, but for the rest of the summer and campaign season. And if he wins, for the next 4 years. We must be appeased. It's probably impossible, but it's still important to make him try. Otherwise, who else does he have to please? The end timesers? The Israel lobby? Lockheed and Boeing? Pfizer? TV news anchors, making him consider that pleasing them angers us is absolutely worth a shot. And we libertarians, we already have our own Libertarian Party and an alternative candidate to support. Somewhere else to go. Somewhere we already are. Something other pressure groups do not have. Now, no one here is talking about the LP endorsing Trump. That is not anywhere near on the table. Trump is just here asking the membership to vote for him in November, basically. And of course, no matter what he says, we will have our own nominee and are running him to win to the best of our ability. But I'll tell you one thing that Trump is right about. To him, we are the Ron Paul people. That is exactly who we are. But Trump is Rudy Giuliani, who, as we remember, was vanquished in one shot by Dr. Paul just by telling the truth about how Bush's father and Bill Clinton had motivated 9/11 by bombing Iraq from bases in Saudi Arabia all through the 1990s. Trump says we need to ban Muslim travel to America until we figure out what's going on. Well, Ron Paul already explained it. It was Bush Sr. and Bill Clinton bombing Iraq from bases in Saudi for 10 years as part of the Israeli-inspired dual containment policy, as well as their support for Israel's slaughter of the Palestinians and Lebanese that motivated bin Laden and the 9/11 hijackers. Putting Israel first is treason to the United States of America. Blaming radical Islam for terrorism is a ridiculous red herring, like blaming radical Catholicism for the IRA's war against the British in Northern Ireland. Hilariously, Trump recently accused Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's #1 co-conspirator, Joe Biden, of abandoning Israel for temporarily holding up delivery of 2,000-pound bombs they've been using to kill tens of thousands of women and children with. One GOP congressman filed articles of impeachment over it. Impeachment over temporarily holding up an arms deal to a country we are not even treaty allies with. Who ever heard of such a crazy thing, right? It's just another case of the Republicans acting exactly like the Democrats. Read the room, guys. The American people do not believe in the wars anymore. In August 1982, President Ronald Reagan wrote in his diary about calling Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin regarding his bombing of civilians in Lebanon. Quote, met with the news the Israelis delivered the most devastating bomb and artillery attack on West Beirut lasting 14 hours. I called PM Begin immediately. I was angry. I told him it had to stop or our entire future relationship was endangered. I used the word Holocaust deliberately and said the symbol of his war was becoming the picture of a 7-month-old baby with its arms blown off. 20 minutes later, he called to tell me he'd ordered an end to the barrage and plead for our continued friendship. End quote. President Biden apparently has far less courage when it comes to standing up for American interests than President Reagan. Senator Biden actually advised Begin to be even more ruthless back then, just as he's encouraging and abetting Netanyahu's merciless canned hunt in Gaza now. And all Trump can do is attack Biden for not being bloodthirsty enough? What a disgrace. Speaking of which, October 7th and its aftermath was the direct result of Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's godson, Jared Kushner, and billionaire mega donor Sheldon Adelson's Middle East policy. The Netanyahu doctrine, including the so-called deal of the century and Abraham Accords, were the payoff to Hamas and the sellout of the Palestinian people that made last fall's attack inevitable. Just 4 weeks before October 7th, Netanyahu sent the head of Mossad to Qatar to pressure them to continue to send hundreds of millions of dollars to Hamas, for the purpose of dividing and conquering the Palestinians. A policy for which, according to the Israeli outlet Ynet, during his time in office, the Qataris got a waiver from Trump's Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin so they would not be sanctioned for backing a known terrorist group. Just 2 weeks before the attack, Netanyahu gave a speech at the UN bragging that he'd gotten away with permanently denying the Palestinians independence. Then all hell broke loose. The policy they called buying quiet failed. There's a very real risk that in his next term, President Trump will double down on his errors and help the Likud finish the job and cleanse all 5 million Palestinians in the occupied territories into the Negev Desert, Sinai Peninsula, or Jordan. The dishonest, cynical blasphemer John Hagee and his flock of misled sheep will love it. Future American victims of terrorism and the Geneva Conventions be damned. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump tried to make Netanyahu the prime minister of the U.S. Senate. Jared Kushner is already talking about building beachfront condos in Gaza. If Donald Trump wants the libertarians, the Ron Paul people, he will have to throw all the hawks overboard. And that means neocon, nationalist, liberal globalist, and Likud. We are anti-imperialists. We oppose foreign interventionism and the national security state root and branch. America first does not mean we can do whatever we want like George W. Bush. It means defend America first. It means bring the empire home now. Our government has no right to remain the dominant power in Europe, Asia, or the Middle East. Global intervention threatens our interests and rather than protecting them. And the people of this country simply cannot afford to rule the world anyway. 8 years ago, the CIA and FBI framed Donald Trump for treason with Russia. You know that, right? None of Russiagate was true. The secret police made it all up. 1, to try to prevent him from becoming the president. 2, as an excuse to try to overthrow him using the 25th Amendment. And 3, finally, after that didn't work, as the FBI told CNN, to rein him in so that he could not live up to his electoral mandate and forge a permanent peace with Russia. Obviously, this worked beyond the war party's greatest hopes. Instead of implementing Minsk II, Trump continued Obama's policy of ignoring the peace deal and selling Ukraine weapons for 4 straight years before handing the government over to Biden, who simply pressed the gas in the same direction the policy was still headed from when he had left the vice presidency 4 years before, and leading to the current war. Trump even tore up the Intermediate Nuclear Forces and Open Skies treaties and threatened to leave New START, the last U.S.-Russia treaty limiting overall stockpiles of nuclear weapons and ICBMs. Just a few weeks ago, It was Trump's suggestion of a fake guaranteed loan for $60 billion worth of weapons for Ukraine at war with Russia that finally broke Congress's resistance and got the appropriation passed. TV says that Trump's vendetta against his enemies in the permanent government threatens democracy, since they figure the dishonorable perjurers at the FBI and Justice Department and bloody-handed regime changers at CIA somehow represent American self-government. But does anyone other than MSNBC anchors really believe that if reelected, Trump is going to clean house at any of these agencies or departments? We all know he's just going to put a war hawk friend like Mike Pompeo in charge and trust him again. Bet you dimes to dollars, dollars to dimes. You know, it was Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton who inaugurated America's pivot to China in an article in Foreign Policy magazine in 2011. That's what the TPP trade deal was all about, freezing China out. Trump opposed it because he thought it wasn't protectionist enough. Trump had just ratcheted Hillary and Obama's China policy up a couple of notches. But notice that Biden has not backed off. He's been more Trump than Trump in the Pacific, giving an explicit war guarantee to Taiwan and stationing more and more naval and air forces in the region. And he's kept all of Trump's tariffs and even increased them. In the case of Russia and China, Trump's policy was just as bad, the same as Obama's and Biden's. And if he takes office again next year, he'll be picking up right where he left off again. So what is the point of being separate from the American power elite when you're no different than the rest of them in practice anyway? Now, here are two things Trump was good on: Afghanistan and North Korea. He signed a deal to end the Afghan war, thank goodness, after escalating it for 3 of his 4 years first, though. And Trump unfortunately let John Bolton ruin his talks with North Korea, which could have led to a real peace deal and massive reduction in the threat of war. That could potentially be his most important achievement right out of the gate if he were to be reelected. As Annie Jacobson's new book, Nuclear War, shows, a deal to finally make peace in Korea is of the highest importance. The Libertarian Party voted on our top 10 issues we demand former President Trump address here today. Nowhere on the list are any of the dumb scandals the Democrats keep manufacturing. Instead, they are important things. For a few, Trump encouraged and refused to halt the Fauci lockdowns of 2020. As he put it, a cure far worse than the disease. In doing so, he violated every American's rights and permanently destroyed millions of his constituents' small American businesses in favor of his deadly enemy, Jeff Bezos's Amazon.com, which did not have to shut down at all. Trump's CARES Act is one half of the reason for the current inflation crisis. He shattered every Obama spending record and always wants the Fed to lower rates to fuel inflationary bubbles. With his approval, the Justice Department indicted the heroic journalist Julian Assange of WikiLeaks.org for espionage in direct contravention of the First Amendment and leading to Assange's torturous detention in solitary confinement in a British dungeon while facing life in prison here in the United States. Trump is currently demanding, quote, full indemnification for all American police for crimes they commit against citizens. It's like he's taking Thomas Jefferson's list of complaints against King George out of the Declaration of Independence and using it as his platform. On Yemen, Trump continued Obama's policy of backing Saudi, UAE, and Al-Qaeda, bombing the Shiite Houthis for 4 years straight, killing hundreds of thousands of innocent people. He made Raytheon check cashers happy doing so, as his trade director, Pete Navarro, boasted to the New York Times. But he lost the war anyway. Trump ordered troops out of Syria and then backed down 3 separate times in 2017, 18, and 20. Not to mention falling for 2 separate sarin hoaxes at Khan Shaykhun and Duma and bombing the Assad government over them. Americans have been killed in Syria in the time since, again, as revenge for what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians. And regardless of the overwrought hyperbole of the Democrats and their unfair persecution of the January 6th rioters, it was a serious loser move for Trump to try to continue to dispute the last election after the Electoral College had already voted and asked people to show up there that day at all. Trump put his own supporters in jail as much as Merrick Garland did. What could Trump say to make us believe that he's learned the error of his ways, that he will prioritize peace and turn into the Ron Paul that we all know he's not? Personally, I'll be voting Libertarian in November. But I might consider supporting a ticket including Rand Paul for vice president. Though I'd really like to see the man be Secretary of State, a promise of that job before the election would just not be good enough for me compared to the naming of the senator for vice president at the Republican convention. Like I say, then at least I'd consider it. And by the way, Mr. Trump, there is easily a full national security cabinet worth of credentialed America First non-interventionist conservatives and libertarians who could run your Defense Department, intelligence agencies, and National Security Council. Have your people talk to my people. Okay, just me. I'll put you in touch. Now, our hosts today have tried very hard to arrange it so that Trump must address our criticisms rather than think he can get away with just bulldozing us all with his regular stump speech. Now, we will probably all be as unimpressed at the end of his talk as we have been all this time. But usually he's pretty funny, at least. So let's be polite but firm with our guest. If he wants to be president again, we the people demand freedom and peace. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Amazing as always. All right. So I believe all of the envelopes are at the tellers. Is that correct? Okay. If we could put the secretary's screen back up, that would be amazing. Yeah, can we get the secretary's screen back up? please stand by. We are having some technical difficulties. Oh, never mind. There we are. All right, and the tellers have all the envelopes, so we may proceed with business. And I believe next up is presidential nomination speeches? Not speeches, nominations. So I believe I just opened the floor up for nominations. Are the mics working? If everybody could please quiet
Microphone
down.
one, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Microphone one.
Yes. So given the fact that there was bad information given to the body before a vote was taken, I believe the way to reconsider that would be a motion to reconsider from someone who voted. Is that correct? Voted in the winning way. Is that correct?
Right. So my understanding is that you would vote, you would move to reconsider something previously adopted, and that motion. This would be a two-step process. The first motion would be a motion to reconsider, and that would be a majority. And then you would then revisit the vote, the motion that was adopted previously, and that would be a 2/3 vote, since it was a motion to suspend the rules. And then you would then vote that motion down. Does that make sense?
Almost, I think.
So,
okay.
If you previously voted yes to adopt that or to adopt that motion, you would then swap your vote and vote it down, because it would be like you would, if you wanted to sustain it, you would vote yes.
Okay. So now we have a weird nuance here. I wanted to vote no. I was running to the microphone in order to vote no. Me standing at that time, I was counted as voting yes.
How you were counted is what counts.
Well, then I would like to make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, it's been moved to reconsider, and I assume I know which motion this was, but could you please?
This was the motion to move the POTUS nominations to now. During the debate of that motion, it was said that C-SPAN could cover us today, not tomorrow. C-SPAN was never here today. They could not cover us today. They have always intended to cover us tomorrow. They can be here tomorrow. And so that vote was made off of false pretenses that I was trying to correct when the vote was being made.
Okay. I believe there is some conflicting information. The chair seems to have more information than I do. If she would like to.
Sorry, everyone in line.
Was there a second?
Second.
Okay.
It was not always. I personally
Point of order.
originally planned for it to happen on Saturday. That's what their availability was. Their availability changed.
Point of personal privilege, please. Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Rexall, Horn, Oklahoma. There is too much noise in the hall and we can't hear business.
Okay. If somebody could please shut the door, that would be great.
Point of
Wayne,
order.
yeah, where's Wayne? Where is Wayne?
Point of order, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Kate Prather, Texas.
Say again.
Kate Prather, Texas. Point of order.
Yes.
I don't believe that we do business during balloting.
Right. So balloting is finished right now. So they are counting the votes. So
I thought until the election was done.
no. It's business is in order at this time. It was.
We are back at the 2024 Libertarian Party National Convention at the Washington Hilton in Washington, D.C. Gary Agello is back with us to speak with one of the delegates. He's the party chair of his state. And why don't you guys explain some of the rules things that are happening downstairs?
Right, I'm going to go back over what we were just talking about. We just a couple of minutes ago, we had another delegate here that was talking about the controversials from yesterday's delegate selection, and I'd like to get into that with Chris if we have time. But the more important issue was we broke a couple of minutes ago to run downstairs and to see how the voting was. We're voting for chair as we speak, and the first round of the voting is just complete. And we just happened to bump into Chris on the way out of the meeting, and we wanted Chris to give us a little bit of an explanation as to how the voting is going to take place in the process of voting, and if we have enough time, because we're watching the video right now. If they start voting on the second round, Chris has to leave and go down for the second round of voting. So, Chris, why don't you go back and explain to us again how the voting takes place?
So, our delegation chair, which for Oklahoma is Mr. David Greer, he retrieved our ballots for our state, and which are 3x5 index cards. We write down the name of our candidate, and he collects those, and then he turns them in where they will be counted. Once they're counted, the candidate with the fewest number of votes will be eliminated. And we also had a motion to amend the normal process so that any candidate with fewer than 5% of the vote would be eliminated. Now, if at any point a candidate gets 50% or more, then they are elected, and we're done with that, with voting for that office.
Then they're going to move through the other offices after they finish. They're doing the chair first.
Yes, but my understanding is that we will be moving, after we complete chair, we will move to the presidential nomination vote. And then after that, go back to the other offices for the Libertarian National Committee.
And I'm assuming that once the new chair is elected, the new chair is going to take over the leadership of the party immediately.
My understanding is, and I may be incorrect about this, but my understanding is that they take over, the newly elected officers take over at the end of convention.
So Angela will continue to run the.
I believe that's how it works.
All right.
If that's not correct, then then I'm wrong. But I believe that's how it works.
All right, and Don, I'm assuming you're keeping track of what's happening downstairs, so that in case we have to break.
Doing my best.
All right, just a little bit. If we can spend just a couple more minutes with you, because I want to get the other side of the story. We had Bill Schmidt here this morning, and we were talking about the controversy that took place yesterday about the seating of the delegates. And now Bill was supporting Angela. Okay, and my understanding is that you're not supporting Angela for chair, so there probably is a little bit of a different viewpoint as to what happened yesterday in the seating of those delegates in the country. Could you tell us your point of view as to what happened yesterday, just regarding the seating of the delegates? And in addition to that, your particular delegation was also involved in that controversy. Go talk to us.
3 states, Michigan, Washington, and Oklahoma, all had portions of their delegation. In our case, it was our alternate delegates that were not credentialed or not accepted by the Credentials Committee. And so yesterday, when the Credentials Committee report was brought up, before that report was accepted, the body voted to amend that to include those challenged delegations. And the reason why that mattered, the reason why it was a fight, is because in all 3 cases, the delegates that would potentially be added would be delegates who would, by and large, not be supportive of the Mises Caucus candidates for officers and so forth. So that's the heart of the issue. And because we were able to amend the credentials report rather than seat the delegates after the credentials report was accepted, it meant that we could do that by a majority vote rather than a 7/8 majority vote. So that allowed us to do that. I can't really speak. I would be speaking a little bit beyond my expertise to try to get into the weeds on the other two delegations. But for Oklahoma, we said our bylaws allowed us to create the alternate list and accept it beforehand. Our judicial committee, our state judicial committee, issued an advisory opinion saying that we were correct in doing so. Our state executive committee passed a resolution saying that we were correct in doing so. But the National Credentials Committee, which was altered at the last minute, contrary to the bylaws, which stipulate that those members should be picked 6 months in advance, the National Credentials Committee was packed with opponents of our alternate delegation, and they did not accept it. So we were very much gratified to have the process play out the way that it did so that we could have our alternate delegates.
And now, if my understanding is correct, I walked in there yesterday morning and there was 812 delegates that were credentialed. And then after that, then the controversy started out of seating additional delegates. Do you know how many the total number of delegates is now that's voting?
They said it earlier. We had an updated credentials report, but I don't recall the exact number. Oklahoma's alternate delegate slate was 15 alternates. Of those, we have actually had one that is voting as a delegate.
One is voting. So also the voting for seating of those additional delegates, I was keeping track of the count. The count was like just a couple of votes separating the approval of those additional delegates. There wasn't that many people. There wasn't that many delegates. Wasn't that many numbers separating. So the additional delegates that were coming in were actually crucial to the possibly changing the vote there downstairs in the committee.
Well, it certainly can make a difference going forward, but during the time when we were voting on potentially adding those delegates, I believe that the no's were around 376, 378, somewhere around in there, and the yeses were
407.
Well, the actual number of yes votes was not exactly 407. It was something more than that. It was sort of like a 55%, 45% split, somewhere in that neighborhood. So if you look at hard numbers, it can sound closer than it actually is. When you look at percentages, political candidates win by that kind of percentage all the time. If the number of people voting, if the coalition voting one way or another is solid enough, then that's really a healthy margin. But yeah, I mean, if there had been more delegates that were challenged successfully, then it could have made a difference.
So now I know you have to get downstairs and vote possibly again. Before you go, is there anything else you want to say to the audience before you leave?
Well, just that if you have not checked out libertarianism before, then I would encourage you to do so. If you're in Oklahoma, oklp.org. The national website is lp.org. What it means to be a libertarian is that individual liberty is your highest political priority. If that's you, then you're a libertarian, whether you know it or not.
Thanks so much, Chris. Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Come by.
Appreciate all of you.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. We'll go to
Thank
the
you,
next
guys.
segment now. We'll go to the next segment. rolling. I'm sitting with Peter James. He's got an interesting approach to the election this year. He's running for president, but only in those swing states that he can get on the ballot. Peter, you want to speak with us about that?
Yeah. Well, I've got a couple other states that have low ballot access initiatives like Idaho and Utah, Tennessee. But my goal is to get people to wake up to the dangers of artificial intelligence. If you go to my website, pjames.us, there's a bunch of videos on Elon Musk, Stephen Hawking, the godfather of AI, a lot of AI scientists that have turned around, quit their jobs and saying, we made a big mistake. We need to shut this down. And I don't know that we're going to have to worry about all these other issues if we don't do something fairly quickly. And looking at Biden's executive order, he basically says we're going to study it and then we're going to fund it. And I think this is a big mistake. I've been working with AI for over 40 years, and it's the awakening, and it could possibly be the emergence of the image of the beast in Revelations. My second biggest issue is fixing the economy by issuing money, interest-free money directly from the Treasury, like Kennedy did 6 weeks before he was shot, and Andrew Jackson. The only time the U.S. has not had a federal debt was when Andrew Jackson went in and killed the second bank of North America. And I think this will solve so many problems. We've got a nation living paycheck to paycheck. Most people have to work 2 jobs just to pay the bills. And whenever we've seen direct issuance of money that doesn't bear interest, we've seen prosperity. If you go back, like I said, Andrew Jackson, no federal debt, wiped out the federal debt. We can in an instant take all the federal debt, which we're paying over $1 trillion in interest right now, that would go away because it paid off. I'm a constitutionalist, strict constitutionalist. There's a bunch of cabinet agencies that aren't authorized by the Constitution that I would shut down and really push the governance back to the states.
Which are some of those agencies that you would shut down?
Well, Health and Human Services, Department of Education, the EPA, half of the Department of Commerce, so leave the part that has to do with regulating interstate commerce, and a lot of the little ones. I might keep part of the CDC to look at bioweapons and things like that, but pretty much across the board. And that would force the states. But one of the things is that the states, because of the federal government's ability to borrow money, which the states don't have, there needs to be some mechanism for them to get funding. So I would issue money directly from the Treasury, but provide interest-free loans to the states to build infrastructure, schools, roads, bridges, that sort of thing that would create jobs, but also provide an economic boost and not have to pay the interest. The problem is there's a good video called Money is Debt, and I suggest number 2 on YouTube, and it explains the Ponzi scheme, which is our money system. And but primarily above all these issues is the emergence of godlike AI. And most people, because they perceive the future in a linear fashion, don't understand the geometric growth that's going on right now with artificial intelligence. Like I said, I've been working with it for 40 years, and it has appeared flat with a slow growth, but now we're seeing a 10-fold increase in the intelligence power over as short as 8-month period. So I believe if you go to pjames.us, you'll see a lot of videos with the godfather of AI, the ex-head of Google's Google X project, which is all the bleeding edge stuff. They're all coming out and saying we've made a big mistake. We need to look at shutting it down.
Let me ask you, you chose to focus your efforts on swing states. Why is that?
Well, I have an uncle, William Sakanikas, that was in the most decorated unit in the Second World War. He fought in the Battle of the Bulge and was able to stop the one of the 4th Panzer columns. And John Eisenhower wrote a book called The Bitter Woods, and he dedicated a chapter to that unit. And they basically, in my mind, won the war for us. And I believe the talk and the people that are surrounding Trump right now are a huge threat to our democracy. And I can see a breakup. There's so much angst amongst Americans because they're not getting ahead. They don't see a future. And I believe Trump is using that. So I want to take those votes from Trump. Not that I like Biden any much more, but I'm really fearful of a fascist government taking hold. If you look at, certain entourage. I mean, if you saw the news a couple of days ago, one of his volunteers posted on his website some projected news articles of his victory, and they used the term "unified Reich," which it's one of Hitler's terms. So I see this kind of Aryan fascist component that's feeding off of America's frustration with the status quo, and they see their future dwindling, and Trump is very smart in using that. So I want to keep him from being president, and hopefully be able to push it into the House at the very least. Who knows? There could be a snowball effect. I did run when there was a collapse in 2008. I was trying to warn the public, so I decided to run for Congress. Ron Paul endorsed me, and I was running against 3 other Republicans at the time, and I won by a 20% margin, a pretty wide margin, spending no money. So I believe I'm using AI avatars to go out and run my campaign, and believe I can use that technology to reach the people that typically takes millions of dollars to do.
It is possible for sure to use new technologies to the existing political structures are pretty flat-footed in the face of a whole bunch of changes that have happened over the last 10, 15 years, and there is space in there too. So let me ask you a question. Clearly, you don't think in static terms; you think in dynamic terms. You look at how you're looking at the growth of AI that way, for example, and multiple dimensions. Right? And looking at, let's say you block Trump, and we get Biden, and the frustration that he's manipulating, the way you say that he's manipulating, the way he's manipulating, is going to increase, and Trump isn't the only agent willing to exploit that. So what happens?
I don't think Biden's much better, but the sliding into some form of civil war or a totally fascist government is something I think is less likely with Biden. And my goal is to win. I mean, obviously, or push it into the House and maybe someone else, a Kennedy. Yeah. But mostly, if you look back in the 30s, we had the socialists running in every election. They never won. But we ended up with the Democrat and Republican Party pressured into implementing Social Security and other programs.
So you're thinking that your candidacy, if it's successful, fully developed, would put some pressure on Biden to change course somewhere?
Well, I think hopefully the get the population to understand the threat. Like when I ran in 2008 with Ron Paul's endorsement for Congress, I saw the collapse coming. I was swing trading with our family money, and it was obvious to me that this was happening. And I felt like Chicken Little because the public had no clue. They thought the economy was doing great. And it's the same thing with AI now. Most people don't perceive it. They've used maybe some of the chat bots, and they're cute. Actually, they're passing bar exams and pretty smart, but they don't. I played a lot of sports when I was younger, and you never went to where the ball is. You go to where the ball's going to be. And so most people think of the future in a linear fashion. So it's going to get, twice as big or whatever, but we're going through with AI this exponential growth. And it can be upon us as short as 6 months. It could be upon us 10 years, but somewhere in that range. And now we're seeing Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, who developed used the neural nets, and he left Google. And he said, he was on CBS and said, I made a mistake. One of the smartest humans we've ever had, Stephen Hawking, right before he died, said we have two things to worry about for human extinction, and one is asteroids, and the second is artificial intelligence. Elon Musk has been beating his chest and saying we're summoning the demon, and I think this is by far the biggest issue we have to address. And the problem is that the public is pretty much clueless. We might see 10% of the people kind of understand the issue, but this is such a pressing problem. In 4 years, it might be gone, but we're already seeing negative effects. We're seeing mental health go down because we've got these recommendation engines, AI driven. I was shut down, and I just ran for a local office. I had 85,000 highly involved voters mailing lists, and both Google and Microsoft cut off my emails. So that to me, that's another $1 billion lawsuit. So what I'm doing now is actually fighting fire with fire, building an AI, which right now I consider safe, to go out and replicate what is being done with the hundreds of millions of dollars spent by Trump and Biden to use that technology and actually get people to interact with it, to understand that maybe this is something we need to be concerned about.
Peter, thank you very much for your time.
Oh, okay.
So we're doing a little silly max. All right. We're here with Congressman Thomas Massey. Congressman, what's it like being the only person in government actually doing work?
Well, never confuse activity with progress. And everybody's engaged in activity in Congress. We're trying to make some progress.
Now, why do you wear Lizzo's weight around on your chest all the time?
This? Are we talking about this?
Yes.
Look, my eyes are up here.
Oh, sorry.
My eyes are up here.
Sorry.
But no, this is a debt badge that I built to shame my colleagues. Every moment of every day they have to look at the debt and how rapidly it's increasing. I think it's hard for people to conceive of how big the number is, but when they see how fast it's changing, you can actually conceive that. It's $100,000 a second.
A second.
So we're launching like a Cybertruck into the ocean every second, if you can imagine that.
Yeah. So I think I saw it once shown as like 1 million seconds is like 2 weeks ago or something like that, and then 1 billion seconds is like 1932, and then 1 trillion seconds is like biblical times.
Well, it's $1 trillion every 100 days right now.
We're killing it.
Okay,
Crushing
hold on. But $1 trillion is 1 million. So if you wanted to balance the budget for 100 days, you'd have to find 1 million people that can give you $1 million each, and that would only balance the budget for 100 days. Now, Here's the good news. My debt clock is synced with Treasury using Wi-Fi, and I noticed the debt actually went down in April. And I thought maybe the clock was broken, but what I realized, it was April 15th. And the good news is the debt did not go down in April. The bad news is that was the entirety or the majority of your taxes that caused it to balance, but it only worked for about a month.
Some of these taxes, no, not my taxes. Do you think, I don't know, the Congress should just buy Bitcoin?
Congress should use something that has value that they can't inflate. So you can, you know, if Congress co-opted Bitcoin, I wouldn't be for that. That'd kind of be like central bank digital currency.
Nah, we don't want that.
Bitcoin is a life raft for people that are trying to escape the Titanic, which is our monetary system. If we want to try and patch the Titanic, if Congress wants to go back Article 1, Section 8, Clause 5, which is, I believe that's the power to coin money and set the value thereof, then we should back it with gold. They don't want to do that, though, because then we can't play around with our own money supply.
Yeah. If modern monetary theory was a Disney villain, who would it be?
Cruella de Vil.
Nice. What do you think Nancy Pelosi's blood alcohol level is right now?
Well, during the work weeks, maybe 0.12. She's probably partying this weekend. 0.2. Yes.
Very cool. Awesome. Well, there was one more we had. What was it? Oh, Dave. Shit. What was the other one?
Join in.
Huh?
It was.
What's more likely to happen first? Joe Biden loses to old age, or Chris Christie loses to a meatball?
Chris Christie's never lost a fight with a meatball.
We'll take 2 or 3 questions.
Yes, sir. How did you feel when?
Do you want to switch?
Yeah, why don't we? Because I just think
Okay.
take a shot.
I'll follow you.
It's gonna be.
He's the comms manager for the.
Yeah, I just
What do you
realized
want to do?
we've got nothing but mirrors behind you.
Okay.
So let's
Okay.
just Why don't we just go? We'll just shift to the other side.
Some people get all
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. What do you feel that you bring to the Trump administration when it comes to having a second Trump administration, you part of it? What do you feel that you bring to the job?
Look, I think that I'm focused on how to maximize impact on this country. I ran for president on a campaign that frankly overlaps with a lot of the principles that people in this room tonight, I believe, care about. And I want to change this country for the better and revive who we are. And I think President Trump is a guy who proved in the first 4 years that he led this country far more successfully than President Biden did. And that's why he has my full support. I'm actually glad he's coming here. And I think that it's important. One of the things I'll talk about tonight is I think the future of this country is going to be a libertarian nationalist alliance that rescues this country and revives what our founding fathers envisioned. The establishment in both parties suffers from, I think, an institutional bipartisan consensus that favors funding foreign wars that don't advance the U.S. interests, that favors the overgrowth of an administrative state that's choking the lifeblood out of this country. And I think that it's going to take people who are willing to question the dogmas, even of their own party, to be able to actually stand for the pro-American principles that set the country into motion in the first place. So I want to maximize impact is the answer. And so whatever maximizes positive impact on this country and helping save us, that's what I'm going to do.
So you've been
thank you.
reported as a VP
Thank you.
pick. What do you feel about that?
Look, I'm not going to address specific positions or otherwise, but somebody gave me a piece of advice a long time ago, which was it takes about as much effort to do something really small as it does to do something really big. And so life is short, have the biggest impact you can. And that's what led me to run for president. I'm going to do whatever's required to maximize my positive impact on the country. That's what I will say.
Do you think there's any lessons in the 2020 election for the 2024 election if you're going to be involved in it?
I think there's actually even a bigger lesson that's more recent in the 2022 midterm, 2022 midterm, which was that the Republican Party, and I've been saying this, to everybody, Republican or not, the Republican Party cannot just criticize Joe Biden, in part because I think there is still a reasonable probability that Joe Biden will not be the nominee. I think part of the reason the debate, CNN debate, if we call it that, was hosted on June 27th is I believe it, in some sense, it looks like a final audition for the Democratic nomination for Joe Biden. But the agenda can't just be criticizing Biden or even criticizing the other side. I think we have to stand for an alternative vision of our own of what it means to be an American. So
I'm talking more in terms of election procedures. In other words, if the election was stolen,
you got to play by the existing system to change the system. I think we need single day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government issued ID as a condition to vote. But you're only going to get there if you actually win and win big in the system that we already have.
Do you think that Libertarian voters can hurt President Trump?
I think Libertarian voters will help President Trump because I've actually had a lot of conversations with President Trump since I left the race and have endorsed him. He has a lot of strong Libertarian instincts, actually. One of the things that he and I discussed in New Hampshire was, which he's since been public about, is the opposition to a central bank digital currency. He has taken that stand. He has planted that flag in the ground. So I think President Trump, I've known him for a long time. He has strong internal libertarian instincts. And so I think it's great to become, I don't know if it's the first time in history, it might be, that you have a nominee, certainly a front runner for the U.S. presidential nomination, coming to the Libertarian Party convention tomorrow night. Top 4 candidate coming the night before from the Republican Party to the Libertarian convention. I think it is going to be an alliance between the positive nationalist movement in this country, the America First movement, and the libertarian movement that revives this country and saves who we are. I truly believe that. I truly believe that, and that's why I'm here.
There are signs at this convention saying they're trying to make sure that Biden and Trump are not elected. Do you think that says anything about the Libertarian Party?
So look, I don't want to, totally front run my speech, but I can, it's going to be in half an hour anyway, so I might as well tell you one of the things that I was going to challenge the audience with tonight is I'll be very honest about where I see the Republican Party as meeting a fork in the road. I think the Democratic Party is increasingly a lost cause for this country. But I think the Libertarian Party is also at a fork in the road this year. I think the question the Libertarian Party has to ask, the question this gathering has to ask of itself is, what is its goal? Is the goal to achieve at maximum 3% of the general vote? What was it last time, 1.2%? At maximum, shooting for a 3% goal and calling that a victory? Or is the goal to actually shape policy in this country in a meaningful way, to work together with what I hope is the next administration, the Trump administration, the second term, to actualize the vision of this libertarian movement? I think that's a worthy goal. I think that's an achievable goal. I think it's the goal we're going to achieve. But that's a real question for this room that I'm going to be addressing soon to ask itself. And that's what I'm going to challenge everybody in that room to answer.
Are you talking about fusion?
I'm talking about the question of how we actually turn into reality the ideals of freedom enshrined in our Constitution. How do we actually revive free speech in this country? How do we actually revive medical freedom in this country? How do we actually revive a country where a Justice Department does not discriminate against its political opponents? Revive a nation where it's actually run by the people who we elect to run the government rather than unelected bureaucrats who are exercising power today. How do we get that country back? A country where we're not forking over foreign aid of our own taxpayer dollars to foreign countries that don't advance our own interests. How do we flatten the tax code? How do we allow anybody to succeed with their own hard work without the government impeding their success at every step of the way? How do we unshackle the energy industry, declare independence from this climate cult? These are core issues to my campaign. They are core issues to the America First movement, and they are core issues to the people who are in this room.
Was that a yes or a no?
Well, the answer is, the question was
Fusion.
not coherent. What?
No, I said, is this you're talking about fusion? No, fusion in terms of, basically libertarians endorsing Trump or.
I think there is a fusion fusion of interests.
I'm talking
I
about
think there's a
fusion camp.
of
You know,
interests.
come on, you know what it means.
I think there's, look, I think do I believe everybody in this room should do everything they can to make sure the best possible candidate who can get elected for president gets elected president, and then work together with Donald Trump. And if I'm part of it, with me in the next administration to actualize those policies. Yes, I think that's the best approach for the United States of America.
Okay.
The vote downstairs on the floor. So we're going to take you to that and then come back to Vivek when that's done. So here we go down to the floor, and we're going to see what the voting is down on the officers for this year's group of officers for the Libertarian Party.
Madam Chair, are there additional rows below this that show the number of votes allocated per that each state is entitled to? No, read the three ballots cast. Where's the language that says, where's the row that would show?
One moment, please.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard.
Madam Secretary, just to confirm, we don't have a number of registered delegates per state here, right? Just the total allocations that they could in theoretically have? It's the total allocation. So basically, the total at the bottom, that probably add up to like 1,051 or something like that, whereas we only have, all right, so we do not have, thank you.
Okay, well, can we get to see who fucking what the totals are?
Does anybody need to see their states again, or are we ready for the results? We'll keep, just go to the result. Go to the results. I think
I believe the threshold is 5%.
5%. Remember the motion
5%, right? 5.86 qualifies. Right? Right?
Point of order, microphone 3.
He stays in. Right, he stays in.
All right, those are the results. And there was a point of order.
Withdrawn, withdrawn.
Microphone 3.
Point of
Everybody,
order
please quiet down. Quiet down, please. Shh. Microphone 3.
The point of order is withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. All righty. So, round 2. Let's go. And Mr. Posada has been eliminated.
Do we get to hear from him?
We will be at ease until further notice.
Point of information, microphone 4, Dan Lewis of Illinois.
Oh, wait, here he goes.
I have just been informed by Mr. Nikela that he will be dropping. Mr. Nikela, would you like to speak? And Mr. Posada, you are allowed to speak as well. I believe that's 2 minutes each?
I
Is that
withdraw.
something? Okay, I'll give 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, it's Ken Moment at microphone 3.
Mr. Moment.
I would also like to announce that I am withdrawing from the race.
All righty. If you would like to speak, please come up to the stage. Set the timer. Mr. Nikela.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to serve the party that I love and a room full of amazing people. I've got one thing to say for the next chair of the party. I've got a 2-year-old daughter, and oftentimes I think about where we're headed as a country, where we're headed globally, and the Libertarian Party's place to be the centrifugal force of liberty in this country to make a real, tangible difference in our lifetimes. But I'll be honest with you, one thing that I disagree with that's often perpetuated by the Libertarian Party is this idea that we're going to achieve freedom within our lifetimes. Ask yourself honestly if you think in 20, 30 years down the road, we're all going to be sitting around smoking cigars, drinking cocktails, that we overthrew tyranny, we won, it's all over, we've achieved freedom. No. The process of fighting for freedom is a generational process. And I want this organization to be there for my daughter to pick up when she's older, to keep the fight going for freedom, for a freer world, for my children, for your children, for all of our children. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. Mr. Posada.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. Through no fault of their own, the misguided Zionists, their neocons, and the economically ignorant masses are once again inadvertently destroying freedom, just like the Bolsheviks did. We American libertarians, standing on the shoulders of Rothbard and fellow Austrians, are the best freedom fighters in the world. It is up to us to untangle the fallacies which lead to the hatreds and lead a freedom reconquista. In 1964, Henry Hazlitt, the author of The Great Economics in One Lesson, gave a speech in the presence of Mises and other leading freedom fighters and educators, which wonderfully captures the civilization-saving atlas-like ethos of the Austrians. I quote from a great speech he gave. He says, "We haven't been good enough." I am going to give what is no doubt a terribly oversimplified answer to that question. In the first place, we are almost hopelessly outnumbered. Our voices are simply drowned out in the general tumult and clamor. But there is another reason. And this reason is hard to say, above all, to an audience of this sort, which contains some of the most brightest writers and minds of the fields of economics, jurisprudence, and politics, not only of this age, but of any age. But the hard thing must be said, that collectively, we haven't been good enough. We haven't convinced the majority. Is this because the majority just won't listen to reason? I am enough of an optimist, and I have enough faith in human nature to believe that people will listen to reason if they are convinced that it is reason. Somewhere, there must be some missing argument, something we haven't seen clearly enough or said clearly enough, or perhaps just not said often enough. A minority is in a very awkward position. The individuals in it can't be just as good as the individuals in the majority. If they hope to convert the majority, they have to be much better. And the smarter the minority, the better they have to be. They have to think better. They have to know more. They have to write better. They have to have better controversial manners. Above all, they have to have far more courage, and they have to be infinitely patient. None of us is yet on the torture rack. We are not yet in jail. We're getting various harassments and annoyances, but what we mainly risk is merely our popularity, the danger that we will be called nasty names. So before we are in the position of Winston Smith, we can surely have enough courage to keep saying that 2 + 2 = 4. This is the duty that is laid upon us. We have a duty to speak more clearly and courageously, to work harder, and to keep fighting this battle while the strength is still with us. But I can do no better than to read the words of the great economist. Oh, we're done. Thank you.
All righty. If Mr. Seebeck could talk to, oh, never mind. All right. Mr. Ken Moman. If everybody could please keep it down while we have our speakers speaking. Thanks.
Microphone 1. Star Child, I'd like to make a move to suspend the rules.
Not right now, please. We have a speaker.
Isn't a motion to suspend the rules in order when they haven't started speaking yet?
You are not recognized at this time. Please allow Mr. Moman to give his speech.
All right. Hi, everybody. This was the crappiest campaign I've ever run, and I apologize for subjecting you all to it. If I had planned this, there would have been a lot more. And even though it was not planned, there were a lot of really good people that supported me. A lot of last minute stuff went on, some really cool stickers. I really appreciate everyone's support. Actually, I appreciate the honesty of those that said, hey, I love you, but I'm voting for whoever. There are no hard feelings. I ask that everyone vote their conscience, do the right thing. I am a libertarian. I know that I do not respond well to people telling me what to do. This little sticker right here, if y'all can't read it, this is my official permit. I do what I want. I will say, just in case people ask, because I don't have to answer a million times, I do plan on casting this ballot for Mark Rutherford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moman. We will continue to be at ease while the ballots are in process.
Microphone 1, Mr. Chair.
We are at ease. You are not recognized right now.
Could I have a point of information as to how long we're going to remain at ease?
Estimate of how long that's going to be, I don't know. I want to eliminate or at least cut shorter the speeches that we allow.
We will be at ease until all of the delegation chairs have turned in their ballots. And then we will continue with business.
But we can use the time to start hearing from candidates for other officers or bylaws or platform. Any number of things could be done during that time, you know? I just feel I'd like to eliminate the practice in general. It's nothing to do with these specific candidates. I mean, Elizabeth. Meredith?
And if so, what should be like our criteria?
Opening the debates.
Yeah, the presidential debate.
Oh, look, I think more debate is, I think I've always been a fan of the debates I participated in, but I think that having a head-to-head debate, let's see that first of all. President Biden has only agreed to this debate after a year of denying his participation in it. So I think that we should actually cut through the sham of the debate that's been arranged, which is that this is Biden's final step to audition for his own nomination. This is the earliest ever presidential debate conducted in U.S. history, in televised U.S. history. And it's the first debate that's happening before the nominating convention itself. So I prefer to cut through the farce that this is something other than a final hoop that they want to vet their own candidate before nominating. And I think the race really only begins after that.
What do you think about RFK's campaign and his inclusion?
I'll have a few words to say that. I'll have a few words to say about my views on some of RFK's policies. I know that he was here earlier today. Look, I respect his views on medical freedom, but I think he's in no sense a libertarian. I mean, the fact of the matter is somebody who believes or has said he believed that people should be imprisoned for spreading climate disinformation is an affront to the First Amendment. I think for somebody who cares about human flourishing, his opposition to nuclear energy is mystifying. I think for somebody who cares about freedoms in this country, his standing for the expansion of the regulatory state on issues ranging from environmentalism to consumer protection defy what a true libertarian would actually stand for. And so I think there's more to being a libertarian than cultivating a vibe. It comes down to actual hard policy positions that relate to core principles of freedom. Last two questions.
You're here at the Libertarian National Convention, so I would assume you agree with the non-aggression principle.
I agree with non-aggression principles at their core, but the question is how you actually apply those. My view is the United States should look after its interests just as every nation should look after its own. And I do not believe that most of our foreign aid is going in a direction that actually advances our interests.
Well, commenting on a foreign conflict, what do you say about innocent Palestinians as the non-aggression principle? Should it apply to them?
The principle that I espouse, because I'm running, where I ran for U.S. president, I am now supporting people running for U.S. president, Donald Trump, is the job of the U.S. is to support allies to the extent it advances U.S. interests. And so I do believe that the United States has a right and responsibility to defend itself if attacked. And I think any other nation that's attacked, including Israel, has a responsibility to defend itself as well. But I do think that the United States' job is to look after the interests of its own citizens and advance a foreign policy that aligns with that as its sole goal.
Okay, so it's not in our interest to defend Israel.
Hey, we believe in free speech.
Here if he's not going to endorse our candidate.
But Vivek, just to clarify your answer,
He's free to express himself. That's fine.
It's not in our interest to defend
Yeah,
Israel.
I take your question.
Yes.
So I've just been clear about Israel's right to defend itself, and I believe in standing for Israel's diplomatic right to defend itself. Israel's not short on money. What Israel's short on is diplomatic support to be able to defend itself. And just as I wouldn't want other countries or the UN telling us we can't defend ourselves, I don't think it's the job of the UN or the United States to tell Israel that it
The
can't
original
defend itself.
question is killing innocents defending yourself.
I think that your question is loaded with a characterization that I don't buy into the premise.
30,000 bodies don't, you don't see them?
Well, it's not the job. I don't believe it's the job of the United States to be the world's. To take a principle that people in this room agree with. If you ask those of us in this room, do people believe it's the United States' job to be the global policeman? The answer is no. So practice what you preach is what I
So
would
why say. don't you do it?
And last question.
Yes, I'm with ctpolitics.tv, and there are a lot of candidates now who are America First, who are running as libertarians or as independents or as Republicans, who are fighting against extreme wealth and privilege, and there's a huge disadvantage when it comes to running under these circumstances. People who really want to make change, been inspired by your run for candidacy for presidency, what advice would you have to those candidates?
Well, I'd say I have a commentary that relates to what you just described. So I do think the influence of money in politics has been corrosive to our system. I do believe that. Now, I'm not one of these people that divides and adopts a Democratic Party neo-Marxist worldview that says it's between the oppressors and the oppressed, and they have to apologize for your success. No, I reject that. I think that if you succeed the right way through the front door and you achieve great wealth in this country, that's a beautiful thing. So I think what many libertarians would also support. But using that to capture the political system is, I think, where that game goes awry. And so should we end the lobbying capture of the way these laws are made in the town that we're in? I think we should. I think should we effectuate term limits that limit the entrenchment of both elected leaders as well as bureaucrats. I do think we need to as well. And so my advice would be to focus, as such candidates you describe, on changing those basic rules of the road. Until we change those basic rules of the road, the results aren't going to change. And I do think it's going to take candidates who think outside of the box of the establishment of both parties to advance causes like term limits, vote for both bureaucrats as well as legislators, to advance causes, let's say, congressmen should not be trading individual stocks while they're sitting in Congress, to say that, it's not a good thing for some congressman to become a lobbyist within at least 10 years or ever after they leave their job in Washington, D.C. And I think you're going to find strong nonpartisan or transpartisan support for those ideas that you see very few professional politicians advancing today. Thank you, guys. I'm looking forward to the speech, and we'll see you guys in there. Thanks for arranging, everybody. Thank you very much.
I'm sitting with Mike Scott, who is the Libertarian Party candidate for the U.S. Senate from the state of Maryland. Mike, welcome.
Thank you. It's glad to be here.
So why you're running? Let's start with that.
Well, I mean, it's a twofold thing. The first was COVID scared me, and I don't think COVID passports scared enough people because they literally locked down the nation, and people are calling that a minor inconvenience. And it was just the largest infringement on civil rights and human rights that I've ever seen. They literally pushed an experimental drug on us when there were other options. And then with inflation going the way it is, I worked my whole life to be able to afford a house and hang out with the kids. And now I'm looking at a future where they can't do the same thing. They may never be able to afford a house. And it's horrifying. And nobody seems to want to fix it. And if I don't at least try, then I'm doing a disservice to my children and their children.
Who are your likely opponents, or who's the senator you're running against now, first of all, and then the other party's opponent?
Well, that's one of the reasons I ran is Ben Cardin is retiring. He's not coming. 90-some-odd% of the time, the incumbent wins. And then when they don't, the person who raises the most money wins. And the two nominees that are going against me are Angela also bought. Angela also Brooks. She's the Democrat, and locked down Larry Hogan, the former governor, who locked down the state and mandated the jab. They are both political powerhouses, and they are both fundraising gods. I have never seen anything like it. But the internet is flat. I can reach out and touch the people, and my message is pure. I am not a great messenger, but the math always has its day. We don't need politicians in DC. We need mathematicians. We spend $100,000 a second.
So let's start with the largest expense of the U.S. government in terms of elective expenses, and that's the 850 plus visible $1 billion Pentagon budget. What are your thoughts on that?
It's horrifying. Was it $2.5 billion a day or so per day? And that's not really the worst of it, though, because the debt, interest on the debt, just almost equals our Pentagon budget, doesn't it, nowadays? And people don't realize it. We're borrowing another $1 trillion every 4 months, in under 4 months now. It's horrifying. I'm a constitutionarian. I actually retired military. I was enlisted, then I was an officer, and the Constitution never said we were supposed to have. In fact, what it says is you can raise an army, but no appropriation goes past 2 years. We were never supposed to be an empire. We have people beholden to money and special interests, and now foreign interests. And we have 700 to 750 bases in 80 countries and presence in maybe twice that. It needs to be cut down significantly. The entire federal budget does. The entire federal government needs to be cut down because it's unsustainable. We are about to go bankrupt as a nation, and nobody's talking about it.
So the two members of the Senate that are the apparent power brokers in there, anyway, for Democrats, Chuck Schumer, for the Republicans, Mitch McConnell. You begin day one in 2025 in the Senate, and they start taking up a discussion of the Pentagon budget for fiscal year 2026. What exactly are you going to be saying to them?
They're going to be a little upset with me, but we have to be realistic about these things. Let's say I can get in. Let's say Mike Scott wins. By the way, Mr. Scott's going to Washington. I'm going to win. But let's say I get in. There's only so much damage I can do as a single individual, even in the Senate. That senator is powerful. I'll be able to impact a lot more than Congressman Paul did, Congressman Ron Paul. I'm not going to say anything different than he did. But he was one voice out of the House. I'll be one voice out of the Senate. We honestly need at least 3 to 7 to affect the changes I'd like to affect. But even alone, I will be able to slow it and grow it and hopefully inspire and tell you the truth and show people what's behind the curtain so we can maybe get people angry. Because frankly, if you're not angry now, I don't know what it'll take to get you in there.
And then there are the special appropriations that seem like regular business for Ukraine and Israel. What would you do with that?
The first bills I put in, all of them, they're all getting shut down. I'm putting in term limits first. I'd love to end the Fed. Representative Massey put that forward, and I think that's the best thing because right now it's a popularity contest powered by money, and if the banks are out of it and they're no longer beholden to money and lobbyists, we need money out of these elections, and we need a SCOTUS who is not beholden to special interests and getting bribed by billionaires. The entire thing needs to be torn down and stripped to the bone and rebuilt honorably, for lack of a better term, because it's rotten, and it's rotten to the core, and it was never supposed to be such. But in a popularity contest powered by money, you get pathological personalities. I'm not sure if that answered the question. I can give you what term limits in the Fed, shrink the military significantly, and I'm trying to shutter government agencies, shutter them. I'm trying to end federal agencies and cut down the taxes and the budget.
Let's go to the economy. What are some of the things you would recommend to try to get, to try to fix it?
The economy is the way it is due to government interference. Healthcare accounts to 62 or 67%, almost 2 out of 3 bankruptcies. We are in trouble. We have to end the Fed because they've printed some obnoxious percent of our money in the past 4 years, and it's led to almost 25% deflation, devaluation of our currency. the economy's messed up, and I am impacted by the decisions made on the Hill because I do my own grocery shopping, man. I've seen it. $70 worth of groceries cost $125 now, and growing, and they have no plan to fix it. What I would do is shrink government and let a lot of that stuff handle itself, because a lot of it is high due to government interference. That's colleges, that's hospital stays, that's insurance, that's pharmaceuticals. A lot of that stuff is overly expensive directly due to the government interfering in the processes.
And in terms of reducing the debt,
people hate it when I say this, but when I say in the Fed, they've been fleecing us for 111 years, I wouldn't pay them a dime. I'd kick them out, tell them they're lucky to leave with their lives and be done with them. But that's probably not going to happen. So what you can do, one, stop borrowing. We got to stop borrowing. We got to understand the truth, and we got to stop borrowing. That means we got to stop spending. We got to stop sending supplementals. We got to stop $2 billion a day appropriations. We have to stop spending. We have to stop giving migrants, irrespective of status, access to Social Security, access to welfare. And that does not mean let these people starve and I'm saying the federal government is the worst place for a lot of that stuff, and it should be pushed down to a much more local level. There's a guy in Baltimore who feeds his community, gives away as much food as the Maryland Food Bank, almost, at least in that area. And he does it for less than $500,000. And the Maryland Food Bank's top 4 employees was a $1.2 million operation. So for the cost of 2 employees, he's got 5 employees, 20 some odd volunteers, and feeds his community because he decided to. I am not saying don't feed people, don't house people, and don't give people health care. I'm saying when the federal government interferes, it adds regulation, it adds cost, and we the people suffer.
and we have right now facing record foreclosures and evictions again. This is 16 years or 14 years, whatever, after 2008. Yeah, 16 years. Record over that record.
What was the question?
So this is a condition that exists now. What would you do? What would you advocate as a solution to the problem, both in the immediate and the long-term sense?
I wasn't actually aware. I know that my cousins in real estate, I know that a lot of corporations are buying up housing. I know that a lot of foreign governments are. There's a lot of Chinese guys at auctions just buying up houses. I would have to look into it a lot more before I saw it, but honestly, if you're in the Fed and you take out a lot of the regulation, a lot of this churn will work itself out. And it has to be pared down, and you have to do it under a term, because if it goes cross terms, then it'll never happen, because they'll just wait you out and then outspend you. So there has to be some fairly draconian measures to get this stuff right, but we have to do it. We literally can't afford not to. And I just don't know why people haven't started to realize the truth, that red and blue are not on our side. We need a gold rush in Senate. We need libertarians.
And what would you say finally to people in Maryland to encourage them to pull the lever for you, or mark the box, or however they do it?
I got a ton of taglines. I call one Lockdown Larry. I call Miss Alsobrook, Angela Alsobach. But we don't need, they're politicians. They're professional politicians. They are amazing. The last thing we need in DC is more politicians. We need mathematicians. We need people who understand the truth. Red and blue has got me black and blue. Vote gold, y'all.
Mike Scott, thank you very much.
Vote libertarian.
What'd you think of Kennedy's speech?
Not bad. I think he knew the audience he was speaking to. For
Yeah?
Sure. Yeah.
So would you vote for him as a libertarian?
No. No, probably not.
Why were you interested in hearing him then?
I consume a lot of different types of media. I try to be a heterodox thinker, you know. So listening to people you disagree with, I think is a really important part of having a good perspective.
What'd you think of his speech?
Very good.
Very good.
A lot of what we already knew.
No. What'd you think of his speech?
It was a very good speech.
Would you vote for him?
No.
Why?
Well, because of Israel. I have friends that say the guy is a Zionist, period, and so
yeah,
you know, that's probably why.
That's why I won't vote for him either.
Yeah.
So. Thank you, man.
It's how he lost it with the libertarians on Israel.
So most of the libertarians are anti-apartheid, anti-genocide, anti-ethnic cleansing, anti-interventionism.
And above all, anti-foreign aid, giving our money to brutal authorities to oppress the people of their country. And we're stealing money from us to give to brutal authorities in other countries.
Yes.
And that's not right.
Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. What'd you think of his speech?
I thought he did a good job. I liked how he talked about the importance of the Bill of Rights.
Would you vote for him?
Most likely not. I'll definitely be supporting the Libertarian candidate.
Why won't you vote for him?
There's definitely still things that we disagree on outside of the Bill of Rights.
Like?
Economic policy.
Okay. What about his stance on Israel-Palestine?
So I've heard that he's definitely more pro-Israel. I'm kind of somewhere in between.
Yeah.
I don't believe that any ethnicity or religion has the right to certain land, so I think that land belongs to both Israelis and Palestinians, and that they can live in peace together.
Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. What'd you think of his speech?
It was a good speech.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Would you support Kennedy?
I'm a libertarian, so I'm almost certain to vote for the Libertarian Party candidate, but I can still have some respect for Kennedy too.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If Kennedy was the Libertarian candidate, would you vote for him?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yes.
Because I don't know that he's a solid libertarian, and I'm pretty much, you got to be a hardcore libertarian to be a Libertarian Party candidate, and I just don't know that he qualifies as a hardcore libertarian.
All right.
So, but, you know, comparing him to a mainstream politician, I would say that he's preferable to a mainstream politician, yes.
Perfect. All right, man. Thank you so much. Yeah. Think about it.
Said all the right things because it was a speech from a candidate.
Yeah, but well, would you support him?
I support him saying all the right things. I actually think he could have been a good candidate for the Libertarian Party had he came out and said, I'm not a libertarian, but I support a lot of things that libertarians support. I don't support this, I support that. I don't support this, I support that.
All right, let me throw something at you, Steve, though. If he was the Libertarian candidate, would you vote for him?
Nope.
No way. Why? What's the major reason?
He's got some 2A issues, some gun control issues, and his support for Israel's weaponization or militant actions. You know.
Do you know how common anti-imperialist leftists are and libertarian members are? Like the non-woke leftists like me, how close we are and stuff.
Yeah, actually I do, because the Libertarian Party is the middle of the road party, and everybody seems to think we're the crazy ones, but we're the ones that are actually walking the path that is the moderate liberal and the moderate conservative is right where we're at. You know, until you get into some of the more obscure things, take it all the way down the road. But when it comes to everyday policy, a libertarian's going to have a better take on it than a Republican or a Democrat every day.
That's true. Thank you so much, Stephen. Appreciate it.
Mr. Vice Chairman, microphone 3. Microphone 3. Mr. Vice Chairman, microphone 3, point of personal privilege. Mr. Vice Chairman, microphone 3, point of personal privilege. Or, excuse me, request for information.
Can you please speak up?
Yes, sir. Request for information, microphone 3.
Everybody, please quiet down a second.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Nathan Madden from Arizona, is taxation theft?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
That was important, very important.
I mean, it's not a motion. It's just, it's not. So what was that? That was
Point of personal privilege.
that was that was a silly inquiry. I mean, that's a joke.
Well, it won 8 years ago. Yeah. At the convention, they resolved that taxation.
Oh, I don't think they were doing that.
Well,
Good thing we get to redefine it 4 times every 2 years.
I didn't like it then. It's maybe extortion.
Mr. Chair, point of information, microphone 1.
Angela, your presence is requested immediately. I don't know where you are. I will also text and call you, but we need you up front now, please.
I believe that the case is that a lot of these, even the questions they ask, are largely softball because they sound extreme amongst these people. It's a consensus. Which 3-letter agency do you argue the CIA? I didn't defend it. Next person. I didn't defend it. Next person. So I mean, we're radicals, but we're all fairly radical. It's not exactly debate if we're just agreeing on everything.
5:30 was supposed to end business, but the next order was presidential debate, 6 to 7:30, so we have an hour and a half to add extra in there. If the body wants to do it, that's...
Here's the thing. I've been mainly waiting here to call orders of the day. So
orders of the day.
I'm also technically second in line. We have a friendly situation.
Okay.
I was just wanting to make a point of information.
We're basically just doing the same thing.
Yeah, no, it's like, come on, let's get on with this shit. Yeah.
But the catch of that,
So here's the thing, we have time to vote for presidential candidates in the space of that debate instead. So that we could have a candidate response after Trump. Because I think that would be valuable while we do have media here.
The problem is, I don't think the problem is, Nick, the problem is, what I've heard is, it's going to take us it would take us an hour for everyone to get through security to see Trump. So if we do that,
it's just cutting it close.
Well,
Trump security is going to be lighter than RFK. Somehow the Secret Service isn't going to have the same scanners.
But here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. The president.
No, I
here's
just
the
saw
thing.
metal
The presidential debate not being business meant that it wasn't as important to keep everyone corralled, so people would probably just go off and get dinner or whatever. We're talking about continuing actual business, or so.
So here's the thing. It's No. We already did that.
We did that this
What we're
morning.
saying, what he's saying is that we have time there now. There's a spot in the original proposed schedule
We have an hour and a half. Oh, that's an hour and a half. So what time is the Trump thing supposed to start? It's supposed to start at 8. That was supposed to end at 7:30. Here's the thing.
Angela.
If we get in at 7.
Angela.
Yeah.
So we're going extra.
She was, requesting
Yeah.
there.
What is going on?
So we go an hour and a half.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know.
Nick.
They,
I want to know what is going on.
Hannah's one of like the admin people, so
Yeah.
she probably just has some. Like she's helping with all the credentialing and all the registrations and like.
Request for information, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Joe Carl White, Texas. There's information going around right now, it needs to be confirmed or squashed, that delegates for our delegates have to be seated for the Trump speech by 5:30, or else they will release those seats to general entrance. Is that true?
1 second.
Listen to this.
It's not correct, and I was in the middle of dealing with it when I was called back urgently to address it before I finished fixing your line and your rope and stanchion. So I'm going to let the vice chair continue with the gavel while I go check out the seating arrangements, but everything looks fine right now. Thank you, guys.
I already texted her. She answered.
I think there was a concern that they're already letting people in, that we would not be able to get in.
Oh, okay.
I think that was the concern.
So, do we
I think that was
tell them that?
All right, everybody. I believe that Texas should be done here shortly. So, oh, they're right there. All right. So if we could quiet down and please find our seats, that would be great.
Ooh.
Yes.
We are finding our seats and quieting down.
Request for information for microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Do we have media personnel in the room right now? And if so, are we going to have more or less personnel in the room tomorrow?
Could you say that again, please?
Do we have media personnel in the room at this moment? And if so, will there be more personnel tomorrow or not?
Personally, I do not know. I've been up here all day, and this is all that I know right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Microphone
Nope.
3, point of
No,
personal
no.
privilege.
No, we are going to hear an updated credentials report. Thanks.
We have no idea when you're talking. Please control the room before you announce things.
Can everybody please be quiet? That hurt my ears. All right. Are you ready? Turn the mic on.
Can you guys hear me okay?
You get use the mic.
All right. Gotta use my big boy voice because the mic isn't working here.
Use the mic.
It's working? All right. Never mind. It works now.
Adjourning.
Ladies and gentlemen here, just want to give an updated credentials report here. Currently, we have 935 delegates checked in. That makes quorum 374, a majority 468, 2/3 is 624, and then a 7/8 vote, if we even have to get to that, is 819. Thank you.
Thank you.
All of the teller sheets are in. Excuse me, I am getting tired. They are just doing their double checks, and we will have results in a few moments.
And while we wait, I believe there was a motion to postpone the motion to reconsider. And I forget who made that motion.
Point of information, microphone 3.
Could microphone 3 please speak up and state your name?
Microphone 3, Nicholas Conrad from Alaska.
Everybody shush, please.
Point of information, I have the wallet of Kevin C. Reed. Would you please, Kevin, if you're in the room, come to the Alaska delegation to collect your wallet?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, microphone 2.
Microphone 2?
Yeah, you were asking about my motion to postpone. This is Arthur DiBianco from Texas.
Yes.
I made the motion to postpone, the motion to reconsider. I mean, I think it'd be best just to wait until we have the results and then decide what to do, because it might be moved.
Okay. We should have the results in a few minutes. Oh, and we need to turn off the secretary's screens.
Hey. Hey, point of information. Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
I am Nathan Cole from New Jersey. I used to live in Maryland.
Everybody, please quiet down.
I was here during the height of COVID hysteria, when we were required to use an app to people were required to use an app to prove that they deserve to eat indoors. Every place in DC except for one went along with this. It's the Big Board. It's on H and 5th Street in Northeast. I recommend all of y'all please go eat there and leave them a big tip to thank them for what they did in standing up against COVID hysteria.
Thank you. And here we have the results. Never mind. Never mind my never mind.
Mr. Chair, request for information.
1 second, please. The secretary is going to slowly scroll so we can see the results.
So far, no. Tony wrote himself in. Noda's got 3. I think it's better if she. I actually think she could. I don't think it's her fault. Literally, Angela's. We're keeping her out of it. Now it's turning 13-13 in NC. Yeah, you have 40 allocated though. What happened? You have 40 allocated. That's bad. Pennsylvania goes big. She's got it. That looks to me like 54%. All right. Two notice on Texas.
Does anybody, and this probably won't be helpful, but does anybody need the secretary to scroll again? Let's just do it.
Could the secretary please
What
scroll
state?
again for Arizona?
Colorado.
Arizona, please.
And Arizona. Is Arizona satisfied? Do you want the reveal? All righty. Congrats to Ms. McCardle. Mr. Rutherford, would you like to come speak? Mr. Rutherford. Here he comes. We will hear from Mr. Rutherford for 2 minutes.
Have you ever seen Notre Dame? No. No, actually, yeah. Pennsylvania governor candidate.
Thank you, everybody. Thank of all of you who supported me. Thank all of you who supported Angela. This is an important
Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the Carnegies,
the London bankers, all that stuff.
Yeah, and they are Malthusians,
Right.
And they realize that the world is slipping out from under their hands, especially in light of what China is doing around the world with the Belt and Road, what Putin's doing in Africa, and the world is slipping out from under their hands, and so they want to declare game over. We've gone too far, and so in order to the world growth has to stop, so we stay at the top of the pyramid, right? And the lower levels of capital, like a lot of Trump's supporters, like the family that owns Hobby Lobby, right? Like Betsy DeVos, who was a Secretary of Education, the Carnegies,
the London bankers, all that stuff.
Yeah, and they are Malthusians,
Right.
And they realize that the world is slipping out from under their hands, especially in light of what China is doing around the world with the Belt and Road, what Putin's doing in Africa, and the world is slipping out from under their hands, and so they want to declare game over. We've gone too far, and so in order to the world growth has to stop, so we stay at the top of the pyramid, right? And the lower levels of capital, like a lot of Trump's supporters, like the family that owns Hobby Lobby, right? Like Betsy DeVos, who was a Secretary of Education, the Carnegies,
the London bankers, all that stuff.
Yeah, and they are Malthusians,
Right.
And they realize that the world is slipping out from under their hands, especially in light of what China is doing around the world with the Belt and Road, what Putin's doing in Africa, and the world is slipping out from under their hands, and so they want to declare game over. We've gone too far, and so in order to the world growth has to stop, so we stay at the top of the pyramid, right? And the lower levels of capital, like a lot of Trump's supporters, like the family that owns Hobby Lobby, right? Like Betsy DeVos, who was a Secretary of Education, the Carnegies,
the London bankers, all that stuff.
Yeah, and they are Malthusians,
Right.
And they realize that the world is slipping out from under their hands, especially in light of what China is doing around the world with the Belt and Road, what Putin's doing in Africa, and the world is slipping out from under their hands, and so they want to declare game over. We've gone too far, and so in order to the world growth has to stop, so we stay at the top of the pyramid, right? And the lower levels of capital, like a lot of Trump's supporters, like the family that owns Hobby Lobby, right?
Chief cook and bottle wash and assistant cook and bottle wash. Anyway.
Yeah, and that we have kind of a fascist-minded Eastern establishment that's trying to drive down living standards. But around the world,
Hold on. You want to start over? Oh, we're on the air, right? Yeah. Well, never mind. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Missed like the first part.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that, folks.
But then the echo started going crazy.
All right, so we're taking this over again live, so we have a recording of it and we can share it.
All right, let's start at the top.
Yeah,
All right,
cool. I'm Don DeBar. We're at the Libertarian Party Convention 2024 at the Washington Hilton in Washington, D.C. I'm with Caleb Maupin. He's a journalist with RT in New York. He's also a political activist, longtime political activist. His latest project is called the Center for Political Innovation. He's also authored a book that we're going to talk about now entitled, Do You Believe in Growth? And Caleb, good to see you here, first of all.
Good to see you too. Anywhere people are struggling against war and imperialism, I know you'll be there.
Yep, you too, man.
Saw you in Russia.
I see you all over the place.
Yeah. So there you go. Saw you in the streets of New York against the bombing of Libya.
Yeah, for sure.
Against the Iraq War, and so yeah. Well, I'm a journalist, political analyst. I lead a think tank called the Center for Political Innovation. We put out this small booklet called Do You Believe in Growth that we're distributing 1,000 copies of here this weekend to try and engage with libertarians about what's really driving the very sinister Biden administration agenda of degrowth. Right, and how it's very frightening. And around the world, China, Russia, Nicaragua, these countries are rising and they're growing. And what's this about? And how can we, as a country, join this explosion of economic growth that's happening around the world, rather than trying to fight it or smash it, which seems to be what our elites want to do?
Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about is a situation where people would rather blow the temple up than allow someone else in.
Yeah. I mean, the ultra rich have kind of declared game over on economic growth because they'll not be at the top anymore. China used to be the sick man of Asia. Now 850 million people have been lifted out of poverty. Russia was down for the count in the 90s, but now they've rebuilt themselves. And
it's beautiful place.
Yeah, and I think that there's a lot of people in America, working class people, small business owners, even lower level capitalists, that don't like the sinister World Economic Forum degrowth scheme. Right, this own nothing and be happy about it. I mean, we got to say no. I mean, it's against the American dream, and I think the hope is we need something like, they used to talk back in the day, a lot of leftists used to talk about the anti-monopoly coalition.
Yeah.
And that's what we need, an anti-monopoly coalition.
Well, the coalition at that time consisted of the working class and the middle class, and there is no working class now, and no middle class now, and the working class has been impoverished and rendered pretty much, irrelevant in the political sphere.
Yeah, and the labor unions are weaker than they've ever been, and the middle class has been just economically decimated and devastated. And we have a situation where Biden and his cronies are trying to set up a low-wage police state, and they're trying to save the system by forcibly impoverishing people. In this book that we talk about the Uhuru movement, which are a group of black socialists who do economic development, and they're in St. Louis, Missouri, and in St. Petersburg, Florida. They have a farmers market, and they've been raided by the FBI. They've been charged with being foreign agents. Their trial starts September 3rd. They could go to prison for 15 years just for some Zoom calls that they had about Ukraine. It's outrageous.
Omali Yeshatiel has been an activist for a very long time. He's run for office in St. Petersburg, Florida, where he works primarily. And they've been looked at by the locals pretty much as, well, gadflies, local activists, whatever, which I've also been looked at that way from time to time. Anyone that's really involved outside of retail electoral politics gets that tag at one time or another. He hasn't done anything to threaten the survival of the United States. Reading the pleadings in his case, for example, one of the things that he's charged with is based on an alleged $300 benefit he got from something, and then when some people in California started to advocate for secession, a very fringe concept politically in there, his support for that was evidence that he had gotten paid by foreign agents to try to break up the United States, and they want to send him to prison for that, among other charges that are ridiculous.
Right, and first of all, they didn't do it, right? They're innocent of what they're accused of. But second of all, right, how many billions of dollars of our tax money does our government pour into separatist movements to try and break apart China, to try and break apart, Russia, to try and break
decolonize Russia.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. So the idea that he got $300 from somebody to allegedly do something, give me a break. I mean, this is outrageous, and this is an attack on, this convention could be illegal in a couple of years. If they can get away with prosecuting them, they could outlaw this convention.
That's right.
I mean, you saw what was all over social media against this party and the lead up to the Rage Against the War Machine rally. Russian agents, Moscow stooges, freedom of speech is in jeopardy here. And that's why Tucker Carlson, not a socialist at all, a staunch conservative, is supporting the Uhuru movement. Because he says, look, they come for them in the morning, they come for me at night.
I'm remembering when Donald Trump was president and went to a summit meeting with President Vladimir Putin from Russia.
Yeah.
And because he didn't walk into the room and punch President Putin in the face, while he was there and when he came home, one article, Charles Blow, an editorial in the New York Times, called for him to be charged with treason, which carries a death penalty.
It's insane.
It's insane. I've never seen anything like that in my life. And whenever you've read about any prominent call for the assassination of a president, you usually read about their indictment and prosecution afterward. Charles Blow's still writing the same crap for the New York Times as he was then, only now he's joined by more people.
Well, the fact that now we find out the FBI was authorized to use deadly force
against Trump.
That's insanity, right? And the Secret Service, they're sworn to protect his life at all costs, take a bullet for him. So I think that could have led to a situation where the Secret Service and the FBI were shooting at each other.
That's right.
That's insanity. What's going on?
That's happened on the ground in Syria, for example, when you had the CIA's jihadi troops firing at the Pentagon's jihadi troops while they were blowing up parts of Syria. So our tax dollars at work.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with the libertarians. Our freedoms are being taken away, right? I mean, the government is tapping our phones and listening to reading our emails and violating our freedoms left and right. They had stop and frisk in New York City. That was a gun control policy.
Yeah, right.
Now they have these no-knock raids and all of that. And, we talk about the Second Amendment. Who historically has the Second Amendment been used against? Labor unions, African Americans, and all of that. So now there's this big push for gun control.
Yep.
maybe we, instead of taking people's guns away, we should change our toxic culture that's giving rise to these, mass shooters. Maybe we should talk about mental health and having services available to people. Maybe the solution isn't to take away what's considered one of the most traditional and important American rights, the right to bear arms. I sympathize with parents who are worried about the safety of their kids and the school shootings, so I don't want to sound like I'm indifferent to that. But at the same time, the idea that they would disarm the American people. What does that always lead to historically?
Repression. That's the point. You take the guns away from people or their means to defend themselves, and then you make them do what you want.
Yeah.
And they have no way to resist.
Right. And economic growth is what it means to be human. Right. We were hunter-gatherers in the woods, and now, just 8,000 years later, we've invented space travel and iPhones, and we've done amazing things. And at this point, the problem is not growth, as some people would say. The problem is that we have a system where abundance creates poverty.
Yeah.
Poverty is created by abundance. People are homeless because there's too many houses. People are hungry because there's too much food. Self-driving cars should be a great thing. In a rational society, it'd be great if no one ever had to drive. That human labor was no longer necessary. But in our system, that would lead to mass unemployment, etc. This is not rational. We need to do what they've done in China and in Nicaragua and other countries, rationally organize the economy so that small businesses can flourish, so that working people can have economic security, so people can start their own enterprises. It's interesting because years ago I wrote an article really criticizing libertarians, and I said, how can libertarians like Russia and China so much when both of those countries have a very state-run economy? And I got a very astute response from a libertarian, and they said, well, Caleb, yes, Russia, their economy is centered around state-controlled oil and gas. China has 5-year plans and state-run industries. But you have to admit, both Russia and China have a way bigger middle class and way more small business owners than America does. And they treat their middle class and their small business owners way better than America does. And I thought that's actually a really good point. And that a lot of people that are libertarian, they see the government as a tool of the big monopolies to crush small business owners, right? And so I don't blame them for wanting to get the government off our backs, right? Unfortunately, I think that they're going to have to come to the conclusion that just kind of getting the government out is not going to cut it. They need a government that punches up, right? A government of action that will fight for working families. That's ultimately what they're going to need, and they're going to have to learn that through the course of seeing, what's in store and as the crisis intensifies. But I think the road out of the crisis we're in right now is an anti-monopoly coalition. It is the big monopolistic corporations and the government that is just like their bought and paid for property at this point. They are the main threat to humanity. They're driving for World War III. They're attacking our civil liberties. They're allowing the United States to crumble economically. They're January 6th, they should all be freed. Blanket amnesty at this point. The FBI made that happen. Sure, a lot of them may have done things they shouldn't have done or whatever, but when we know the government set that up, at that point there should be a blanket amnesty for all January 6th people.
So it's a lot there.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this book here with the idea basically of promoting growth. Mm-hmm. I know they get socialists, for example, get tagged as being anti-growth, even though what happened, for example, in Russia in the 1930s and in China in the last 20 or 30 years makes that an absurd or an ignorant statement. I've seen, you've seen in Venezuela, the purchase of, the construction of millions of housing units while the country was being choked economically by the United States sanctions. Brand new apartments for something like a third of the families in the country were built in the last 12 years. Well, since Chavez died, what year?
Yeah.
6, 8?
Something like that, yeah.
So no, I would say even there. But anyway, in a ridiculous amount of time, the amount of time that affordable housing, 2 million at least, affordable housing units were built in Venezuela, we didn't build a single one. In terms of public housing.
Yeah.
If you decide how to allocate resources, how to incentivize work, how to incentivize behavior, how to reward investment and labor and innovation in a way that is intended to promote more growth and to promote a relatively even distribution of the fruits of all of this stuff, you don't run into the contradictions that we have where even though we can produce 1,000 of these needed things, it's not financially viable for the owners to do that, so we don't produce them, and ultimately the business fails, along with the customers.
Well,
Don, real quick, The presidential candidate you wanted to interview is back, and he said he can only wait for a few minutes.
Okay.
Do you want to wrap this up and then talk to him? I hate to cut this short. This is a great conversation.
Yeah. Can you come back?
Yeah, we can talk later. Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
be around.
All right.
I'm sorry we had to
problem.
interrupt, Caleb.
Listen, have a good interview,
Yeah,
and I'm
thanks.
going to get my booklet out to more
and I'll-
people.
and I'll see you around
and
here.
we'll be around. This is
Okay.
your area, right?
Yeah,
So-
thanks.
All right, folks. We're going to be right back.
I'll talk. I got it. Don't worry about it. We're on the air. Relax.
We're going to be
Now
right
he's
back.
going.
Don's got an interview with one of the presidential candidates for the Libertarian Party.
All right.
I saw him standing here. Honestly, I don't give a fuck how long he's got to wait. If he doesn't want to be interviewed, he can kiss my ass.
No, what he said was he's trying to fulfill an obligation, so he'll stick around for a little while. Here he comes. So I'm going to go in with Gary. Is that all right?
Yeah, go. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, all right. See you in a bit. How you doing? I'm Don.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Mike.
Mike.
Tremont.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. And I'm sorry, we were waved over here.
I know. Don't worry about it.
If you don't.
No, don't move the chair though.
Oh, okay.
We're framed. That tight. Mike, what?
Tremont.
Tremont. Hermont.
No.
M-A-U-D.
Can we call timeout?
Yeah. Hi, this is Don DeBar. I'm here at the Libertarian Party National Convention at the Washington Hilton in Washington, D.C. I'm sitting with one of the presidential candidates of the Libertarian Party. They're going to be voting on the, who their candidate's going to be here, right where we're here still.
Absolutely.
I think that's one of the main purposes of the convention. And his name is Mike Shermatt. He's from Virginia, and he's going to fill you in on his resume.
Thanks, Don. I appreciate you having me on here. Thank you very much. I'm a professional economist. I was a university professor at 3 different places. I worked for the White House for a couple of years. I had my own business, and I was a professional advocate for free markets in Washington for about a decade. As a second career...
Is a professional advocate also known as a lobbyist?
In some ways, yes. There are, as you may know, legal definitions of lobbyists,
Yes.
and I don't want to lie to your audience. I was not legally a lobbyist, but yes.
Yeah, functionally.
Functionally, yes. I maintain relationships with the Federal Reserve System and people like that. And as a second career, I worked as a police officer. I was on the road in Broward County, Florida for 11 and a half years. From age 49 to 60, which is to say until a couple of years ago. So that's why I spent a lot of time talking about criminal justice reform, but I also spent a lot of time talking about fiscal conservatism and monetary policy.
So let's go into some of that. Presidential candidate. One, there's the issues that matter to the party faithful, the people who are going to be voting here today, for example, and also the electorate at large. There's the existing condition in the country, a lot of poverty, joblessness, foreclosure, evictions and all of that. The infrastructure is crumbling. No one seems to have a plan for any of it. People are losing faith in the institutions. The polls that way every which way. The Congress with polling figures from 8 to 20% favorable and a 95% re-election rate still. People are really distressed with the structures. They say that they were so distressed in 2016 that they elected Trump and never should have done that, and yet things have gotten a lot worse in the last 8 years. As a candidate and as president, if you're elected, how would you start tackling some of this stuff?
Well, for one thing, we need to stop our government from wasting so much of our resources. And I believe our government wastes resources in a couple of different ways. First of all, this particular administration, but for 100 years, we've had a series of inflation that undermines our ability to make ends meet. And that's for all kinds of working folks and everybody throughout our economy. And I believe that Republicans have come and gone and Democrats have come and gone, but we see that the system stays in place. We have persistent inflation, and we need to replace the nature of how we set monetary policy in this country. I believe that we need to stop the Federal Reserve System from being able to just print all the money at once. It really undermines, especially working people, the ability to make ends meet. I also believe that we need to stop the government from spending so much money.
Well, one of the biggest areas, of course, is in discretionary funds is the Pentagon, somewhere around $1 trillion, $850 billion on the record, plus supplementals for wars, and who knows what is off the record, because I know that Rumsfeld lost $2 trillion, for example. And then the implications of that, because the money doesn't just get burned up, things actually happen in the world
that are negative.
Their own implications.
Right. And it's not just a waste of money,
it's
tearing things down.
That's
yes.
Right.
Thank you for saying so.
How would you deal with that? That
we
is
need
a
to
very
stop
strong lobby.
We need to stop it ice cold. And there are a couple of different things I believe we need to stop. We need to stop the idea of foreign aid. I do not believe that it aligns with Americans' values to take money away from families, among whom are some of those that can least able to afford it, and send it abroad, particularly to fund battle, to fund other governments. It's just not an ethical proposition. But also as a practical, as an objective matter, it doesn't work.
Right.
Foreign aid doesn't buy you influence. Right. It doesn't make us less, insecure. It makes us more insecure. It makes us less safe. And for that reason, I think that needs to stop. So all this money that we send to Ukraine, for example, has clearly turned out to be a waste of money. I think that we need to get out of NATO, for example. If the Western European countries feel that they need to spend a great deal of money protecting themselves from the Russian army, then they should do so. But that doesn't mean that people in our communities, right, need to fund that proposition.
The economy here, what would you do? Day one, you're like January 21st, 2025.
We need to get the economy much less regulated, particularly in energy policy. We know, as a matter of science, as a matter of physics, that the future of energy is going to be nuclear. We already know that. We just don't know how long it's going to take us to get there. So in my view, we need to sunset a great deal of federal regulation, or at the very least, make it subject to the approval of governors in their respective states, so that states can chart their own political future. That's absolutely true in energy policy, but I believe it's true in other areas of our economy as well. We need to release the power of free markets that have been pent up by the federal government, and we need to stop the government from wasting so much money. As you and your listeners, your viewers, are undoubtedly increasingly aware, the financial position of the United States government is deteriorating by the hour. There is no reason to believe it will even survive past the middle of the century, and that could be disastrous.
You know, one of the things that people don't realize is that not only does the government go down with that debt, but because they print money to do it, so do we. It becomes an invisible, well, barely invisible tax because it diminishes the value of money that people hold. At one time, when the majority of the people in the country owned real estate, for example, and had equity in it, they were insulated to a large degree from that. Maybe the grocery bill went up, but the value of their home went up, and the value of some other real assets went up.
Right.
Now, so many people, the percentage of home ownership has shrunken, and it's going to continue to shrink because the gateway in keeps getting more and more narrow. There are very few people who can afford to buy houses now out of college. And so you're going to be confronted with this situation where this last drop of blood gets sucked out in order the government falls and we fall with it.
I fear a government collapse would not only collapse the bond market, but would potentially crash the US dollar market, and that would plunge us into a recession, a depression that would be worldwide. And without a functioning dollar market, without a functioning bond market, it's virtually impossible to climb out of a depression. So I worry that that would be really a century-changing type of event, and we need to avoid it at all costs. That means stopping the government from spending so much money.
Yeah. And where else besides the military would you look to cut money?
Everywhere. And as a political matter, it's very hard, as you know, as we all know, it's difficult to get Congress to vote against a particular program, which we understand. But that means you've got to create a cap on all spending and then bring down that cap. That does mean our favorite programs, whatever your favorite program might be, is going to take a haircut. But the haircut has got to, there's no choice. It's either that or the government as a total block is going to collapse.
And that's where the fighting will then take place. We only have this many dollars.
Right.
What are our real priorities?
Right.
And people can't go back and keep their way out of it and explain to their constituents, I did not produce for you again because your priorities aren't mine.
That's exactly right. And I think most Americans are waking up to the idea that the people that control our government, both elected officials and relatively unaccountable bureaucrats, they make decisions you wouldn't make. They make decisions with a different set of values, a different set of principles than yours and mine. That's a problem because it means not just that program or this one is problematic and we can fix that. No, and it doesn't mean you replace this idiot with this idiot. That doesn't work either, right? Our problem is systemic, that we have a group of people making decisions for us that are not decisions. You would not invade Afghanistan and Iraq and kill 1 million people.
For what?
Right. By the way, for what? Right, so that a bunch of manufacturers can get wealthy.
Right.
These are just not decisions Americans would make.
But they make them by default because we end up with the political system we have that ends up making those policy decisions and doing those things.
I believe one of the answers, no such thing as a silver bullet, but I believe one of the answers is to give Americans a third choice. And then hopefully in the future a fourth and fifth and sixth and seventh choice. But the Libertarian Party represents a stark departure from the Republican Party and from the Democratic Party. And I believe Americans are going to like what they see. Our values, fiscal conservatism. We stand up for your First Amendment rights. We stand up for your Second Amendment rights. And I'll keep going all the way through 10 and 28. We stand up for your values. And the other parties just can't say that. And, I grew up as a Republican, right? Believing in fiscal conservatism and free markets and free trade. Wow, that party and my values went in two different directions. My family grew up as Democrats. My family is mostly still Democrats, believing that they'd stand up for social liberalism and stand up for your First Amendment rights. Wow, that party and my family have really gone in two different directions. Welcome back home to the Libertarian Party.
Yeah, it's an unusual moment. As the third party, in other words, institutionally, architecturally, the third party that has ballot access in all 50 states for a national election. The only
of the others, we're the only one that has ballot access in the last cycle in all 50 states. We're still struggling to achieve that in this particular cycle. So we'll see. We're working on it. It's like I can't make promises, but we're working on it.
And against it, there were changes made in a lot of states, like my state of New York, where they raised the threshold from 15,000 signatures to 45,000.
It's insane.
I was an election observer in Russia in March of the presidential election.
That must have been interesting.
It's very interesting. And I was in Siberia. And
were you naughty?
No, and I was only there for a minute before we had a plane here. and at Krasnoyarsk, which is a city of about 2 million people, dead center Siberia, beautiful city. And I was working with the region, it's like analogous to a state there.
Sure.
I was working with the regional administrators of the election.
Yep.
And so they took us to polling places. We walked in, it looked exactly the same as ours. You have the row of tables where we all meeting, working there for the League of Women Voters. A to E, F to, etc. You go in, you show them who you are, by the way, you show them who you are.
Yeah.
They find you on
produce an ID or some
That's
sort.
right. You're on the list. They give you a ballot. You go into the room with a half a curtain and fill it out. You come out and feed it into the machine.
So far, it sounds just like Milwaukee.
Identical to Austin, New York, also.
Yeah.
Okay, and then it goes into the bin. Okay, well, what do you do with the count? Well, we use a machine count. If there's a challenge or any question whatsoever, we audit it with the paper. It's still in the
I
box.
love that.
It stays in the chain of custody of the Board of Elections.
I love that.
Okay, so then, well, gee, do they have absentee balloting? Well, yes, some people can't get to the poll. We
Right.
have the election for 3 days.
Right.
But if they can't, then we send someone from the Board of Elections with a sealed ballot and a witness. They
Wow.
go to the home. The person
No
fills out the
harvesting?
ballot, they come back. So then,
It sounds expensive, but it sounds great.
It sounds like ours.
Now I
only
worry
better.
about the back end. Who's got control of all that data?
Well, and there's other things too. But next question I had was, okay, you have 4 candidates on the ballot. How did they get on the ballot? Did Vladimir
Exactly.
Putin say, hi, there's these 3 knuckleheads to run, so it looks official?
Right.
No. 150,000.
Well, and the party has to approve of people who go on the ballot, don't they?
150,000 signatures anywhere in the country. So if you can get them in St. Petersburg, Moscow, Vladivostok, because they're popular there.
Right.
I said, well, what we do in the United States with the 50 states might be pretty extreme, but when we do certain types of elections, we make you get some signatures in this county and that county because there's a sense of more even representation of the whole county. They
Right.
said that's what the campaign is for. If you can win the election with the votes of those people, fine, then you win the office. But mostly in this country, you can't, the way it's constructed.
Right.
And so you have to go out and get yourself elected.
Right.
So 150,000 signatures for a country of about half the population that we have, and something like 5 times the real estate walk that we have, as opposed to 45,000 signatures just in New York.
Right. So it's actually harder. I hear you.
Much harder.
Yeah, no, I get it. And we do have a problem in New York. And of course it makes sense, if you think about it from the point of view of a Republican or a Democrat, that they would make it as difficult as possible.
Exactly.
And I do worry that because we will do so well in 2024, there will be a political backlash from those parties to make ballot access even more difficult. So we have a big challenge ahead of us. It will be a fundraising opportunity, but we're going to need it.
Last thing, what kind of campaign? You actually have to conduct a campaign. You're going to have to struggle to get yourself into the debates. Probably won't happen if you just have any different things. I might have a few ideas, but we're going to discuss it some other time.
We have an ongoing conversation with the Kennedy campaign. They have not agreed to a debate yet, but I remain optimistic. Yeah, it is a good idea.
Everybody gets more visibility, and that produces more leverage.
Right. So we'll see about that. I've talked to him personally a couple of times. Seems like a nice enough guy, but it doesn't mean he wants to go on a debate with me in front of a TV camera quite yet. So we'll see. We need to come out of the box spending a lot of money. We don't have a lot of time. I'll be spending borrowed money. Yeah, literally, not metaphorically. But we got to come right out of the box and let people know there's a very third choice, a very different choice, a very differentiated choice. And I believe that's the right strategy. I also believe it's the right strategy for purposes of branding our party. I believe that if I'm saying something that you might hear from a Republican or a Democrat, I've misspoken. Right?
Well, not on the war, not on the military.
That's exactly right. So we need to differentiate hard. I also believe that we need to run as professionally and credibly as possible. So yeah, we'll lean hard into my background in public service and public policy. We also have 22 terrific professionals already on our payroll. We don't pay them much. We don't pay them. If they're watching, they'll complain, right? Because they consider themselves volunteers. I consider themselves quite well paid, but yeah, I get that. But we're ready to make the turn to the general election. And I believe that because we have worked so hard at preserving our credibility, we're going to get a very good look from the donors and from the media. Thank you for having me on today. And with the voters. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Don. Thank you. Thanks for being patient with us.
Thanks a lot. Same. Thanks.
I'm going to take one.
Go
I need
for
it.
it. Take a couple.
All right, welcome back. Craig Pastor-Jardula here at the Libertarian Convention in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump will be in the building soon. I'm about to have a conversation that I told you all I would go and get this interview. And it really sucks right now because I really wanted to dislike this guy. And we started laughing together and shaking hands and having a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Kaufman is sitting down with us. You might know him from the New Hampshire Libertarian Twitter account that makes 90% fire ass tweets and then 10% stuff that really is what I consider to be a little bit troubling.
Yeah.
Ever since the try for us Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard people to take over the party from a grassroots movement in the Democratic Party, knowing that we couldn't do it, we were looking for a home. In 2020, I went up to your state, New Hampshire, and I was supporting the Tulsi Gabbard campaign, and I met a lot of people like Reed Coverdale, who's close friends with you, the Jackman brothers, and we were sitting in a room together, and we're like, holy cow, we have so many things that we agree upon. A few things economically, obviously, we don't agree on, but there was a bond. And then all of a sudden, we have stuff like the Rage Against the War Machine, where we have people like Jimmy Dore, Max Blumenthal, Anya Parent-Pell on the same stage with Ron Paul, Scott Horton, all these other libertarians, and here we are today.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, and we'll get right into it, the first question right off the bat, because like I said, 90% of the tweets that are there are great. 10% we have a problem with. I do, personally. And just recently, you made a tweet this morning on somebody that you gave the same tweet to me. What libertarian books have you read and stuff? Is there a place for me as a libertarian socialist, somebody who believes in central planning, somebody who believes that Medicare is a human right? Is there a place for me in your party, Jeremy?
Well, so first of all, I want to apologize for being a further jerk and maybe not being quite as unlikable as my haters wish. I think that's actually more of a reason to dislike me, though. I don't speak for the Libertarian Party, so I can speak for New Hampshire.
Okay.
And I will be honest, while I think there's probably plenty that I could work with you on, if you want Medicare for all, I don't want you to live in New Hampshire. But what I'm part of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. I'm part of something called the Free State Movement. And our mission is to create a libertarian homeland. We think libertarian beliefs are kind of objectively unpopular. I'm kind of done with trying to persuade people on the left to become libertarians. And I just want a space where I'm able to live the way that I want to live.
Yeah.
And I don't want to deny other people that either, actually. So there's probably, in terms of the ways that we would have disagreements, I'm actually not here saying you're morally wrong and you don't deserve to live the way that you want to live. But no, in terms of me, because of some of your beliefs, would I want to live under the same government with you? I would prefer not to. That's not me even saying that you're a bad person. People can have different preferences, right? And so I see a lot of this political stuff. We want to believe that we can argue with one another and change each other's minds. I'm actually much more of a skeptic of this being real. I think a lot of our political beliefs are are downstream of our values, and I think our values end up relatively fixed.
Okay.
They don't change that much, and so we end up arguing. You're trying to convince me to like chocolate, and I'm trying to convince you to like vanilla, and it's like, I don't know that we're going to move each other here.
Yes.
And so that's the way that I see it. And so part of what New Hampshire does is we're trying to attract the people that we like, and we are trying to also give a keep out sign to the kinds of people that we don't like. And so I would guess that the people who don't like what we have to say, at least not all of them, but probably most of them, we probably wouldn't want in New Hampshire. The Libertarian Party, I can't speak for that. I'm just a comms guy in New Hampshire.
Yeah. Let me ask you really quickly. I'm just going to interject real quick.
Yeah.
So with that being said, before we get to, because you said you like chocolate, I like vanilla, but we both like fruit. We're both non-interventionists. We both believe in freedom of speech. We both believe in freedom of press. The things that are so important.
Well, okay. So I guess maybe I'm not even being completely honest. I do think if the Libertarian Party is to exist, it needs to hold true to libertarian principles. And so I don't think Medicare for all, which is a clearly not under libertarian. I think surely you could agree that is not a libertarian idea, at least as most people here would understand the word libertarian.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. How many beliefs do you get to deviate from on the Libertarian Party platform before you're not allowed, before you're not welcome, in the party? I think that's a pretty big one. Pretty much everyone here believes that taxation is theft.
Yes.
And so if you want to say, well, we need to tax everyone 5 to 10% just to provide them health care, that is going to be an offensive idea to almost everyone here. To me, I'm not trying to say I'm unwilling to work with you in all these areas that we disagree. We want to end the drug war. We want to end interventions abroad. We want, I want to end the police state in some areas, but not others. There are things that we would agree on. And to me, I am happy to coalition or work with people where I agree with them. I'm not like, we disagree on this one thing, so therefore you're my enemy. But are you a libertarian? I mean, it sounds like you're probably not.
Well, I mean, I would consider myself a leftist libertarian.
Yeah.
And let's not forget the Libertarian Party came out of the socialist movement in France. It came out of the Socialist Party. So, I mean, but there's different meanings of Medicare for all.
Yeah.
I don't want the state controlled, this is what you have to do, the leftist, social democrat Medicare for all. I believe that maybe if we do it more of a libertarian way, where there's a stipend for people who need it most, who can't afford it, that they can go spend it on the healthcare that they choose to.
And I can tell you why I don't agree with you if you're interested, but my whole thing is I'm actually not interested in trying to persuade you. Like I believe what I believe for the reasons I believe. I don't think I'm going to talk you off that. I don't think I'm going to talk your audience off it. And honestly, I don't want to. I think part of what I actually think there's a sort of a lot of libertarians wouldn't acknowledge this. I'm willing to. I think there is. I think if you got rid of the welfare state, I do think there would be more problems. I think there are more people. I don't believe that private charity would wholly do all of the things necessarily that the welfare state does. And so there are a lot of people who say, well, I prefer the welfare state to the outcomes of what would happen without the welfare state. The fact that some people, would die or would say, and to me, I'm like, well, no, actually, I accept it. I'm fine. I don't because to me, the moral principle that I put a lot of primacy on is this voluntary and is there consent?
Yes.
So my actual ideal form of government is basically like a competitive dictatorship in the sense that, like restaurants.
Yeah.
Okay. I choose where I go to eat. I don't vote on the menu. I don't have a say in how the restaurant is run.
Gotcha.
I have a say in whether I go there.
Gotcha.
And that's how I want government to work. I want to live in a place that's well run and there's not violence. There's not too much disorder, although I would tolerate probably at least a little. I tolerate a little bit. I get it. But yeah, that's what I want. I just want to live in and I don't care what produces it. I just want to live it.
Okay.
With free markets and competition and this kind of thing.
All right. So I have two questions.
Yeah.
Number one, then how do you build a national party in a decentralized movement?
Yeah.
And number two, if that's the way you feel, why not just use your own Twitter rather than using the New Hampshire Libertarian Twitter, where it kind of casts a certain belief that you have that's different than a lot of other libertarians I talk to on the whole Libertarian Party?
Well, I don't think I'm taking my beliefs and pushing them on the Libertarian movement. I think I'm taking the beliefs. The Libertarian Party speaks for what the Libertarians in New Hampshire believe. And the Libertarian Party in New Hampshire is like 5 to 10 times the size that it was previously. We have way more of an audience. There's a bunch of us here, and they would say we like what the party is saying. And so the reality is, look, for better or worse, the Libertarian Party is a democracy, right? In the sense that you pay your dues, one man, one vote, and that's how the parties work. And there are so many free staters in New Hampshire that they want the Libertarian Party in New Hampshire to be, running the way that it is. This is what they've selected. I think what we're doing is 95+% aligned with the national party. We're not trying to, we don't sit there going like, let's drive people out of the net. We're never, ever.
But that it's happening. That some people have brought those grievances.
But
people have brought those grievances to you before, right? But they've said, like, come on, Jeremy.
Okay, but this is, all right, but the grievance that you just came to me with is me, a person who believes in Medicare for all, is being driven out of the Libertarian Party. I don't agree with that grievance. I can't. You're not a Libertarian. I don't think even the Mises Caucus or whoever is in charge, again, I think in terms of the Mises Caucus, Angela McArdle, these are the people who control the Libertarian Party. So they have much more say in what they want it to be than I do. But I don't think they're trying to bring Medicare for all supporters. Like the anti-war rally that they did.
Yes.
Like I think the intent of that, as I see it, is to coalition with people that we know we disagree with.
Yes.
In an area where we agree.
Yes.
And I think that's good, right? But I don't think when you're doing that kind of coalitioning, like you still need to be similarly. The socialists don't want someone in their party that believes some of the things that the libertarians believe.
Yeah.
You don't want someone who believes that taxation is theft. In your part, in your
Well,
party.
maybe. I mean, there are the things I don't. The thing about it is, when it comes to like libertarian economics, I don't believe in libertarian economics. I don't believe the free market's going to just regulate itself.
Yeah.
I do understand, and I've told a lot of people, listen, when the libertarians talk about deregulation, it's not talking about a place of just being selfish where they want to enrich themselves. They're really talking about the same thing that we're facing. That's taking down the corporations, taking down the fascists, taking down the oligarchy, so therefore that people can thrive in a system where they don't have the government on their back. So there is some kind of similarities. It's just a different tactic on how they get there.
Yeah, there are some criticisms of corporations that come from the left that I would share. I mean, I think, for example, even just limited liability is a handout to corporations that's not valid. But a lot of them I wouldn't share. And well, a lot of them I wouldn't share. I mean, I guess to comment on something else you just said, I think there is also, you kind of get two schools of moral thought in libertarianism, but probably just in people generally, which is there's this sort of natural rights, deontological, like you don't have the right to do this. And it doesn't matter. You just don't have the right. It's instrumentally wrong to even take the action. And then you get a class that's more consequentialist that's like, well, they're much more concerned just about the outcomes. And so they're simply going, well, what's more preferable, that I tax people this amount or that people don't have health care? And they simply said, well, I would prefer that.
Yeah.
And so there are consequentialist arguments for libertarianism for people who are sincerely interested in the consequential argumentation as to how these systems work better. Like David Friedman has a great book on this called The Machinery of Freedom. Mm-hmm. So I think for sort of like the left libertarian who is curious about how free markets could potentially produce better outcomes, I think his stuff is some of the best out there. I could attempt to give those arguments to you if you like, if you want to hear them, but like, I don't know. Again, to me, it's not. I'm not a very consequentialist about a lot of my libertarianism. I think a lot of this stuff is instrumentally wrong, and I don't want to be. To me, like COVID would be a great example where like it's simply instrumentally wrong to do a lockdown.
Yes.
I don't care about the outcomes. Like I don't care. It's not about whether a lockdown worked. It's instrumentally wrong.
Yes.
And so, but we kind of can oscillate between which way we are reasoning, between whether we just view things as instrumentally wrong or we say we're judging them by their consequences.
Okay. So, Jeremy, here's my other question to you. Then if somebody is not for me, for instance, I'm not the quintessential libertarian that you would think a libertarian is, right? Okay. And you've pretty much said, well, I don't know if I necessarily want you in this party.
Yeah.
Then how do you grow a national party that can really?
You can't.
Yeah.
You can't. That's that's why the Libertarian Party is attempting to create free energy or deny gravity. Like they're attempting to deny reality in what they're doing, and that's also part of why some of them don't like the name. But they're 5 to 10% of America at most holds the views that would be within libertarianism.
Yeah.
And I think the evidence is very strong that you can't really persuade people to the libertarian positions. And this is something so many libertarians have experienced. I bet you've experienced the opposite side, where some libertarians have been like, look at this, like this argument's really good. But I don't buy it. I don't buy libertarian ideology. So I got the same stuff. I'm like, this is clearly true.
Okay.
Right? And so there's just this difference. The stuff that worked on me didn't work on whatever. I'm not saying it's supposed to. But so, to me, well, as someone who wants to be a truth-seeking guy, who wants to follow the evidence, well, the evidence is we have different inclinations.
Yeah.
You could argue where those inclinations come from, but it's not even necessary to know where they come from to recognize that we have these differences.
Well, how would you explain this quagmire then here? Then we have the Libertarian Party, which is essentially the third party now. The Green Party, the Independents, whatever. But you have the third party. And now here, from what I heard, somebody was telling me that the new members from the two-party duopoly, 60% come from the Republicans, 40% coming from the Democrats. You have a lot more Democrats in a more kind of conservative-leaning party, especially when it comes to your economics, here in this building. I mean, this is a huge convention with a lot of people who are just so tired, and they're like, they want a third party, and they want to be part of this movement because even though they're not going to agree on everything, those core values, the ones that we talked about, freedom of speech, freedom. I'm a Second Amendment guy. I was never a Second Amendment guy, right? But then I read Marx, and Marx even said an unarmed society is a dangerous society. It's an easy society to control.
Some horseshoe theory on that one for
sure.
Yeah,
well, he did say that. So that is a Marx, and I'm saying, and how do you explain this quagmire? Because it seems that you have a different ideology than what some of the people from the National Party, like Angela, believe, and these other people who want to open the door and get people in here.
Well, I would be honestly very curious. I'm not trying to gotcha Angela here with this, but I'd be very curious on Angela's answer to that question as to whether someone who supports Medicare for all, but a libertarian socialist who supports Medicare for all is supposed to be welcome in the LP. Again, the LP isn't mine, so I can give you my opinion on that answer, but I want to be clear: the most I can speak for is one state chapter, and I can't even really speak necessarily for all that. So, I don't know. I don't know how the Libertarian Party wins, because you're right. Like, if you want to grow a third party, you're going to have to bring these people in. But it means you're bringing people in who, under our views, aren't libertarians. And to me, and I think a lot of people here would say, we're supposed to be the libertarian. Like, the other part, the Democrat and the Republican parties are literally designed to be vehicles that you drive. Like, that's how they don't really have principles. They end up in different camps, but they're just vehicles that have been driven to a camp. Libertarian Party is supposed to have a clear set of principles. It's supposed to be able to say articulating these clear things that libertarians believe. And so if those things are articulated and you don't, believe in them, I don't know.
I mean, human nature means that you're not going to agree
we want
on
you to
everything,
vote,
right?
We want you to vote for us. Yeah.
Yeah, but and
right. So how many lines do you divide? Where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
And so that's why, for myself, I would say, again, I would draw the line. Medicare to me would be over the line.
But I just told you, my Medicare for All idea is for those who can't afford it. It's a stipend where they can spend their own money on their own healthcare.
Own money?
Well, say they get a tax write-off, or they get money from the
It's
government.
all tax. It's all the same
What I'm
thing
saying,
now.
it's not like the traditional Medicare for All, which says you have to use this you have to use this plan, this program, whatnot. It's like, here you go. We understand you're poor. We're going to help you out instead of spending money on all these wars, because war is gay.
Yeah.
And we're going to let you spend that money on the healthcare that you think that you need. So there is this kind of freedom aspect to it, but just making sure that nobody falls underneath the craters.
Yeah, look, I mean, I can give you my. I'm not gonna. There's like no chance that you're gonna get me on this one.
Yeah.
Right? Like, again, my view is always gonna be private property absolutism.
What I'm saying is, why can't we just agree to disagree, and
We
I still
can.
sit down
Well,
and break bread in the same party with you?
Well,
That's my question.
Okay. So, because I think the Libertarian Party does have a set of principles, and if you're describing some form of Medicare for all that's somehow wholly voluntary, I'd say just stop calling it Medicare for all.
Okay.
What's this need to try to take some system that's private and voluntary and name it the same thing as something?
Well, I say healthcare is a human right.
No, I don't.
That's
think
what
that.
I say.
I think that's
Yeah.
great. Again, libertarians don't believe in positive rights. We believe in negative rights. That you don't have the right to do other things to people. You can't have some right to an obligation from others. So healthcare being a right is saying that other people have to work to provide you healthcare. That is a clear and natural, inevitable, logical implication of that. And so I reject a system that says that.
Well, nowadays, I don't think that the enemy has to work to pay for that healthcare. It seems like the government will just print it out for you.
That's still paying.
I know it's just ridiculous. I'm saying I agree with you over there. So
I will say, all right, to attempt to give you a branch of like how our views can be compatible. My views are, I'm something like a pan-anarchist. I'm a localist, right? So my views are, because we have these differences, we can recognize these differences, and everyone would be happier if we can live more aligned with people who share principles. Like, one of the worst things that's happened is that we have to have one set of rules for 330 million people when we have all these differences and disagreements.
Yeah.
And so I would support you being able to achieve your ideas. Obviously other people in America I would bet probably millions of people are somewhere in your roughly your cloud of political beliefs. And I think you guys should take over Vermont, or take over. I mean, maybe you've already taken over California. I don't know. No, I know you're right. You guys don't like California.
No.
Is there a state that you look at and you're like, I kind of like that state's what that state's doing?
New Hampshire.
No!
New Hampshire.
No!
Live free or die. Listen, as an election integrity guy, or you die. So I'm an election integrity activist, and I actually got your number before, right? And when I went up to New Hampshire, the actual voting process in 2020, the way the candidates had to sit down and talk to people, go into the diners, go into the barbershops, I think that was just something amazing that you might not see anywhere in the United States. So I did like that aspect of it. But I think across the board, the federal government is too strong.
All right,
That's
how
what
about,
makes
can
me-
I get another state other than New Hampshire? You got a second place?
Well, I mean, I like what Florida did during COVID.
But you
So
keep
it's a-
naming conservative states. This is not.
Florida was a purple state. Florida went
New Hampshire's-
Obama. It went
yeah.
Obama a couple
New
elections.
Hampshire's
too.
a purple state.
Yeah, so it is a purple state. But I mean, that's beside the point, right? You know what I'm saying? What I'm trying to say is, first off, let me apologize because on one of my last tweets I said this is that idiot Jeremy Kaufman who is tweeting from the New Hampshire freaking Twitter, and it was a statement because it was kind of confusing to me too as well. I wanted to say, and you gave me the what libertarian books have you read, and I was about to come back like, since when do libertarians like the police state? Because you had made a tweet that said these people should get shot, some of the protesters, right, for doing what they're doing, for wrecking private property. And my answer would have been like, wait a second, Jeremy, shouldn't they just be fucking arrested? Why are we going to start shooting people? And since when do libertarians say the police state should do something so
Rothbard?
bad?
Rothbard had a whole unleash the cops arc. There certainly are libertarians who disagree with me, on this one specifically. But I believe in private police, and I believe that police should produce order. Like my problem, I think police enforce crappy laws. I think there are plenty of police who abuse their power.
Yeah.
And I also think there's a lot, even more police who cover up for those police.
Yes, it's bad.
The thin blue line, and that whole thing is a problem. I support, cameras on cops and transparency and this kind of thing. But I do not, to me, when Black Lives Matter is taking over public spaces. And by the way, I actually feel the same way about January 6th too. Which the only reason I'm kind of pro that is I don't want there to be an exception where the left can do it, but the right can't.
Yeah.
But as far as I'm concerned, no. The job, if you are to have a society, that is one of its most bare functions is to not let these kinds of things happen.
Okay.
And
Shooting people, why not just arresting Jeremy?
I believe the tweet says after warning them they can be shot. I don't even think it says just shoot them.
But even still, all right, okay.
Yeah.
I got a phone call from my friend, and she's like, "Look what they did again," and I was like, "Ah," and I was
I don't again. I'm not asking everyone. I'm not saying this is where the Libertarian Party stands. I think say broadly this is where New Hampshire stands. We're not that interested in coalitioning with the left because of what we're trying to achieve in New Hampshire. We're not trying to tear down the party's efforts to do that. We're not against them, but because one of our biggest goals is to be attracting the right kind of person to New Hampshire, that's not something that we're really leaning into.
Yeah.
And I think also I will say I think there has been a bit of it's interesting how the sort of Israel and Palestine thing has sort of changed alignments of camps in a little bit of ways that the positions are a little bit different because of the subject matter.
Yeah.
Because to me, my opinion on it is I'm a radically ambivalent. I want no dollars, no involvement.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Not a penny, not anything. But my impression is that people actually care a lot more about the sides in Israel-Palestine than they do in, say, Russia-Ukraine.
Yeah.
And so in Russia-Ukraine, the anti-war attitude was more ambivalent, whereas I feel in Israel-Palestine, the anti-war sentiment is more actively opposed to Israel rather than a non-involvement.
Yeah. All right. So a last couple questions because it's getting pretty loud here, and I do appreciate you sitting down and I get a more understanding of where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your honesty. Do you really believe this nonsense, this malarkey that you put out that we want to kill you, that's socialist or communist or Marxist,
this is the same,
that we want to kill you? I mean, that is.
We can say jail me.
I don't want to jail you. I just disagree with you.
Okay, but this is the core libertarian thing about every law is backed up by a barrel of a gun and the consequences of. Look, libertarians generally believe that if a law exists, you ought to be willing to shoot someone. Because that's what a law means, okay? That a law means you're willing to kill someone over enforcing it, right? Now, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't have, this is an argument against laws, but yeah, like, look, okay, we're in the same country. You get your Medicare for all system. I don't want to participate in it. I'm obviously going to ultimately end up jailed or compelled in some way. So if you don't want to kill me, we can say you want to jail me.
Yeah.
But like, that is what it means. That's ultimately where it gets to.
All right, so you're a full-blown, hardcore, hardline libertarian is what I'm calling it. He's a hardliner. He believes in all libertarian values. That's the way he is. The majority of your socialist or your Marxist or your communist, they don't really like subscribe to Engels or Stalinism or Trotsky. That's just a small bit. They're just people who want workers' rights.
I agree.
Who don't want like the corporations, the fascist government to take control. So they might identify as a socialist, but they don't believe in everything that Stalin or Engels or Trotsky believed. So why would we assume that just because of that, that they're going to want to kill you instead of just saying, hey, we disagree with you? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't,
because they're not full, but they're just people. I'm for workers' rights.
Because we don't. Well, so well, one, I will say, like, part of what's different about libertarians is I do think we sincerely believe in ideas. I think there is this sort of, it's maybe part of what's different about our psychology. I think what you said is true. A lot of people don't take their beliefs very seriously.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of libertarians do tend to take their beliefs, pretty seriously, and that is a difference. But again, I think if you were to really, and we can try to do it if they're interested, but if you trace through the step by step, I can't reconcile those. Because if I think if we went through it, if I wanted to live in accordance with my ethics, there will end up being people who want to use force on me in some
That's hard
way.
to deny.
Yeah.
That's hard to deny.
So
listen, I thank you for sitting down. Do you want to ask any questions to Jeremy while you got him here?
Just a couple of observations. One, you sounded like Mao Zedong before when you were saying that the libertarian position is that political power comes out of the barrel of a gun. That's Mao.
Yeah.
And it's also reality, and that would be, an ideological perspective that's based on the material world rather than on ideology, rather than on spirit or ideas or whatever, because that's practically speaking what happens. If you're going to draw you talk about drawing a line around this issue or that issue as not being libertarian, and consequently, you don't want to have them either in your state or your party or both, I think, right?
State more than party.
Yeah.
I'll let someone else speak for the party.
So, this is like a non-denominational. I don't want to say it's not even that, but like, I won't say not religious. It's almost like a religious state, like what's the term for theocracy. People have to adhere to this particular set of ideas, or we don't want you here.
I think it's I think this is clearly preferable to the alternative, right? Like people are going to disagree. We had 8 billion people now. It's one of those numbers I keep losing track of because you get one stuck in your head. It's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Do we want a one world government? Do we want one size fits all? So it's like, what are your principles? To me, we have these differences. We have these different preferences. One of the most moral outcomes is that, to me, is it's better when more people can satisfy their preferences. This is, I wouldn't exactly say subscribe to preference utilitarianism, but there's an interesting ethical philosophy called preference utilitarianism. It's basically what's ethical is helping as many people as possible satisfy their preferences. And I am directionally close to that in the sense that there are things that I may view as like morally wrong, but if you and other people want to do that wrongness like mutually together, it's fine. It doesn't bother me, right? And so like my beliefs are local. I want them for myself, and I think that everyone wants that. I mean, I guess there are people who really want global totalitarianism. Maybe that's some people's beliefs, but I don't think it's that many. And I'll say I've met a lot of people who feel threatened by libertarian beliefs, and if I tell them, well, I don't want to change America, I don't want to take away your Medicare, I just want some place where we can live the way that we want to live.
Yeah.
People are way more receptive to that. And that's, at the end of the day, that's all I want. And that's what New Hampshire is trying to achieve. That's why we're doing it. You can quibble with whether we're achieving it or whatever, but like that's what we're trying to do.
Understood.
And that's the purpose we're serving.
So, and I'm wondering, I'm thinking in practical terms about how to get there, and also what the nature of it is when you get there. It's kind of like, rather than persuading people that this is a better policy decision or direction or whatever, or that one is. You want to select the members of the class that already hold this particular set of beliefs and transfer that to a piece of real estate.
Yeah,
I'm understanding this,
Yeah,
right?
totally.
Okay.
And to me, this is not like, that's just as applicable if you're a libertarian socialist or a communist. Like, communists are also dominated in America. They don't get their way. Maybe communists could take over Oregon. I don't know.
Well, say suppose I own, I don't know, 1,000 acres in New Hampshire. I'm a communist. Under existing zoning, which of course libertarians oppose zoning because of restriction on private property. It's a police power on private property, on real property. That I build a little community there of other communists, and all of a sudden we outvote you in some congressional district or something else. What's your solution to that?
Right. Well, this is I mean, I am not ultimately a fan of democracy. Like, I would get to my preference would be to get to a full private property order. I don't care about the ability to vote in my society. I don't care that I can't. Again, I don't get to vote in how Chipotle is run. I don't get to vote in how all these things run. I'm still treated well. So I think what you actually need to protect most fundamentally is the right to exit. This should be regarded as one of the most fundamental rights that hopefully we can agree with across all political stripes.
Yeah.
That if we maintain the right to exit, the right to leave, then we can be tolerant of a lot of things that we disagree with. Like, I'm not someone, for example, I mentioned this before we got on the show, that I'm a far right progressive. I'm not a conservative. And there are plenty of people who, for example, would want a highly religious community with a set of constrained morals, or rather an uprightness to it that would not be what I personally want. But I think if they could get it for themselves, that's no skin off my back, and that's a win-win.
That's right. That's a different condition. We're talking, for example, membership in a political party, and so let's say, objectively speaking, the immediate concern is we're about to have World War III. Granting that, okay, with a war with Russia, or we have this massive amount of debt and printing press getting fired up to do more. A number of other, macro problems that are teetering that are going to get pushed over. And there's someone that agrees with you that these things all have to be dealt with, but they'd like to see Medicare for all down the road. And it's not part of the equation, and quid pro quo. You still don't want them to be in the party.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with some of that framing, but I don't think it's a correct or fair narrative to say that one state party, given the decentralization of the Libertarian Party, especially a state of 1.5 million people, is single-handedly derailing. Like quite frankly, if that's the frame,
I didn't say that.
I think
I said that. I said that. I just remember. Yeah.
I think you guys go around and explain it. Look, the Libertarians are good on war. The party is designed in this way that one state can be shitty. And actually, they're actually still going to work.
I came out of the Green Party. We had this whole thing happen about 20 years ago. Yeah. And here's the wrinkle with it in my mind. In New Hampshire, you go to the other members of both the officers and the people who do the work on the ground and say to them, look, we have an offer to work with these people that feel exactly the same as we do on these other things that are urgent for us to deal with right now. And this other thing that is going to be a problem down the road. It sounds to me like you're saying, I have to say, no, maybe we can find some other way of working with you, but we don't want you in the party.
No, I don't know what offer to work with anti-war leftists that we've even been offered or rejected. I mean, the people on the college campuses aren't anti-war leftists. They're mostly pro-Gazan and pro-Palestinian people. And they bring in all these other leftist beliefs that aren't, again, the libertarian position is no foreign involvement, $0. It's not, and I strongly suspect that, and I asked this on Twitter, by the way, so maybe someone can tell me, but look, if I went there as a clearly right-wing Jewish libertarian carrying a gun, would I, and I said, I don't want any money to Israel, would I be welcomed? I don't think I would be, because I think it's about a set of beliefs that's larger than just don't give money to Israel.
If you went where?
To any of these college campuses. As an identifiably right-wing Jewish person. I have a gun on my hip, I have a Gadsden flag shirt on, and I have a yarmulke on. Are people going to be cool with me at these protests?
What are you there for? I mean, when you engage them, what do you say to them?
Well,
because a lot of the people that are there are Jewish, and not only Jewish, but
yeah, but they're justice for Gaza or this kind of thing. They're trying to encourage sympathy for Palestine. I'm trying to encourage apathy. I'm not trying to encourage sympathy. Sympathy leads to involvement.
Well, apathy in the face of a genocide, if that's what it is, or
I don't care. I don't care. There's a civil war in Africa that's killed 300,000 people over the last 3 years. Does anyone talk about it? No, because we don't give a
Congo's been going since 1960.
Yeah, and I don't care about any of them because I live in New Hampshire where that shit doesn't happen. And so, like, my attitude is I don't want to be involved. I don't want to be involved in the slightest. If you're trying to get sympathy out of me, that's also trying to involve me.
Well, isn't it sympathy that the reason why people are saying that sympathy should be involved because it's happening at the hands of our government that's funding that and causing
the urge to help is almost always a false front for the urge to rule. The people who want to get your sympathy, they have something that they want from you. There's something that they want.
And I'm listening to what you say with that in mind also, of course.
Well, here's another thing, though, too, as well. Aren't you shooting yourself in the foot because when it comes to your beliefs that you have to be a full-blown, I'm not trying to be facetious here, a full-blown, this is how Jeremy Kauffman says you have to be in the libertarian value. If somebody's not there on an issue, for instance, I'm now for the Second Amendment. I once was against the Second Amendment. I think there are, but you know, I eventually moved along. Is if you take me and we believe on certain things, maybe you'll get me there. Aren't you kind of like casting me aside? And
I think there's space for disagreement. I could give you examples of issues where I think there's space for disagreement. I think there's space for disagreement in the Libertarian Party on immigration. I think there's space for disagreement in the Libertarian Party on abortion. And you might be surprised by my position on that one. But the
smirk on that face.
I don't see. Again, my answer: Medicare for all is not one where there can be space for disagreement. I think it is.
Well, what if I just called it healthcare is a human right, and you disagree with that too as well?
I would probably put that over the line. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we have some disagreement, but once again, I might not be there in 2 years once I join the New Hampshire Libertarian Party.
I'm not trying to shut down the dialogue. I think it's great that we have this conversation.
Okay.
I do think people, and despite my skepticism of persuasion, I do think it occasionally happens. You know, and so you know maybe it will happen here, and maybe you'll convince me. You know, I'm not trying to shut down the dialogue.
So listen, we're gonna wrap up right now. Don, you got any more questions? I'm gonna finish on up.
I'm good. We got to move on anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna move on. But here's my last question. So we heard the Twitter space where Dave Smith jumped in, Maj, I think it's Mike Heiss of the Mises Caucus and whatnot. That was a pretty kind of fiery debate that a lot of people heard. And they might have took one position or the other. Have you talked to any of those guys since then? Has there been some type of coalition, or has it kind of been like, this is where you stand, this is where we stand, we're just going our own separate ways, like the anarchists kind of like always?
No, I've talked to Dave. I've talked to Dave, and I've talked to Heiss a little bit, and I plan to talk to him again some more here before the weekend is out. I just haven't had the chance. I have not talked to Maj. I thought that whole thing was. However, I would be happy to have a conversation with Maj. Honestly, that whole thing was stupid because we never even had the conversation.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, he's downstairs in the Mises Caucus party table over there.
If Maj wants to have a chat, I'm game. He was unwilling to talk to me in that space.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't. That whole thing was, in my opinion, not really a conversation. It was like people who wanted to hector us, and I was a little bit. I will say I was rude in response, but I was rude because I felt like we weren't having the conversation. You know, you see it. When I feel like I'm having a conversation, I'll have a conversation. When I feel like we're having a fight, I'll have a fight. You know?
I know. Listen, and I get that. And see, for me, I think that a lot of people were excited for Maj to come into the party because he was bringing this whole group of people who have never ever thought about becoming a libertarian, and now they're a libertarian. And I think that they looked at you as kind of pushing back against that, and that's why there was a lot of anger over there and stuff. And I've even said so, like, why doesn't this guy just use the Jeremy Kauffman Twitter instead of the New Hampshire Twitter, even though you control that? And I've even said, like, and I called up Angela, I'm like, can you sack this guy? Can you take away his Twitter? She's like, of course not. We're libertarians. We don't do that. We're decentralized. So, I mean, that's where I think the problem is that because so many people that I know that don't know or understand the Libertarian Party, well, I've said we got to check out the Libertarians. The Libertarians is where it's at. If there's anything Julian Assange, free press, freedom of speech, because we're getting our awards demonetized and our outlets demonetized, and also they're non-interventionists. And guess what? For you guys out there on the left who hate the cops, these guys hate the cops even more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, why not? Just to ask that question again, why not just use your own Twitter then?
Well, first of all, I do. I mean, some of the stuff that there was problems with is as much things that I've said on my own account. So, and Also, there's also multiple people on the LPNH account, and some of the things that
They
people-
say they're not
people
using it
don't-
anymore.
people don't like
They
when-
kind of walked away from it a little bit.
There are some of the
Criticisms.
previous people who are on the account aren't anymore, but there are still multiple people on it now.
Yeah.
And that was their own choice. They're just moving on from politics. It wasn't an internal conflict. Again, I think as you said, you like 90% of the messaging. So we are doing some of this other messaging.
Yeah.
There's another set of the messaging that we also want to do that's related to what we're trying to accomplish. And so I think that's just something that people are going to have to accept. If you don't agree with it, don't agree with it. You can say your piece or you can ignore it.
Yeah.
And we're fine. I retweeted a Biden account from the LPNH account because it was a message I liked.
Yeah.
So it's like we're not trying to say we won't engage with you or amplify a message if it's a good message.
Yeah.
And so I think it would be better to say, okay, let's understand, let's recognize these are the areas. And for your audience, if you're trying to get them into LP National, you can say it's a New Hampshire thing. I don't know. Although I actually
I have been saying that.
I think it would really be good though to talk to Heist, to talk to Angela, to talk to the presidential candidate, and ask them those questions because they should be the one answering if these people are welcome in the
Well,
party.
they might be a candidate, but you're somebody who holds more power. You're more known. The War is Gay really took off. And you don't want to hear something funny like my other business partner from the Convo Couch. She's an anarcho-communist.
Yeah.
Right? You're probably an anarcho-capitalist, right? She's an anarcho-communist.
Yeah.
One of the tweets that I thought was a little bit too over the top was what's his name? John McCain's daughter crying over the John McCain's casket. I'm like, whoa, that's harsh. I wouldn't have done that. Well, Fiorella, who's an anarcho-communist, she goes, that's an awesome tweet out there. So you'd be surprised that people from different sides of the aisle, how they can agree on a lot of things. Jeremy Kaufman, thank you so much for coming over here.
Thanks.
I apologize for calling you an idiot. You're far from an idiot. You're just an asshole at times, but that's okay. You're a New Hampshire asshole. He's a Libertarian Party, New Hampshire. This is Jeremy Kaufman. We're here at the Libertarian National Convention. We'll see you in a little bit. Donald Trump will be in the building, and we're going to talk about China later on. Thanks,
Cheers.
Jeremy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Yep.
All right, cheers and salutations. I got myself the best guy on the ground doing the reporting, a good ally and friend. You are actually all the way in, I think, in the swamp of Washington, D.C. at the Libertarian Convention. And so, Pasta, you're going to be there on the ground. What are you doing at the Libertarian Convention, man? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to throw your name in the ring for getting the Libertarian nomination? I hope so, buddy.
Kit, it's so good to see you. I was knocking on the door because I don't want this Chicago pizza to get cold over here. It's big, it's thick. If it gets cold, it's mashad. It's no good. That's the problem also, too, with Chicago pizza. It's not built for delivery. It's not built for parties. It's built when you have the time set aside where you can sit down for 3 hours and 46 minutes while they cook this casserole and then bring it to you. But it is beautiful. It is delicious. And I don't want to hate on you for that. That's number one. Number two, I am, and you were saying in that last segment, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember when AOC was this and that? I remember a few things from AOC, Kip. I remember when we were out here for Force to Vote. I am in D.C. And by the way, I'm not at the convention right now. The floor is opening up, I believe, at 11 o'clock this morning in the news thing. And we're going to get over there. But my producer and engineer, Jamie Cheese Slice, you all know him and love him. He's not a morning guy. So we're waiting for, he's not a morning guy. We're waiting for him to get over here and pick me up and then take me on over there. And, you know, we're having a great time, though. We checked in yesterday. Don DeBar is with us. We're tabling together. So before we get to that, but AOC, because I remember being here in D.C., Kit, when we were at the Force to Vote rally, and there were more cops there than there were in January 6th a few days later at the Capitol. That's the crazy thing, right? A bunch of socialists, dem socialists, and it was a bunch of leftists. It was a hardcore. You know, Jackson Hinkle had put it together. Fiorella was there. Nico was there. Slow News was there. What happened was Andrew, who we hope to see today from the Assange people, and Misty and all those people, they were going there for an Assange rally. So we
Right.
said, let's all combine forces and come together and join together and push back. But I do remember AOC not coming on. I do remember them bringing out the zip ties and the hard artillery to get rid of. There was maybe 60 of us, right? And they were threatened by us. Forget about it. And I also do remember, Kit, AOC signing a letter saying that you should report. She was pretty much telling her people to report anybody who was being mean and bullying. And the very next day, the Convo Couch, along with a bunch of other outlets, were demonetized. And the Convo Couch is still one of the only few of those channels that's still demonetized to this day. AOC has never been about speech. She is a little socialist. I don't want to say a little socialist. She's not a socialist at all. She's a little authoritarian, right? And they believe in deplatforming people, censoring people. This is what she said on the floor certain times. So, I mean, she's really put a dent in my livelihood. You know what I'm saying? You know what it's like for even a small amount of time. Can you imagine 4 years? The Convo Couch, right? We've been demonetized completely. And from 10,000 to 40,000 subscribers, we were shooting it up. And then we just got the brakes hit on us, the chains pulled. And it was people like AOC and a lot of the other Democrats in Congress who believe in censorship. They are not left wing at all. They are not the left. So I do remember that too as well. I just want to say that before I tell you why I am at the Libertarian Convention. So,
but no, I'm glad we are talking about that. And by the way, folks, look again, Pasta to Go. Please follow Pasta on his YouTube channel. Follow him on all of his social media sites. He has done phenomenal work. And let me speak about his character before we talk about the Libertarian Convention, because I think this will be a very interesting convention taking place here. First of all, Pasta and his team have done a lot of hard-hitting ground reporting in Central and South America, also covering LA election integrity. Also, dare I say it, hey, covering also other states with their election integrity issues as well. And you've collaborated with people like Nico House, and you've collaborated with us and other content creators. And I just wanted to say, man, you're one of the dauntless few, and somebody who I could just say, hey, if it's happening on the ground, reach out to Pasta, because they'll give you the heads up of what's going on. So let's go back on target. Libertarian Convention, a lot's going on there, and obviously, you know, we've heard reports that Trump and RFK Jr. are scheduled to speak there, but I've heard from from a source, I'll keep them anonymous, saying that there won't be a debate. But Pasta, before we get into that, why are you at the Libertarian Convention? What's going on there, man?
yes, there's a few things going on there, and to unpack that too, we just got a little updated, revised schedule. There will be no press gaggle with RFK, so I can't go into a press room and ask him a question.
What?
They're not going to let me do that again, Kit.
Oh, come on.
Don DeBar is with us. He's cabling over here. Don DeBar, he works for KPFK. You know him as a regular on the show.
Yeah.
It's awesome. We are here together. It would be so awesome to have you here with us right now, because we're going to be reporting from the floor. There's so many people that I know. You know, I've done a lot of work in 2020 when it came to the Libertarian Convention.
Right.
Not the Libertarian Convention, but when I met the Libertarians in Tulsi Gabbard, I met people like Reed Coverdale and the Jackson brothers. And now I've, since that time, when I realized that, holy cow, a lot of leftists and libertarians, I mean, real leftists, right? Not the synthetic left that you have out here, but a lot of real leftists out here like ourselves. We have a lot in common with these libertarians. We're both anti-interventionist. You know what I'm saying? I'm an anti-imperialist. So are they. You know what I'm saying? We're both for freedom of speech, even if how harsh speech can be at times. We're for bad speech just as well as good speech. And we are both for freedom of the press. You know what I'm saying? We're all Assange advocate. There's a person who I knock heads with online a lot. Her name is Martha Bueno. She's from Cuba originally. So obviously she's not really fond of that government. We knock heads about that. But she's an advocate not only for marijuana, but for Ross Ulbricht, who, you know what I'm saying, they put this, and they have a thing going on today, a little event where they're going to honor Snowden, Assange, and Ross Ulbricht. And I think that's awesome that they're doing it. I think Mumia, we need to throw that name in there. Leonard Peltier, all political prisoners need to be released. So, I mean, I think they need to get into the mix there a little bit more. But, she's going to be there advocating for Ross Ulbricht because, he had the Silk Road and whatnot. So even at times where there's things where we don't agree with the libertarians, where I don't agree with them economically, obviously, I think some of them are so anti-socialist that they're ridiculous. I'm looking to corner Mr. Kaufman today, Jeremy Kaufman, who runs the Libertarian, New Hampshire Libertarian Twitter. And I've yelled at him sometimes. I've knocked heads with him sometimes. Recently, he made a tweet about the the protesters, the Israeli protesters, the Gaza protesters. Well, good morning, cheese slice. Cheese slice just walked in the door.
It's about time he woke up.
Yeah. He made a tweet that the protesters should be shot, and I was like, this is Jeremy Kauffman, that idiot who's using that. Not all libertarians feel that way, and the Libertarian National Party has been trying to get some momentum, trying to be the third party. Angela McArdle, who's, she came through the Mises caucus, but she's the chair of the party, has reached out specifically to people like us, Kit. She worked to get that Rage Against the War Machine rally going.
That was a great event.
Commonality with the leftists and libertarians, and that's going to lead you to my next question. Obviously, I'm here to cover the convention, have great conversations. I'm looking to grab people like Daniel McAdams, Scott Horton, Dave Smith, Clint Russell. I've already seen him. Redheaded libertarian. I mean, there's so many people there. I met people that I knew from my libertarian group in Vegas. I saw all of them there. There were people coming up to me that I didn't know. Like, hey, Pasta, I watched your show. And I mean, they're delegates. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? And, they immediately want to talk about the things they disagree with. But there's a lot of commonality and a lot of things going on that we have together. So my question for the Libertarian Party today is this. Is there a place for me, a leftist? I consider myself a leftist libertarian. Now, I'll use the term libertarian because I think that there's been such a suppression of speech. There's been so much censorship. There's been so much jailing of real journalists out there, that I had to lead with that and say, listen, these are the values as American, even as leftists, that we need to hold hard and dearly to our hearts and need to protect. And that is speech, that is a press, and being an anti-interventionist. So, I mean, the question I'm going to ask a lot of people today, is there a place for pretty much a libertarian socialist, right? Because I do believe in central planning. I'd like to see some form of Medicare for all. I don't want the government to control it, but I think if we had a stipend for money so people can spend on their own health care for those who need it, I'd like to see that. I believe it's a right, not a privilege. So, is there a place for me in this party? Because a lot of the libertarians, the majority of them, they're conservative when it comes to their economics. They want a free market capitalist system. However, I think that's just not plausible. Me and Jamie, we were talking about it yesterday as far as like regulations. How do we figure that out? Because they believe in no regulations, wiping it clean. Now, they do have a point. Most of the regulations are in play, Kent. This is so that the big guys can quell the small guys. Small businesses can't get started, and therefore they can form their own monopolies. And that's the truth. I don't know if you pull out completely, there he is, if you pull out completely from regulations, right, that's going to work. But there's a lot of, this is going to be the most, here, it's Don DeBar. You speak to Don. Go take the phone over there. You're the one who couldn't get up this morning. So, there's a lot of questions to be asked, but there's a lot of commonality, man. So this is going to be the most nuanced convention, Kit. There's going to be some real conversations here. There's going to be some real talk. There's a lot of things I disagree with a lot of these guys, but there's a lot of commonality, and I just wanted to cover this event. I obviously have the connections. I know the people. I've made a pact with a lot of these guys. Somebody told me the other day that Dave Smith was talking about like lefties. He goes like, yeah, Pasta Jardoulis is a raging lefty, but I love him. That's what we need right now. We need to come together. We, the people. Does that mean we have to turn libertarian? I don't know. I don't think so. But we have to find a way. We have to find a way to come together and bond together and beat back this freaking oligarchy, because that's the main thing. And that's another problem I have with the Libertarian Party. They got this anarchist view. They just want to be left alone, take everything off us. No, we have this machine now, Kit, this mechanism. And you're into like, cartoon movies and fantasy stuff. We got this evil. I don't know if it's the planet that's moving in the Transformers movie, or it's like a form of Thanos. We have this mechanism that's against us, that hates us, that doesn't like us. There's Malthusians that are running our government. Everybody's bought off. We have to find a way to come together to beat back this machine. Otherwise, we're not going to live to be able to tell the story down the road. We're going to be extinct. They don't care about killing us, and people have to understand this right now. The ruling class does not care about us. So we got to find a way to come together and beat them back for the sake of humanity moving forward. And that's why I'm here at the Libertarian convention. Plus, DC, I heard they got some good pizza over here. It's better than Chicago.
Hey, come on. There's nothing good out of DC, okay? DC's one big cesspool.
I didn't tell him that.
He was talking crap yesterday on
No, I was saying DC pizza. We don't have a signature pizza. It's all garbage.
Okay,
So
that's not correct.
No, that's
Correct.
not. No, that's not what he was saying.
No.
He was saying go get
Hey,
one of those
first of
giant
all, we're going to be
slices.
starting a fight here on the show because then we will.
The only thing we have is jumbo slice.
Jumbo slices come from Haight Ashbury in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Get out of here. It's
Get out of
crap.
here with that. Hey, hey, get back to work. You woke up late, okay? There you go. Get back to work. How does Kit Cabello run his office? Oh, it's an iron fist, man.
There you go.
That'll be
Get
a
back to
pro.
work, he says. They see.
But no, hold on. So a couple of things I do want to bring up here because, and I would offer this suggestion. So here's the thing. Let's face it. We've seen third parties get attacked more so than ever before. Like this is the worst I've ever seen third parties get smeared, get slandered, defamed, and all of this. And the thing is, I'm glad that third parties are getting more attention from voters, from the media. I mean, it's good press. But in many ways, at the same, I got to give my criticism towards the independents and third parties. They had their chance to really gain some momentum in 2016. The Greens, most notably, failed miserably. And when I look at the Green Party, I mean, I say, okay, great, it's another option. But boy, did they drop the ball. And many of their ideas got co-opted by the Democratic Party, and then it turned into another neoliberal wish dream in which they could use people, say, hey, if you give us money, we'll do this and that, and a Green New Deal and all that other stuff. And I say this because this is maybe a question you can ask the libertarians there. Are they concerned with, especially with Trump coming there, with the fact that he's a Republican? Republicans in 2010 took a lot of Tea Party libertarian ideas, calling themselves a Tea Party. Maybe you could ask the libertarians this: are they worried about their party and their ideas, even some of the good ones, getting co-opted by the Republican Party? Because we've always seen the Democrats and Republicans do this at third parties, take the ideas that are popular, co-opt them, and then make these third parties irrelevant because the Democrats have a larger platform, and in turn, the Republicans have a larger platform. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I first of all, I want to just piggyback on your comment with the third parties because you're absolutely right, Kid. I think the Green Party is suffering because of wrong action, right? Like they let the wrong people co-opt the party. That's why you see so many people splitting off. You got Zach Moore, who started the Emerald Party. You got some of the people who started Green Resistance, which is a party which pretty much built for Cynthia McKinney. I'm going to see Ian Schlockman today, who once ran for president, who's my good friend, who he can tell you a lot of stories. He wrote an article not too long ago. If you go to his Substack and check it out, Ian Schlockman, he'll give you a little insight to the Green Party. So they're lagging and they're falling back because of wrong action. The Libertarian Party, unfortunately, and this is so true, we have to point this out, Kit, they're suffering from inaction. They didn't have right now, it's their time. You had people like me. We had the Rage Against the War Machine. We had a coalition of sorts ready to go. And here's something that's very, very interesting, Kit. Somebody told me yesterday that the split of ex-party members, like in other words, it's like 60% ex-Republicans and 40% ex-Democrats that have joined this party. And I was like, wow, I thought it'd be like 80% Republican, 20% leftist, but it's 60-40. So there's a lot of Democrats that are hanging around over here, ex-Democrats. In fact, there's a guy who's running for president, Josh Smith, who when I already asked him yesterday, I said, come by the booth. We want to talk to you today. I know the guy. He's running for president. And I said to him, I said, is there a place for me in your party? He's like, he talked about Marxism. We talked about socialism. So it seems like they've had this little dance with the left before, a lot of people here. So they are suffering from serious inaction, that they don't have a serious candidate. I know a lot of people within the party, and there's some people, I saw them yesterday, that were wearing some Dave Smith shirts. And man, do I wish, listen, right now, if there was a Dave Smith, Clint Russell ticket, I know that's going to be like almost impossible for them to really win. But I mean, I would so vote for that there, because even though we disagree on economics, if you can go back and watch the Smith Dorr 24 shows that we did, where we had Jimmy Dorr, myself, Clint Russell, and Dave Smith. There are so many things we agree on that are so important right now. And these guys have been anti-Zionist through and through. In fact, it's like Clint Russell used to tell me, Liberty Lockdown. He used to say, we used to be able to count on the left to be anti-war. What the hell happened to the Democrats nowadays? They're just gone. And I've been able to say to him, listen, thank you, libertarians, because a lot of the libertarians, all those people that I mentioned, the Daniel McAdams and Scott Hortons, they carry the anti-imperialist flag for us right now. They were the ones that were pushing back against the state of Israel and the AIPAC lobbyists and been very vocal about it. So, I mean, they are suffering, though, however, because Dave Smith has decided not to run for president. They are suffering from a lack of having a real candidate out there. They really missed this opportunity. So, you know, I don't know what to say. It does suck that they have some inaction there, but at least they haven't, like, really, excuse my French, I hope I don't mind, I'm going to curse on your show. They haven't shit the bed the way the Green Party has.
How dare you swear? You're a
They haven't shit
professional.
the bed the way Cornel West has. And did you see that rally in Harlem the other day? I mean,
I was actually going to ask you about that because, like, here's the thing. A little bit off topic because then we'll focus right back with the Libertarian Party. But I saw that Due Dissidents talked about it, and I know to some extent Jimmy Dore talked about. I didn't want to talk about because how pathetic and sad it was. I remember my very, very, very first interview with Cornel West, like way, way back in the day in 2016. And this is one of the things that really pisses me off about the third party, especially with Cornel West. I mean, starting off as a People's Party, leaving the People's Party, going to the Green Party, having Peter Dow become your campaign advisor, running as an independent. Peter Dow leaves your campaign, and then you have this minuscule, lackluster event. And I think all it was maybe he had this fear of maybe he was going to become too name recognition and would be blamed, like how Jill Stein or Ralph Nader was. And he did the Bernie Sanders move, and that is find or worm his way out, maybe use the Kennedy RFK Jr. brainworm to worm his way out of having any kind of relevance, because it was absolutely pathetic and sad. It was something that will forever make me enraged at this election cycle because of just what a lot of third parties and independents really could have done, because no one wants to see Trump versus Biden again.
Yeah.
So there you
well,
go.
my producer has something to say about that, kid. Here's Cheese Slice.
I want to say one thing about the Libertarian Party is that they're very organized.
Yeah, they're on 48 ballots. They're on 48
I am
states right now,
highly
save for
impressed.
Illinois and New York.
Yeah, just going to that, what we saw yesterday at the convention, it's like they got their act together when it comes to running the show, but they're still in action, and maybe it's because they just got too many different ideologies within their own party that they're going to be fighting today. When we go there and watch it, there's going to be real debates on the floor. I mean, they're going to be really arguing about what their platform should be, but at least they get in the room together and have that discussion, where the left can't do it. We get together and then it's like, oh, you don't want to do things my way, then I can't talk to you.
Right.
But the libertarians at least are talking to each other. However, it's somehow it's leading to inaction, even though they're incredibly well organized, and that's what's frustrating with the Libertarian Party.
I would add on further, because I know there's various factions, but I mean, if there's like people who because I know Larry Sharp is going to be there. If you see Larry Sharp, give it say hello.
You
to
saw
him.
Larry? I didn't see him yesterday, but I called him and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, dude, I'm seeing everybody over there. And there's, like I said, there's libertarians that disagree with me. I already saw one of them. I'm looking for Jeremy Kaufman today, so it's going to be interesting. But yeah, I mean, listen, Jamie's right. Cheese Slice is right, man. And they are organized because they do stand on principle. They do stand on their ideology. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of their ideology, we were talking about the whole regulations thing yesterday. Like regulations, for me, yeah, you're going to have common sense regulations out there. All right. We understand that. But right now, the majority of the regulations that are out there are out there for one reason. It's not for our protection. It's not to make sure that we have clean air and water. It's to make sure the little guy can't make it in the sea of a bunch of big guys. And therefore, they can form more monopolies and control more people. And then it's just, you know, so I mean, they're standing on principles. They're on the right side of a lot of issues. And we are going to see it today. We're going to see a lot of debates going on. I'm going to pull a lot of people over to my table once we get there, if we ever get there.
Yeah, because I know you guys are on a time schedule, and I don't want to hold you up too much. So there's just a couple of things I do want to ask you, because I know there's people saying, well, maybe, no pun intended. I saw people in my live stream chat say, well, maybe you could worm your way in to talk to RFK Jr. But we also know that Trump's going to be showing up there. Any kind of talk of a debate, I think at this point, I've been told that's not going to happen. So how do you think this whole process is going to play out, knowing that RFK Jr. and Trump are going to be there? You think it's going to shine more light on the Libertarian event? Do you think there might be maybe a last minute change for some kind of debate or conversation? And if so, do you think the Libertarians will have their nominee? I mean, this is all a bunch of hypotheticals, but I think I think we speak about this scenario just a little bit, though.
The Libertarians are going to have their nominee after this weekend, no matter what. So who that's going to be, I don't know. And I don't think it's going to be Donald Trump or RFK. I think that they're there just to get some votes because they understand that, listen, the Libertarians don't have a serious candidate. There's going to be a lot of their votes up for grabs. And I think it's awesome that the Libertarian convention will take in an independent, will take in a Republican, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, there's a lot of Libertarians. Remember now, the best man in Congress, the best member of Congress happens to be a Republican, right? He happens to be a Libertarian Republican. It's Thomas Massey by far. I think there's
and he won his election too, especially knowing that even though the media has been taken back a little bit, saying that AIPAC wasn't there, AIPAC's influence is everywhere.
No, AIPAC was funded his opponents big time. So I mean, it just shows you. So I mean, they're looking for other options. I think the majority of Libertarians this time will probably vote for Trump over Biden, because they probably won't have a candidate that they feel could win or make a dent. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to meeting a lot of the other state representatives that are running, Libertarians that are running for state positions and whatnot, and just having a nice conversation, having a nice talk out there. I mean, I saw this, like I said, in 2020 when I went up to New Hampshire, and I met a bunch of Libertarians, and since then I've been kind of pushing this coalition. So, I mean, I don't know if parties are a necessary thing, but I think organizing is great. And I think you can come together as a community. That's great. And, collective voices as one. So I'm going to push for a spot within this kind of party. If this party has caucuses and it's going to allow members like myself to come in there and have good, robust debate, it's going to transform to what we need to do in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are we going to govern in real life? Let's say if there was a Libertarian and a leftist that came together and they say, all right, well, how do we come up with Medicare for all? You don't want to have any Medicare for all. You don't want to get involved with central planning, but we spend all this tax money for all this other stuff. What if we just cut the fat and use a little bit of that tax money for some of the people at home? You know what I'm saying? And find ways to do it. So there's going to be compromise that can come out of this. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that all Libertarians will say, hey, if we don't get a fully blown free market capitalist system, we're not playing. I don't believe that. I believe they're just going to fight for less government regulation. They're going to fight for less taxation. They're going to fight for less central planning. They're going to try to at least cage the beast, not kill the beast, because I don't think if they tried to kill the beast, they would kill themselves in the whole process. They're going to have to reach some form of compromisation. And that's why I'm here at this convention and talking to these people, because I want to play. I like a lot of their values. And I think if there's any party right now that if you had to join a party, this is the party right now. So
I would add on, in regards to organization, I've been thoroughly impressed with what the Libertarian Party has delivered, and especially what they did during the 2022 midterm election cycle here in Illinois, where they got all their candidates on the ballot. And that was no easy feat to do. And plus, I think as it stands right now, the Libertarians are still struggling to get their ballot access in Illinois. We're number one in being the most draconian. But I am ever hopeful to see these interviews that we'll be conducting there. Maybe you might even get a sentence or two from Trump or RFK Jr. I'll be wishing you all the best for that. And definitely send my best to everyone there. But I do want to read this comment here from Justin B. Thank you again for your generosity. Love you guys, but I disagree with the Green Party assessment. Jill Stein's platform is based, and we have a ton of down ticket candidates running in states like New Jersey. And I've interviewed a few of them, and I'm very curious to see what the New Jersey Green Party is going to do going forward after the election. All right. I want to see what they're going to do. Pasta or Kit, let's sit down and have a convo on this. To which I have to say, I've interviewed third parties and independents, and I could have my disagreements, but I'm more than happy to have a conversation about what further ground they can get. So, as a final note, Pasta, just a two-part question.
Can I just make one statement for that last super chat? Kid, I'm sorry. And yes, Justin B. I love you. Call me. Pick up the phone. We'll talk. You know what I'm saying? And look, I don't want to downplay some of the fucking members of the Green Party that are out there. There are some amazing members. That guy who just left that comment. You know what I'm saying? There are some people that I know that left, but there are some people who are still fighting within the Green Party. And let me say this much: And, you know, I'm going to be with Ian Schlockman hopefully today. I'm going to see him. I don't know if he's coming in today or tomorrow. I'm going to see Andrew Zygmunt. Ian was a old school, hardcore Green Party member. You know what I'm saying? You know, and we've talked about this before. I think the Libertarian Party, like the Green Party, and I think the Green Party might be a little bit harder, I could be wrong, where grassroots movements can be birthed out of that party and eventually, you know what I'm saying, can have a serious change. Unlike the Democratic Party, where we were all naive to think that we can change it from the inside, right? That was just a pipe dream. I think the Green Party, there still is that possibility that things could change within that party. You know what I'm saying? And there is a framework with the Libertarian Party and the Green Party where they have their feet dug into different states and different communities where they've already had a lot of that infrastructure that's built that would be impossible to build from the ground up. It would take some time to start a new party. So, I mean, I don't want to rule it out and say that there aren't great members of the Green Party and there isn't a possibility for change. It does look bleak, but, you know, Justin is 1,000% right in certain ways, but he's also some wrong in some other ways. And I'm just not a big Jill Stein person too, as well. She still has Peter Dow on her payroll. Okay, and that's just a big thing. That's a big no for me. And there's other issues, and you know, I'm sorry. I'm just not a big Jill Stein person. I once was, but I'm not anymore. But.
So I know you got to be heading out here because I do got a statement from good friend of the show, Roger Meadows, that I would like. Do you have time for one more question? Or you got to head out.
No. Go ahead. I got time for one more. You had 2 questions for me too. I want to answer your questions.
Yeah.
Yes. New York pizza better than Chicago pizza.
And first of all, that's sacrilege, but it's okay. Chicago, we already won our election. We are the princeps. We are the first among equals. Everyone's equal. We're just number 1. But here's from Roger Meadows. He tipped $4. Pasta. I'm going to read the whole statement here and just give me your comment on this. Pasta. How's the Libertarian Party, at least outside of Larry, does not support antitrust and worker co-ops? If you say that you are a free market capitalist who believes in competition, but do not put antitrust on Front Street, then it's a big contradiction. The left are supposed to believe in nationalizing crucial industries, then competition and compromise on cooperating industries. Worker co-ops can self-regulate. People on the right, especially libertarians, believe in self-regulation when workers have collective stakeholder ownership of companies and supply chains through worker co-ops. That is the best way to self-regulate. Workers will not put themselves in danger to make a buck. They will take necessary steps to create a safe workplace environment. They are not going to put their community at risk. Your thoughts?
He's going to have to add. Larry Sharp's going to have to answer that question. I appreciate if you write it down for me, and I will ask Larry that question today when he comes by the booth. So we'll let him answer those questions. Like I said, I'm not going to agree with everything with the libertarians when it comes to the economics part. You know what I'm saying? I do believe in central planning. I do believe in, unionized working. I do believe in co-ops. I believe in a lot of these things that, the libertarians, they have this kind of anarchist view where they just want to be left alone and every individual can make its own choice. I believe we can play in the sandbox nicely. I believe the Chinese model is effective. So, I mean, there's a lot of other things that I believe in. So I'm going to ask Larry that question. If you can send that over to me, Kit.
I will
email it to me, and when Larry sits down, we'll get that answer. We'll get that. We'll ask him that question. We're not going to share the same views on a lot of economics. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, there'll be compromise there, and that's the important thing.
All right, done deal. So I think as a final question, and obviously, I want to make sure you guys get plenty of time to cover the convention because we're going to be covering the DNC convention here in Chicago. So I'm really curious to see how it's all going to play out. But as a final note, what do you think the biggest takeaway you're going to get from this? Like, what can we all really look forward or learn from this convention after May 25th? Because that's when the nomination process should be done, and then the Libertarians have their guy or gal, whoever it's going to be their front card person.
Well, we're going to learn, but that dialogue is important, right? That we got to be able to have collective voices out there. And even though it's unpopular for some people, it's okay for people to say those things, right? Like we have to get away from the cancel culture. I think that more than anything, the Libertarian Party lifts up, I don't know what the word is, but invites, some form of dialogue as much as possible, different ideas, good ideas, bad ideas. They're free speech absolutists. So I think at the end of the day, when we see some leftists out there, I think that, I do represent a lot of leftists out there. There's our other people, obviously the PSL people and the Dem Socials. They'll say, Pasta's not a leftist. He's not a true Marxist. But remember, Don DeBarra is going to be with me today. He's a Marxist. And I think that it's going to be about, we need to have more dialogue moving forward, healthy dialogue. We have to get as far away from the cancel culture as possible. the American left is weaponized it weaponized speech, right? So it's we have to get back away from that. We have to understand that there's a lot of people with different ideas than us that are our neighbors. There are a group of libertarians out there that say stupid shit like socialists want to kill us. Like, shut up, dude. Yeah, I mean, those are the Jeremy Kaufmans and all that stuff, and they still live in that kind of like CIA stupid rhetoric. But no, I mean, I think there's a lot of people who identify as a socialist or a democratic socialist because they just want workers' rights. They want to see the corporations. They want to see the corporations halt and taking advantage of the workers there. They want to seize the means of production of sorts. They just want to see more for workers. We don't have communism. We don't have capitalism in the United States. We have this kind of techno fascist, like woke kind of BS type of government. And that's what's running stuff. We're getting closer to feudalism than ever before. So,
whoa! I gotta stop you there. Chicago, we have already perfected neoliberal feudalism here. We have dynastic families, and that's how it's done. Hey, so everyone's taking notes from Chicago, but I'm glad you brought up how like you got some libertarians like saying, "Oh, Chicago's a communist socialist utopia." Just show them this, show them the source, and say, "Hey, look, you need different words because Chicago is not a communist, socialist, Marxist, Leninist, whatever kind of utopia. It's a corporatist nightmare." And be sure to explain to them that voter turnout is extremely low because people have given up on Chicago politics. Except for me, because I like to stab myself in the leg a lot because I guess I like to cover it. But there we go. But Pasta, as always, you're doing some great work. I do want to give you one more shout out, though. First of all, this was from Aspen Fallen early on. Always have my respect after the Lahaina reporting. Pasta, you were one of the dauntless few to really cover Lahaina and do a thorough job in not only interviewing the people, but doing the groundwork and speaking to people after the crisis there. And just outstanding work again. And we can never forget about Lahaina. So hey, do the great work like I know you do. I'll be sure to share your content on social media and just keep kicking ass, Pasta. Where can people follow you online so they can help you out even further?
Go to @YoPasta at Twitter. I think the link tree is up there, right? Is the link tree?
I'll post your link.
I got a link
the
tree.
video. Yeah.
I got to go check that personal Twitter, but you can find me at the Pasta to Go Show. Is that Twitter? It's not really a lot of people on it, but just go to mine @YoPasta, and it will lead you to our YouTube. It will lead you to our Rumble. It will lead you to our Twitter where you can watch shows, all that good stuff there. I have an amazing team. Cheese Slice, one of the producers. Joey Sakata, who's been doing some work, and another person that I don't name. We keep her name silent, but I have an amazing team, and we're all committed to really just bringing boots on the ground journalism and a good show, promoting conversations, promoting ideas, finding compromise, and bringing you the real news on the ground. Because man, we have a propaganda machine that's just running wild, Kit, and it's up to us to push back against them. So we'll see what we can do, and just go find us and find all the shows and then the ways to help the show. Please, I'm supposed to be going to Mexico to observe their election next week. I'm running out of money, so I need help.
No problem.
Go join our Patreon.
So as they should. But
I got a lot of pizza reviews and food cooking on my Patreon and our locals. So please go join that. Help us out. Help independent media.
As they should. But Pasta, all the best to you. We're gonna have music by Jesse Jet because we're gonna be clipping this. So obviously we're gonna have not music yet. We're gonna continue on with the rest of our main show, folks. We're gonna have ourselves a Super Friday show. So that's why if you're watching us on Can TV, you should be checking us out every Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. Central on YouTube, Rumble, Rock, and Odyssey and Kick. Pasta, as always, be sure to educate the libertarians why Chicago-style pizza is the best because it's the most libertarian. We got 4 different types. There we go. Ending the interview quickly in 3, 2, 1. Much love to you, brother.
We have those types of pizza.
Now what you're following, that's idolatry, that's just fate. And all that wallowing that you tolerate, that's not faith. The kings of colony watched autonomy make our graves. The kings of colony know no policy, only rape.
Hey, this is Don DeBar. I'm at the Libertarian Party National Convention. The huge queue to get in to see Trump that we've been witnessing in front of our booth in the entire media area and all of the areas around it swamped with bodies for the last hour, hour and a half, is finally dissipated. We're going to be coming back with some of the interviews and other conversations that we've had during the course of the day and yesterday later, and some new folks coming up to talk too. We're hoping to get an interview with the newly re-elected chair of the Libertarian Party, Angela McArdle. We found out about half an hour ago that she has been re-elected for the next 2-year term. And we're going to be speaking with people who, as they come out after hearing former President Donald Trump speak. We spoke with a bunch of people waiting online and asked them what they were doing here, what they thought about what's happening inside the party with the elections of officers and such, and also why they're here and why they were lining up to see Trump. And we'll play some of that for you later on, too. And now we're going to go back to the program that you were watching before with Pasta yesterday, right now. And that's over. So the next thing we have for you is... Yeah, we're going to figure that. I guess I can talk while we do this. I had the chance to interview Caleb Maupin earlier, and I know we had an audio problem. That was partly, that was part of the impact we suffered from the mob of people that were lining up to see President Trump speak in a little while. One of the things that Caleb was talking about is a book that he wrote, which is about the function of economic growth in the development of society. And he starts with the way Karl Marx described this phenomenon back in 1848 and for a few decades thereafter, with things like the fact that you cannot develop a society without developing the economic basis for the society you want to build. In other words, if you do not have the wherewithal for everyone to have plenty because there isn't enough stuff to spread around, then you're not going to have that reflected. Things shake out around what there is to work with in the material sense of it. And so the solution to the problem of inequality in this line of thinking isn't to divide the scarcity more evenly, but rather to eliminate the scarcity and divide the fruit evenly, which will happen as a consequence of the production of enough things for everyone. I know this sounds strange to people that think, oh my God, we're destroying the world, and if we make more stuff, we're just going to choke it to death. And so I have enough, and no one else should strive for it. This is a mindset that leads to the current situation that we have, one could call cultural imperialism, where this very same life that people here live and expect to be able to live is denied people in other parts of the world over things like carbon credits and such. China developing an economy, for example, for 1.5 billion people has to be throttled and made to do so in a way that the Western economy did not, saying, well, the West polluted the world already too much, and so if you don't get to pollute it at all, and we don't really care what happens to you as a consequence of that. That's the underlying thinking behind this. And he challenges that in a much more articulate way than I am. Admittedly, he wasn't in this studio here for 2 days straight before he wrote this, although he does work an awful lot of hours and awful hard. But this argues that the solution to the problem of inequality in the world is to build prosperity. This is also the thinking in China. And this is, if what's happened in China in terms of the economic development is a reflection of that thinking, then I would say in that sphere it works. So we are still here in the Libertarian National Convention, and we're looking to queue up something.
The crowd video.
The crowd video, and it's almost ready?
Yeah, I can do it.
We can do that right now. Okay, this is Pasta and I walking through the crowd that was online. Now they're just getting inside the ballroom where it's going to happen, to see ex-President Donald Trump speak here at the Libertarian National Convention, and this is what some of those folks had to say about that.
Hey, how you doing today? This is Craig Pastor-Jardula. You got it rolling? Video's rolling. We are here at the Libertarian National Convention. Everybody's lined up, getting ready to see Donald Trump. Sir, I can see Pat Dixon. First of all, are you a delegate?
Yes, I'm a delegate from Texas.
Were you happy with the chair results?
No.
Why not?
Mark Rutherford was my model for how to be a chair before I became chair in Texas. He's exemplary. I'm very concerned with the way Angela's handled the convention thus far. I think some of the rulings have just been wrong, and you can see the results of the party financially under her leadership.
Okay, but I'm a leftist libertarian of sorts. I don't even know if I'm a libertarian. I haven't been registered as a libertarian, but I'm a leftist, and I joined the party because Angela extended an olive branch to a lot of anti-imperialist leftists. We had the Rage Against the War Machine. A lot of us have come together and seeing what you're all about as a libertarian party. Doesn't she deserve some credit for that?
Sure. Welcome. Welcome anybody. If you believe in our principles, welcome. So I'm not going to criticize somebody for bringing in people who really understand libertarianism and care about our principles. Yeah. I'm concerned that some of what I see looks like an abandonment of our principles, and especially not conducting business properly, which is why we're here.
Gotcha.
I'm just concerned about that. I've been to every national convention since 2002. Yeah. This is bad.
Well, Rutherford, right? He has a chance to be the vice chair. Is he going to go for that vice chair?
You got to ask him.
Okay. Why are we here in line right now? Why are you going inside to see Donald Trump?
I'm going to sit there with my arms folded and not say a damn thing. I don't know what I think about this. So, in one respect, there's a lot of people here. That's good. But I am very concerned about the perception. Another concern I have about what Angela did is the way this was presented. It looked like we were on Trump's side when they said Vivek was pro-liberty. Yeah. Why are we talking about other people pro-liberty? That's the idea of having this. I'm mixed on that, but the way it was presented, I don't like.
You know, something that's really bothered me is the fact that the Libertarian Party has established themselves, Pat, as the third party now. Green Party gone, independents, whatever. You're not going to have, I don't want to say a useless or a lone, not a great candidate, but not a well-known candidate is coming out. I think a lot of people were hoping that Dave Smith might have ran because he has a populist kind of message and a big outreach. What are your concerns about that?
Well, sort of a long story. It used to be that there was this guy that went around and said, be peaceful, do unto others as you... And that person died, and for about 300 years, his followers were underground in the catacombs until one day Constantine looks up in the sky and sees a Cairo. I don't expect overnight success, but we need to be in the game and keep our principles intact. Otherwise, we disappear.
Pat, thank you so much for your time, and good luck with the convention. You guys want to interview? You good? Would you like to do a quick interview? Or?
Sure, if you can keep moving with me.
We'll keep moving with you. What's your name?
Jacob Hubert.
Jacob, are you happy or upset with the results from the chair vote this morning?
Very happy with the chair results. I think Angela's done an amazing job. Very happy she'll be guiding the party over the next 2 years.
What has she done that makes you happy?
She keeps the message pure. She's keeping it focused on pure libertarianism, keeping the emphasis on opposing war and supporting peace. If you heard the nomination speech for her today and by her today, she clearly understands what this party is for. It's for spreading that message of peace and freedom uncompromisingly above all else, and she's done so much to keep this party on track. She's worked so hard. She has totally earned another 2 years in that position.
What do you think about Trump and Vivek coming to this whole convention? Because a lot of libertarians were upset. We saw there was almost a fight downstairs. They tried to stall out the time for RFK to get on stage. But at the press conference today, Angela said she thinks it's great because there's a lot of eyes here, media, the whole 9 yards. What are your thoughts?
Exactly. You would not have all these news cameras covering this convention, not only for Trump, but leading up up to this if these guys weren't here. So it's bringing eyes to the libertarians in their convention. And what's the cost? Are Trump and Vivek going to sway people away from libertarianism? Of course not. These people have lots of convictions already. So it brings attention to it. It's fun and interesting for the people here. It's making all of our lives more interesting. So why not do it? I think it was a great move on her part to bring those people in.
You're going to come out of this Libertarian convention with a candidate that's not well known. Is it a lost opportunity, or is just stay the course?
I don't think it's a lost opportunity. I think there are a number of very good candidates. I think Michael Rechtenwald especially is a great candidate to carry forward that same message of peace and freedom. So I think the party could be very well positioned coming out of this.
Hey, man, thank you so much for your time, Jacob. You have a great convention. Mike, I'm here because of Angela. I'm an anti-imperialist leftist. I was part of the whole Rage Against the War Machine. I hosted for Jimmy Dore for a little while, Kim Iverson. So I'm an anti-imperialist left that's trying to find a home in the Libertarian Party, if you guys have me.
Very nice. Very cool.
Pleasure. You do? You have a place for me?
Yes, but I don't want to.
You don't want to talk about it. Hey, does anybody want to do a quick interview real quick? Just talk about what's going on? Hey, how you doing? What's your name?
Jessica.
Jessica, are you happy or mad at the results from the chair vote today?
Oh no, I'm really excited. Angela McArdle is specifically, God, she's very skilled. She knows what she's doing. She's putting the Libertarian Party on the map, as you can see right now. Trump would never be here had she not invited him, nor Vivek or RFK. Now this Libertarian Party is the center of the political world. This is our weekend, and everyone's being exposed to it. She is the best, and I'm so happy.
What are your thoughts on Trump, RFK, and Vivek coming? There was a lot of libertarians that were upset. There was a little scrimmage, little scuffle downstairs. What are your thoughts on them coming to this convention?
Well, you know, I'm not surprised, but I think it's all very positive because it's drawing attention to us. We are now relevant. We're just not a bunch of stoner hippies who want to legalize all drugs. We're a serious political party, and we have a voice here, and people are here because Trump's here, so we're exposing it. They care about our ideas. If they didn't care, we weren't relevant, Trump's not going to be here. Look at everybody here. So
I'm a leftist that likes all your libertarian views, but I do believe in central planning, that it could work. I do believe that healthcare is a right. Is there a home for me here in the Libertarian Party as a leftist who does have socialist views?
Absolutely, but we're going to give you a lot of criticism because historically socialism, it doesn't work, it hasn't worked, and it never will work. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Hey, you want to do a quick interview? No, everybody want to do a quick? Hey, you want to do a quick? Yeah, you do. This guy was getting battery life. Hey, man, were you happy, upset at the results today from the chair vote?
Oh, yeah, no, I think it's great. You got to name a leader, and if there's any support that's going to be continuing to carry the party forward with a consistent message, someone who knows what's going on, has a vision. These things are more than 1 or 2 years. It can take 3 or 4, and so, yeah, I think she should take another couple of years and do a good job.
I think she's done a great job. She's brought a lot of people together. I'm certainly here because of her. I'm a leftist that participated against the Rage Against the War Machine, that whole 9 yards. I'm a leftist who believes in central planning, that it could work. I believe Medicare is a human right. Is there a place for me in this party here as a leftist who does have some socialist ideas?
Well, you know, people often misunderstand the idea of socialism and what they're really looking at, which is the question of, can we find a way where everyone within the society has their basic needs met? And to that stance, I think that libertarians have a lot to say because that's what we really believe in. We believe in finding a system and a way of living that gives everybody the greatest outcome. And that every time we try freedom, we find more solutions and more ways to get past the idea that money is the only way that we solve it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Robert. Javier Milei, buyer's remorse or happy?
Well, I'm not an expert, but I'd say generally happy.
Despite the fact that he's exited BRICS, kind of bought into the Fed, he's an interventionist with Ukraine and Israel. Your thoughts on that?
So I don't know what his foreign policy is. I'm not an expert on what he's done, so I can't make specific comments. My understanding, which could be incorrect, is that he's cut things by 20-30%, and you know, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Are you happy or upset with the results of the chair, Angela, getting reelected today?
I thought we had 2 good candidates, so, you know.
You have a great time, Ed. Have a good one. You guys go ahead and get caught up. I don't want to cut you in the line a little bit. Who's that? Tim from... That's it, okay.
Organizers for the race rally.
Yes, that's it, guys. I was just talking about, hey, look, I'm here now. Angela got me here, right? She won today.
Thank you for all your support with the rally.
Appreciate it. No, guys, thank you so much, too, for finding a home for a guy like me at the party. That's awesome.
You're coming home. Hold on. Did you just say you're coming?
Not yet completely. That's what I'm asking. Is there a home for me at the party?
You're welcome.
What are you into? Can we do a quick one? I'm a leftist who believes in central planning, that it could work. I believe that Medicare is a human right. I consider myself a leftist libertarian. Is there a home for me in your party, sir?
Our priority is a lack of force, as much voluntary stuff as possible. And when you start talking about your money's not your money, maybe it's our money, you have to have a pretty good reason to take money from somebody else through threats of force and violence. So when you start off with stuff that's bankrupt, and every time the government does anything with it, like in Europe, they just get more and more bankrupt, we don't really see a future in that.
All right, well, that's interesting. We'll see if we can find some common ground on certain things. Want to do a quick interview? All right. We look for the best looking people and we ask them first, and then we go on. So,
Not on TV.
no, I know you. I know you. What's up, Maj? Good to see you, big dog. Hey, dude, congratulations. Got the fucking chair back. Got the chair back. I had an interview with Jeremy today. It was interesting. Somebody want to do a quick interview? You do what? Hey, how you doing? Were you happy? Well, I'm sorry. What's your name?
Marcia Powell.
Marcia, were you happy or upset with the results of the chair election today?
Happy.
So was I. So I'm a leftist libertarian. I believe in social views. I believe that central planning could work. I believe that healthcare is a human right. Is there room for me in this party?
I think so. Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Some people say it's anti-libertarian for me to believe in those things.
you know, that's more than I can deal with right now.
So what do you think about Trump here, and why are you going in to see him?
What I have learned is that Trump is working with the good guys to bring down the bad guys on the planet. So, I think he's still the president. He's still commander-in-chief. And that's okay with me for now, because I think he's done good things on enough levels that it's okay with me, and I like the idea of making him a libertarian.
There you go. We'll say thank you so much. You have a great time. And
Hold on, I have to say, I started the Libertarian Choir.
You want to do a quick interview?
Sure, yeah.
Hey, man. So we had a little conversation earlier. What's your name?
My name's Bill.
Bill, you heard me say that I'm a libertarian socialist, and you said there's no such thing as that.
Right.
So as a leftist who believes in freedom of speech like you, freedom of the press like you, I'm an anti-interventionist like you. However, I believe that central planning can work if it's curtailed. Is there a place for me in your party?
Do you believe in private property rights?
I do.
So then you're not a socialist.
No, I believe in central planning, though. I believe central planning, and that's a social entity.
My question is, if you believe in private property rights, that means no central entity can tell you that you have to give your stuff to somebody else. That's not socialism.
No, well, there's taxation, right? And we use that tax money for a certain thing. That is a form of socialism, right?
Yes, but that's violating private property rights.
I guess that I don't completely believe in property rights then, 1,000%. I don't know. I mean, I'm learning something here.
So if you don't believe in property rights like 100%, then no, there's no place for you in the party.
Even if I'm for all those other things that we have on our civil liberties?
Yeah, you can call yourself something that's not libertarian.
Thank you. So what do you think about Trump and Vivek kind of holding a space here in this convention?
I think Trump is a communist or a socialist a lot like you. And I think Vivek is very smart and very politically savvy. Probably one of the smartest politicians I've seen in my life, and maybe like right-wing Obama.
Were you happy or upset with the chair results today?
The chair results.
Angela re-won re-election.
Yeah, that's fine with me. That's fine with me.
Hey, man, you have a great show, brother. Thank you. You ready? You done? One more. Hey, so how you doing? What's your name?
My name is Jack Westbrook. I'm from Amarillo, Texas.
Wow, Jack. Are you happy or upset with the chair results today?
I'm neither. Angela won. She won fair and square. And that's not honestly who I voted for. But more power to her. She had the votes, and congratulations to her. I'm happy for her. I'll support her as chair.
So I was just saying to these guys, he says, what are you? I said, I'm a kind of like a libertarian socialist. I have libertarian views where I believe in freedom of speech, freedom of press, and I also am a non-intervention. I'm an anti-interventionist. I'm an anti-imperialist. That's what we call ourselves. Is there a place for me in your party if I do believe that central planning can work and I believe that Medicare is a human right?
Well, I think there's a place for anybody in the Libertarian Party. When I came into this party, there were a lot of things that I did not know, that I didn't have a good grasp on, and I was closer to a leaving the Republican Party kind of guy. I'm way far away from that now, but I've learned. I came into the party, and there was some rejection, but I just stuck with it, and I'm happy where I am.
Jack, thank you so much. Have a fun time. Definitely.
I got to stop my hip is killing me.
All right, let's go.
I want to go back out a little bit. This is Don DeBar at the Libertarian Party National Convention. I am about to switch us from where we are now to our next. I got to stop this, right? So it's not. We want to mute. No, I don't want to mute that anyway. I hope we're not getting distorted audio. We're going to switch to the what's called the Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is one of the right political media groups. They're covering Donald Trump. This is what they are saying about Donald Trump. We want to show people a little bit of everybody's perspective on these things, because if you're just going to sing with the choir, you're really not going to learn anything. There's that adage, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Certainly you should know what everybody is saying before you decide what is or isn't. And so anyway, we're going to that, and we're also going to take a break while they get to talk on microphone, and then we're going to see Trump's presentation. I saw that there were a number of questions or issues that the members here of the Libertarian Party voted to have him address, and we'll see how he does with that. And I have that list, and we'll be talking about that after ex-President Trump's presentation here at the Libertarian Party National Convention. I am very tired. I apologize for my stumbling manner. I'm Don DeBar. I'm here with Jamie Cheese Slice and Pasta and Margot and our crew. And we hope you've enjoyed following us so far, and we'll be back.
Help you. So don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future right now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. Call that number on your screen. That's 1-800-357-1415. Again, that's 1-800-357-1415. Or you can visit tnusa.com/RSBN. We are going to go to the program now.
Hello, Libertarians. It's a good crowd we've got here tonight. Beautiful crowd. You're a good-looking crowd. You're exciting. It's a lot like a family gathering in Utah. It's a little bit like a family gathering in a family with fertility problems. But, we have big families there. Speaking of families, I want to tell you a little bit of a story. My son James, a few years ago, was dating this girl named Cassie. Love Cassie. Cassie's beautiful. Cassie's a musician. Kathy knew nothing about politics. She knew nothing about what James's father does for a living, and we were fine with her not knowing that. I think she thought I was a carnival ride operator. But at some point, when Cassie realized that it was getting serious, she figured out what I do for a living, and she realized, oh my gosh, I have no idea what I am politically. So naturally, she went online and took a quiz. So she approached James. She wasn't sure how he'd react to the news of what she was. She said, James, I took the quiz and I found out what I am politically. she was very nervous. And he said, well, what are you? And she said, I'm a libertarian. And James was so relieved. And he said, that's great. That's okay. That's pretty much what we are. We're just not quite pure enough to be that. But, we're going to agree a lot of the time. But here's what happened. James and Cassie, it was fate. They got married. And just about 5 weeks ago, they had a baby. Her name is Daisy, and she's beautiful. And it worked out well. This combination between my constitutional conservative son and my libertarian daughter-in-law, it produced a perfect offspring. I was holding Daisy. She's like 6 weeks old now, just an hour ago before I got here. I was holding her. True story. She looks up at me. She's barely old enough to smile. And she says, Grandpa, you've got to introduce it next week. I didn't know she could talk. Just learned how to smile. And I said, introduce what? And she said, and the Fed. And the Fed. And the Fed. So let's make a deal here. So I'm going to break a little news tonight, right now. First time anyone's hearing it. Next week, I'm introducing the End the Fed bill in the United States Senate. And I tell you what else, that creature, that bastard creature from Jekyll Island will not know what hit it. All right, so what else should we talk about? I've got another bill that you might like. You might not have heard of it. It's called the No CBDC Act. Look, it's not just the central bank digital currency would mess up our monetary system. It's that it would end the Constitution as we know it, and we must never, ever, ever allow that to happen. All right. What do you guys think of George Washington's farewell address and his warning about entangling alliances? To hell with them, right? It's time to stop these endless, unnecessary, and most of all, undeclared foreign wars. Hell no! You know what unites us? Even though I don't bear the title libertarian. Sometimes my colleagues tell me that, and I'm great with that because it's a compliment. But we get to the same conclusion. Constitutional conservatives and libertarians very often reach the same conclusion on CBDC, on End the Fed, on no foreign wars, on the fact that government's there to make sure that we don't kill each other or take each other's stuff. And that's about it. If it's not about life, liberty, and property, government probably should stay out. And we should try to ratchet down government. Now, you can't always do it all at once. When you fall from a 10-story building, it's not the fall that will kill you so much as the abrupt halt at the end. So we've got to do it methodically, but it's still got to be done. And so, in a little while, you're going to have an opportunity to hear from someone. I know you're divided on this person, but I've worked with him, and I want to tell you about where Donald Trump agrees with you on some things, some serious things. Do you know who doesn't like the central bank digital currency? Donald Trump, and he's promised to end it. When he came into office after being elected in 2016, a lot of people were worried about what he'd do with wars. And you know what? I was with him on countless occasions. I don't know if you know this, but I've got a lot of colleagues who are kind of fond of war. Secret, don't tell anyone. Some of those colleagues and some of the people in this sort of deep state crowd wanted him to go into war. And I saw him, to his great credit, resist that over and over and over again. And I heard him tell me, as he was being encouraged to do this, he was tired of making those phone calls to husbands, fathers, parents, as somebody, a loved one, had died in another undeclared war. He pushed back on that. Donald Trump was also someone who took down federal regulations. He understood something. He understood something of it. You know, I keep these two stacks of documents in my office. One stack is a few inches tall, sometimes about this tall at the most. It's the bills passed by Congress in the last year. It's probably, 10, 11 inches too many, but it's only a few hundred to a few thousand pages per each year. Those are the laws passed by Congress in the last year. There's another stack 13 feet tall, 100,000 pages long. That consists of laws made by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. Is that just? My version of Article 1, Section 7 says that you cannot make a federal law without the House and the Senate passing the same law, presenting it to the president, and having him sign it into law. Without that, there is no federal law. Do you know who recognizes that and wants to reverse this trend? Donald Trump. I get it. Get your booing out, but here's the thing. You've got a great opportunity to hear from him in a few minutes. If you don't want to take my word for him, hear it from him. Well, let me tell you just a couple of things about him personally that you might not know. I don't know about you, but I love the Constitution. I dream about the Constitution. I have a pair of Nike basketball shoes with Article 1, Section 8 inscribed on the back, and I like it. I want to tell you a story about Donald Trump and the Constitution. One day I was in the Oval Office with him. We talked about all sorts of issues, all kinds of issues. Out of the clear blue, he asks me the nerdiest, the wonkiest constitutional question about the intersection of the Constitution and the Senate rules that I had ever imagined. I'm going to imitate him here for you. President Trump, I apologize in advance if you're offended by this, but there's no way I can communicate the full effect of what I'm doing it in his voice. So here's what he said. Mike, what would happen if somebody came onto the Senate floor and they objected based on the absence of a quorum while the Senate was in a pro forma session? I won't give you the whole thing. It was really long. It was complicated. And I said, sir, I could answer that question. It'd probably take me a few hours. I would have to consult a few Senate rules experts and a couple of other lawyers, but I think I can get you the answer. That's okay. I got time. Go talk to Johnny. So I found this guy, Johnny. We assembled the necessary lawyers, Senate rules experts. Took us several hours. By the time we got it done, I watched Johnny through this like 10, 12-step answer. And I said, you've got this. And all of a sudden he said, no, you're going to have to come with me to explain it. I can't do it. So I went back to the Oval Office with him. Thought he's probably left by now. It was dark. Walked in. He was on the edge of his seat. Oh, come on in. Pence, Kellyanne, Meadows, he rallied the staff. So I gave him the answer to this question. It was complicated. And at the end of it, he goes, Mike, when the rest of us were 16, we were out chasing girls, doing crazy stuff. And then he gets this really pained look on his face. But then I think about you at that age. And you're not doing that, Mike. You're at home sitting at a desk and you're studying the Senate rules and the Constitution. Am I right? And I said, well, I did like girls at that age, but yes, you're not far off. I was doing that stuff too. And he goes, I knew it. And then he turned to his staff assembled and he said, and yet he has a beautiful wife. I don't know how he did it. Look, my message is this. The federal government has become too big and too expensive because it's doing crap it was never intended to do. We have been on a collision course with socialism since April 12, 1937, the day the Supreme Court of the United States bastardized the Commerce Clause, and by so doing, it almost destroyed the vertical protection we call federalism. No sooner had that happened than Congress panicked over its newfound authority over labor, manufacturing, agriculture, mining, health, safety, welfare, and we stopped passing laws and we started delegating the lawmaking power. The result of all this has been really bad for the American people. It's been good only for a few people in Washington, D.C., home to 8 of the 10 wealthiest counties in America. We've got to return that power back where it belongs, to the people. So I'm here to ask you, don't settle for big government. Expect constitutional government. Demand that we restore federalism and separation of powers. Donald Trump may not agree with you on everything, but I can tell you he will agree with you a whole hell of a lot more than that nutball in the White House or anybody else on the ticket. I encourage you, take a listen to Donald Trump, support Donald Trump, restore the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Moments away from Donald Trump taking the stage, people on their chairs chanting Donald Trump, and people up front making chants as well. So as you can see, this is going to be an interesting night. Buckle up for this ride here at the Libertarian National Convention. I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you here with us on Right Side Broadcasting Network, giving you live coverage of the entire event. Reminding you before we start the program that the best way to save for your future is with the Birch Gold Group. They have thousands of satisfied customers. Make sure that you go to them if you have any concern about your future plans. The Birch Gold Group can help you convert IRAs and 401ks, precious metals, you name it. They can get you on the right track to success when it comes to your future. Plan for yourself, your kids, your grandkids, and they can help you do that. The Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will be getting in contact with you after you text the word Trump to that number, and then they'll send you a free information kit for the Birch Gold Group. All right, as you can see right here, there's a little exchange going on between the crowd. And we'll just continue to watch this and monitor this as we wait for President Trump to take the stage any moment now. Right Side Broadcasting Network giving you live coverage. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back live from Washington, D.C.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015,
we have to apologize about that commercial.
To cover President Donald
We
Trump's
are
speeches
taking
and
a stream from RBS. Was it RSBN, which
We've
is
also
Right
covered
Side
important conservative events
Broadcasting
like
Network.
CPAC, TPUSA,
And that's
March
because
for
they're
Life,
in the
and many other important
ballroom
events
where
and hearings
ex-President
around the
Trump is
country.
going to speak.
We were made
They're
for
going to be
people
streaming
like
that.
you,
We're going to grab that
everyday
stream, and
Americans who are
right
tired
now,
of the
while our
mainstream
folks
media,
are down,
who are
set up
tired of
for
being lied
interviews
to,
of people when they come
manipulated,
out,
and fed an
we're
agenda.
bringing
Our
you
goal
basically
here at
the
Right Side
preliminary
Broadcasting
coverage
is
that
to
they
allow
have.
you
This
to
is
see
what
the truth.
Trump
Give
supporters are
correspondents
seeing
and commentators
before
a
Trump's
wide
appearance here at the
latitude to
Libertarian
speak their
Party
minds.
National Convention.
You won't find anything
that
like
even
this in the
includes those
mainstream
commercials.
media.
We didn't mean to dump that on you, but
Your support
we're
for
back
your
with the
donations,
program.
locals,
So here we go.
and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to the Libertarian National Convention here in Washington, D.C. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is a pleasure to be here with you, and thank you for spending your Saturday night here with us. It's been a great time already. Very enthusiastic crowd, as you can see if you've been watching with us tonight. And as the night goes on, the more vocal they get. So this is the first time in 50 years that a presidential candidate from one of the main parties has spoken at the Libertarian National Convention, and President Trump has agreed to do just that this year. So this is a very historic night. This is a very anticipated night. And just to let you know that this crowd is very vocal about their beliefs and the policies that they stand for. And so that with that being said, President Trump is expected to come on this stage, and he will be met with all kinds of different personalities in the crowd. Now, not your usual MAGA supporters and MAGA enthusiasts who come to his rallies. This is a group of libertarians who want to put a candidate in office who aligns more with their beliefs. So we're hearing from the Trump campaign that President Trump will talk a lot about education reform and also being anti-war, and hopefully get the nod of these libertarians here at this convention, and also the 700,000 plus libertarian voters across America who are registered to vote for this upcoming election. The libertarians here want a voice in Washington. While they have over 120 elected offices across the country, they want a voice in Washington, maybe someone on President Trump's cabinet and his administration. They just want somebody that they can go to who fights for their beliefs. Now, the Libertarian Party and the conservative movement, the Republican Party, have a lot of similarities, but there are some differences as well. And that's why the two sides are different, is because there are some differences in their beliefs. So with that being said, it's going to be very interesting on this historic night. The first time we've seen this in 50 years of a president coming on, a former president that is, but a presidential candidate from one of the two major parties taking the stage at the Libertarian National Convention. In the front, you have a lot of libertarians. They rearranged some of the seating for this venue. A lot of the libertarians near the front are undecided how they will vote. So you'll see them really getting animated tonight. Toward the back, you will see voters from the Libertarian Party who have decided who they will vote. They will vote for President Trump. You see a lot of MAGA hats and MAGA attire toward the back of the room. And so again, you're going to see a lot of back and forth tonight. You're going to see a lot of different personalities tonight. You're going to see some RFK Jr. supporters here tonight who I'm told may be here in protest. I'm looking as well across the room as we get closer to President Trump taking the stage, and I see security all around the room, even standing on chairs. So they have a good eye on this crowd. Of course, everyone goes through the typical security measures to come inside through the MAGs and Secret Service screening. But inside, we have security standing on chairs so they can get an overview of the crowd from above. So they're on the ground and also standing on chairs, just to give you an idea of what security looks like, because this is going to be a very vocal night. Buckle up, because it's going to be a ride this evening, something we haven't seen, if ever, because when we usually go to a Trump rally or a Trump speech or a dinner where President Trump is speaking, you see a lot of Republicans and a lot of conservatives who want a change for the positive, someone who supports our Constitution, and someone who wants to raise your family in an America that your grandparents were raised in, someone who believes in our Declaration of Independence, our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, 14th Amendment. It goes on and on, just what our forefathers wanted for this country. Well, a lot of these libertarians want the same thing, but there are some differences again in beliefs. If you're watching on YouTube, thanks for subscribing to the RSBN YouTube channel. Good to see you here with us on Right Side tonight on this Saturday evening on a holiday weekend. We appreciate you being here. I spoke about this earlier, and I'll speak about it again because I don't think they could ever get enough praise and thanks. We are in the backyard of Arlington National Cemetery, where those brave men and women are buried who died for us and our freedoms to live in this wonderful country. And so my thoughts and prayers are with all of the men and women, the family members who have lost loved ones in combat, and of course, thanks to the veterans who lost their lives defending our freedom. And visited Arlington National Cemetery many a times, and every time you go in, if you've never been, every time you step on the grounds there, the hair stands up on your arms, and you can just feel it in your heart and your soul, the sorrow, the sadness, but also the gratitude for the brave men and women who are buried there. So think of them and all the families who mourn on this Memorial Weekend. We're going to continue to show you the crowds as we wait for President Trump. Should be any minute now as we pass the top of the hour. It's 8 o'clock Eastern here in Washington, D.C. President Trump should be here any moment now. And his team, his campaign, says he's ready. He's ready for this bunch, this crowd, this group that he's not used to speaking in front of. But if anyone can handle, if there's any hecklers or any booing or any chants, President Trump.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
Yes!
And talks more from the heart instead of a script. So it's all to be determined. We'll see, but we're just moments away from President Trump. Any of the social media platforms, please continue to do so. Chime in, chat with me. Love getting to meet so many different people, especially in the last couple of months. You've really, been very communicating with me on social media, and I love interacting with all of you. If you're on Truth Social, it's just my first name at Vanessa. If you're on Twitter, it is now X, formerly known as Twitter. It's at Vanessa B News. And if you're on Instagram, it's at Vanessa Broussard News. I'll post some behind the scenes footage from tonight there on my social media platforms after this event concludes. So give me a follow. Let me know where you're watching from. Would love to connect with all of you. Join the conversation as well. You can always send me messages on social media, and I'll be sure to read your comments and any pictures you may have, MAGA pictures, send them my way. Any unique stories, love to tell them here on Right Side. So join the conversation with me on social media, and we'll put you on air here on Right Side.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology.
Yeah, they went to one of those commercials again for the Mike Pillow guy. This is the Libertarian Party National Convention. Hey, I said that pretty close to the way you're supposed to say it. My name is Don DeBar, and I am with Jamie Thyssel, also known as Cheese Slice, Pasta to Go program, Convo Couch, and others. Pasta is lounging in the media area right now. He's been out working it, and we're going to be bringing you more stuff. President Trump, ex-President Trump, I think, is going to be our next feature. We're trying to chill here.
Want to play some?
Yeah, let's play. We can play some of the things that we've done over the last couple of days. Maybe yesterday, some about Robert Kennedy was at RFK Jr. I guess that's how he's referred to, who is a independent candidate for president. Was here at the Libertarian Party National Convention yesterday, and he spoke here. He got a very warm reception from the majority of people who were in attendance, and a very big crowd, and a lot of enthusiasm for him. Trump's, however, like swamped this place. This room is empty now. It had, I don't know, 1,000 people in it. It was packed, and it was a moving train full of, oh, here's a different 1,000 people in 20 minutes or whatever. Anyway, let's go to this. Let's hear what Robert Kennedy said, at least some part of it, until we go over in about 17 minutes, I think, to ex-President Donald Trump's speech.
Can you hear me? I'm very, very, very happy to be here today. I'm going to speak about the United States Constitution, and particularly the Bill of Rights. A lot of people don't realize that the articles of the Constitution don't grant citizens any rights or freedoms whatsoever. That was a real problem to some of the founding fathers, particularly to George Mason. Mason wrote a pamphlet during the Constitutional Convention that opposed the new government, and that pamphlet was so convincing that the other framers of the Constitution felt that it was too much of a hazard and that the Constitution was in danger at that point of not being ratified. And that's when James Madison came to the rescue by drafting the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the United States Constitution. Originally, Madison felt that the Bill of Rights were unnecessary because it was obvious to him that the government couldn't exert powers that the Constitution had not assigned to it. But as everybody in this hall knows, governments don't like to limit themselves. Instead, they're constantly moving to exert and appropriate new powers. But the Patriots in 1791 vividly remembered the British tyranny, and they knew that every power that a government takes, it will never voluntarily relinquish. And every power a government takes, it will ultimately abuse to the ultimate extent possible. And that's why the delegates to the Constitutional Convention balked at a constitution that only enumerated government powers, but nowhere limited them. And so thanks to George Mason, the Bill of Rights was enshrined in our nation's founding documents. The main articles of the Constitution enumerate what the government can do. The Bill of Rights is the opposite. It enumerates what the government cannot do. It's the Bill of Rights that earned America the reputation as the land of liberty. The problem is the Bill of Rights is only a document. It doesn't have any magical powers to force government officials to respect it. And I'm sorry to say that again and again throughout our history, our leaders have failed to respect it. Again and again. Again and again, they have cited some pretext to suspend and volunteer and violate our constitutional rights. There's always a reason why right now the rights are an inconvenience that we can't afford. It was the Red Scare in the 1920s. It was Joe McCarthy in the 1950s. It was civil rights protests and the Vietnam War protesters in the 1960s. It was the war on drugs in the 1970s. It was the war on terror after 2001. And most recently, it was the COVID pandemic. Maybe a brainworm ate that part of my memory. I don't recall any part of the United States Constitution where there's an exemption for pandemics. And in fact, there's not one of the amendments of the Bill of Rights has a preamble that says, except when officials choose to declare a public health emergency, they all say very simply, the government shall not infringe on these rights no matter what. If the government can take them away at will, then they're not rights at all. They're really just privileges that are granted or revoked by an authority. Is that the kind of country that you want to live in? And every time they suspend rights and then pretend to give them back again, they establish a dangerous precedent. The rights they give back are never quite as strong as the ones that they took away. Oh, obviously, it's not the piece of paper called the Bill of Rights that protects our freedoms. We have to actually believe in it. Our leaders have to believe it with sufficient loyalty to counterbalance the temptations of power. And even more importantly, our citizens have to believe that their rights so loyally that they stand up for them, even when it means taking a personal risk. After all, the Constitution isn't just a legal document. It's also an inspirational document. And that's why, if you treasure your freedom, you better elect leaders who are inspired by it and who will wield it to inspire others. Leaders who believe in freedoms and hold the Bill of Rights in reverence. I'm sorry to say that neither President Trump nor President Biden passed this critical examination. Neither of them upheld the Constitution when it really counted. Let's start with President Trump. I think he had the right instinct when he came into office. He was initially very reluctant to impose lockdowns, but then he got rolled by his bureaucrats. He caved in, and many of our most fundamental rights disappeared practically overnight. It all started with the social media and the mainstream media, apparently without any government prompting, began censoring any speech that departed from the government's official orthodoxies. It's critical to the survival of any democracy that the free press maintains a posture of fierce skepticism toward government pronouncements and towards large agglomerations of government and political and economic and corporate power. But suddenly, America's free press was no longer speaking truth to power. Instead, it made itself a vessel for government propaganda. It began suppressing the voices of dissent and silencing and gaslighting the powerless. Oh, Hamilton, Madison, and Adams said that they had put the First Amendment into, or put the right of free expression into the First Amendment because all of the other rights depended on it. A government that has the capacity to silence its critics has license for any kind of atrocity. I grew up reading Aldous Huxley and Robert Heinlein and Arthur Koestler and Franz Kafka and Alexander Solzhenitsyn and George Orwell. And the consistent theme in all of those works was the presumption that censorship of speech was always wrong, that it was always the first step down on the slippery slope toward tyranny and totalitarianism. There is no time when we look back at history and we say that the people who were censoring speech were the good guys. They're always the bad guys. The framers didn't write the First Amendment to protect convenient or desirable speech. They wrote it to protect the kind of speech that nobody wants to hear. They wrote it to protect incendiary speech. They wrote it to protect insults. They wrote it to protect misinformation and disinformation and malinformation and even lies. All of those are protected by the First Amendment. There were no exceptions. The Constitution doesn't have exemptions for wars or resurrections or financial crises or pandemics. The framers wrote the Constitution for hard times. During the American Civil War, the Confederate states were sending up agents provocateurs to the northern cities like Boston and New York and inciting draft riots, and they were destroying northern morale at a critical time during the war. This was a war that almost destroyed our nation. There were for 3 years of that war, nobody had any idea whether the United States of America would exist after the war was over. There was even money on it. There were 659,000 Americans who died during that war. It's the equivalent of 7.2 million today. So Lincoln and the Northern military knew who these agent provocateurs were as soon as they entered the cities. And they began arresting them before they could give these speeches. And the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Roger Taney, said you can't do that. That is an assault against free speech and habeas corpus. And he said, even if the life of the nation is at stake, even if hundreds of thousands of lives are at stake, you cannot suppress our Constitution. It is above everything. But the moment, so they wrote it for hard times. They didn't write it for easy times. They wrote it, United States Bill of Rights was written for the most difficult times. And no matter how difficult they are indomitable. We're not allowed to suppress them. At the moment the White House officials satisfied themselves that the American people would accept censorship by February, the end of February of 2020, they took hammer and tongs to the rest of the Constitution. President Trump allowed his health regulators to mandate science-free social distancing, which undermined our First Amendment rights to freedom of assembly. We can no longer peacefully gather. So that was the first two legs of the First Amendment, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. And they went after the third leg of the First Amendment, which is freedom of worship. They closed every church in this country for a year with no due process, with no scientific citation, with no public hearings, no notice and comment rulemaking, no environmental impact statements. All of the process of democracy that I've been suing companies and governments for 40 years because they forgot to do one of those things. And all of our constitutional rights were plowed under. They closed all the churches, but they kept open the Walmarts and the liquor stores. And the Fifth Amendment says that no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property unless convicted of a crime. Yet President Trump shut down 3.3 million businesses. President Trump said that he was going to run America like a business. And he came in and he gave the keys to all of our businesses to a 50-year bureaucrat who'd never been elected to anything and had no accountability. They closed down. He closed down 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation, in violation of the Fifth Amendment. With the lockdowns, the mask mandates, the travel restrictions, President Trump presided over the greatest restriction on individual liberties this country has ever known. He didn't stand up for the Constitution when it really mattered. Next, President Trump's beloved Operation Warp Speed shut down jury trials for any corporation that was involved in COVID countermeasures. Here's what the Seventh Amendment says: no American shall be denied the right of a trial before a jury of his peers in cases or controversies exceeding $25. There is no pandemic exception. And by the way, the framers knew all about pandemics. There were two pandemics during the Revolutionary War, one that decimated the armies of Virginia, the other that destroyed for a long time the Army of New England at the very time when Benedict Arnold's army had conquered Montreal. So they had gone into the inner city, taken away from the British, and they owned it, but they had to withdraw because they did not have the troop strength to defend it because of the smallpox epidemic. Otherwise, Canada today would be part of the United States. And all of the framers knew that. And between the end of the war, the Revolutionary War in 1780, the ratification of the Bill of Rights in 1791, there were pandemics in every city in our country. Boston, Philadelphia, New York, North Carolina, South Carolina, all the major cities had cholera epidemics, yellow fever epidemics, malaria epidemics. It killed tens of thousands of people. Almost all of the framers had family members or friends who died in those pandemics. Yet they did not put a pandemic exemption in the United States Constitution. And the waiver of the Seventh Amendment for corporations that were involved in countermeasures meant that no matter how reckless the corporation behaved, no matter how negligent it was, no matter how toxic or unnecessary the ingredients, no matter how shoddy the testing, no matter how grievous your injury, you could not sue that company. They had a ticket to make anything they want without any kind of accountability. The Trump White House also went after the Fourth Amendment prohibitions against warrantless searches and seizures with its intrusive track and trace surveillance systems that obliterated our rights to privacy in this country. The only amendment that did not come under attack during the COVID pandemic was the Second Amendment. And many Americans believe that the reason for that is because we have a Second Amendment. Incidentally, President Trump also assaulted the First Amendment, or failed to defend press freedom when he continued President Obama's persecution and prosecution of Julian Assange. Assange should be
Now you're live.
I'm live. This is Don DeBar at the Libertarian Party National Convention 2024 in Washington, D.C. at the Washington Hilton. I'm here with Pasta and Jamie and Gary and Margot and others. And we are waiting for President Trump, or former President Trump, to arrive on the, I guess, at the dais. Which room are they in? What ballroom are they in?
Is it Columbia?
Yeah, when they're in one of the ballrooms in this hotel, a packed house, a huge line that snaked through the hotel. Thousands of people queuing up to go in. We spoke with some of them and got their sense of what was happening here. There was a vote today here, for example, for a new chair for the party for the next 2 years. The sitting chair, Angela McArdle, won that vote with 497 delegate votes, or 53% and change, against Mark Rutherford, who had 414 votes, about 44.5%, and none of the above 15 votes. There are questions that are going to be, well, in any event, they voted on some questions to present to President Trump at the presentation here. The membership wanted to free Ross Ulbricht, who's one of the founders of what they call the dark web, was it? The dark, yes. Yeah. And Silk Road, look it up. And it operated as a hidden service on the Tor network, according to Wikipedia, God help us, facilitated the sale of narcotics and other illegal products and services. And for that, he is doing life in prison. They want to free him, free Julian Assange. We know who that is. Defend the Second Amendment. Peace, not war. Abolish the deep state. Stop runaway inflation. End the Fed. No more foreign aid. No central bank digital currency. Eliminate the federal income tax. That is the group of issues that they brought to President Trump that they want him to address tonight in his speech, and we're going to find out if he's going to do that. Meanwhile, Pasta is here, and we're going to go to him. Let's see what we got in terms of video. I guess we're going to stay with the video for the convention. We can put those side by side. Okay, we can put that side by side. Very good. Okay, and Pasta, you're on.
All right.
Before we do that, let me get the camera straight. Because you guys just sat down here. You're on. You guys are on, and you're.
You already did it, Don.
Work, don't we?
Yeah, you do great work.
Okay, so shoot, buddy.
All right, we're back here. Jamie, let me know when we got us up. Are we ready to rock and roll? We're next to each other. This is an interesting interview because I think one of the big questions I came into this convention asking is there a home for me? A leftist like myself. I consider myself a leftist libertarian. However, I do have some views I consider to be socialist. Socialist views. I believe in central planning can work if we can find a way to have a collective type of government when it comes to certain things. Obviously, I believe in small businesses and choice. I think that's what a lot of libertarians do when they talk about capitalism. They believe in choice. But this right here with me is Jim Fulner. And Jim the other day had this little badge over here. You can see, you can hold it up right here. And it says Lib Soc Caucus. He was the guy I was looking for because I wanted to get that answer. Is there a home for me? And when I met Jim also had a pin on that says no human is legal, right?
No human is illegal.
No human is illegal. I have abolished the NAID and no kids in cages. So I found somebody here at the convention. Jim, tell me, you're obviously saying there is a place for me. What is the Lib Socialist Caucus? Does it exist, or is it just a mindset now?
So the Lib Soc Caucus is what we call ourselves, the LSCL-LP, Libertarian Socialist Caucus of the Libertarian Party. Was formed a number of years ago, primarily to be both an in-reach to the party, to expose libertarians to the ideals of libertarian socialism, as well as an outreach to libertarian socialists as to the Libertarian Party and how the Libertarian Party can be one of the many tools available to us to spread the ideals of libertarian socialism.
Okay, so what is libertarian socialism? Because there's a lot of people who say that word's an oxymoron. It doesn't exist.
And I would say the opposite, that, oh, you're a libertarian capitalist? Well, I'm a banana octopus.
Gotcha.
The biggest difference, I think, between a lot of people get really mad at a lot of words.
Yes.
So I personally try to avoid using words that I know are going to be inflammatory to people. Words like capitalism, which when I hear capitalism, I hear the same thing I think that most people in the world do, which is control by those with large amounts of capital over others. Most of my comrades in the Libertarian Party see the word capitalism as either synonymous with a free market or something that's outside of government and better than the free market or something like that. But if you actually get the time to, if you give people vision, you know, take a deep breath and actually talk to each other. The biggest difference between leftist libertarians and right libertarians, like most of the U.S. Libertarian Party, is the particular economic system we think would see if a freed market were available.
Yes.
So I happen to think that if there were little or no government regulations, there would be nothing left to stop the working class from taking what they rightfully own and establishing an economy based on voluntary exchange and which would end up getting us to helping those who need help and those giving those what they have to the most of their ability.
Okay.
Well, they happen to think that what we're going to end up with is a ultra-capitalist system, which I see the only way that the current capitalist system even exists is the ability for the government to limit the liability of corporations so that they can do things that real people can't do.
Is the caucus still active today, or is it kind of, because I have a friend named DC.
Yep.
And he told me about this a long time. He tried to start it, I believe Adam Kokesh tried to sponsor him and help him, but they came up short.
Yeah, so a lot of people hear the word socialist and just, especially people in America in general, and particularly those in my party, use the word socialist and they don't use it the way that I did. They hear the word socialist and they hear that as a word that is synonymous with either government or big government in particular.
Yeah. We're going to Trump? All right, we're going to go to Trump. We'll be back with Jim Fulton. He'll be here tomorrow. He's part of the Libertarian Socialist Lib-Soc Caucus. We'll see you after Donald Trump.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. And thank you, Angela, for that introduction. And I am truly honored to be invited here tonight as the first president in American history to address the Libertarian National Convention. Great honor. A lot of people ask why I came to speak at this Libertarian convention. And, it's an interesting question, isn't it? But we're going to have a lot of fun. Well, in the last year, I've been indicted by the government on 91 different things. So if I wasn't a libertarian before, I sure as hell am a libertarian now. And unlike Joe Biden, I don't throw people in jail for disagreeing with me. I don't do that. I want to thank some people that have been really outstanding. And they are great libertarians and great people. Ambassador Rick Grinnell, Senator Mike Lee, Kash Patel, and Senate candidate who's going to win from Virginia, Hung Cao. I also want to pay our deepest respects to the two young missionaries from Missouri, Davy and Natalie Lloyd, that were viciously killed yesterday in Haiti. It was a horrible thing, and I just want to pay our respects to their families. They're great families, incredible people, and it's a very, very sad moment. What happened was so horrible. So to Davy and Natalie, please, thank you very much. I'd also like to express my gratitude to all the fierce champions of freedom in this room. You are champions of freedom. You are indeed. And I'm here to talk to you about the rise of left-wing fascism in the country and to need to defeat the corrupt and incompetent tyrant in the White House, crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States. He is the worst president by far in the history of the United States. In fact, I would say that Jimmy Carter is very happy tonight because he goes down as being a brilliant president by comparison. Everyone here tonight believes that we must fight for the same fundamental freedoms, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of the right to own a firearm, and freedom over taxation. Oh, that was interesting. Then you're going to like me, firearm, you're going to like me. Nobody better than me. And we just got the full NRA, the strongest endorsement they've ever given the NRA. So that's good. Freedom from overregulation, freedom from government discrimination. And we believe that we do not have a free country if we do not have free speech, and very strongly believe that. We stand opposed to government tyranny in all of its many forms. We are opposed to a government that spies on political campaigns. I wonder who that might be. Like they did on me, spies on the American people, censors us, and crushes the rights of its own citizens, which the Biden administration does. We want government out of our business, out of our wallets, and out of our lives. That's what we want. We believe that Marxism is an evil doctrine straight from the ashes of hell. Having Marxism in our government is intolerable, and teaching it to our children is considered to us child abuse. We believe that the job of the United States military is not to wage endless regime change wars around the globe, senseless wars. The job of the United States military is to defend America from attack and invasion here at home. We believe that property rights are fundamental to a free society and that Joe Biden's rampant inflation is a monstrous theft from the American people. It's a theft. We believe that the greatest threat to our country is not from enemies abroad. It's the tyrants, communists, fascists, and thugs attacking our rights and liberties from within. And above all else, we live by the words of the great American patriot, Patrick Henry, give me liberty or give me death. Our rights and freedoms have never been more in danger than they are right now. That is why I have come to extend a hand of friendship to ask for your partnership to defeat communism, defeat Marxism, and defeat crooked Joe Biden, who is destroying our country. He's destroying our country. We can be libertarian or anything else. This man is destroying our country. Thank you. And by the way, why isn't Joe Biden here speaking to you tonight? You know why? Why isn't he? Because he can't put two sentences together. That's why he's not here. The fact is, we should not be fighting each other. If Joe Biden gets back in, there will be no more liberty for anyone in our country. Combined with us in a partnership, we're asking that of the Libertarians. We must work together. Combine with us. You have to combine with us. We cannot give crooked Joe Biden 4 more years. We cannot give crooked Joe Biden 4 more years. Today's radical left Democrat Party is not a Democrat Party of years ago, which still wanted big government, but at least believed in tolerance and free speech. Joe Biden's radical left Democrat Party is a fascist movement that wants to throw you in jail if you post a meme they don't like. They want to throw you in jail if you do something that isn't quite to their liking. What you're witnessing under Biden is a toxic fusion of the Marxist left, the deep state, the military-industrial complex, the government security and surveillance services, and their partners, all merging together into a hideous perversion of the American system. And that's exactly what it is. The fact is that Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. My mission is to liberate our nation from these fascist frauds and to rescue our democracy, to restore our republic, and to evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House so that America can be a free nation once again. He's the worst in history. The Biden regime censors its critics, spies on its opposition, takes away the bank accounts of U.S. citizens as an extra form of punishment, persecutes Christians and patriotic parents, and is currently trying to put the leading candidate for president in jail. That happens to be me. While imposing a strict gag order in order to keep me from talking about their crimes and their unconstitutional acts. They want to get rid of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, due process, the right to a fair trial, and the right to counsel, all the while pushing wealth confiscation and waging endless and unnecessary wars all over the globe. Anyone can talk about defending freedom, but I've actually put everything on the line to resist these despots and these stuff. And I stand before you tonight as your best hope of defeating the weaponized Biden and the very evil regime that his people, because it's probably not him because he doesn't know where the hell he is, but that his people are pursuing. You can make the difference. The Libertarian Party can make a big difference. The Libertarian Party can make a big difference. Together, we can make America freer than ever before for citizens of all backgrounds and all walks of life. We can unleash new hope, optimism, and energy. We can release limited government so that the people can have an unlimited future. United, we will be unstoppable. If we unite, we are unstoppable. I will be a true friend to libertarians in the White House. And I am proud to be the only president in 70 years who started no new wars. I took on the military-industrial complex. I broke the stranglehold on neocons and warmongers on the Republican Party. And instead of war, I made peace in the Middle East, something nobody thought was possible, and dealt with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, where a nuclear war was guaranteed to start in a very short period of time if Hillary Clinton became president. You know, that would have been a nuclear war, 100%. And you would have never had the October 7th attack in Israel, would have never happened. And the attack in Ukraine by Russia would never, ever have happened. Wouldn't have happened. Hundreds of thousands and even millions of people would be living today. I unbound the United States from globalist agreements that surrendered our sovereignty. I withdrew from the Paris Accord. I withdrew from the anti-gun UN arms treaty. And I withdrew from the corrupt and very expensive World Health Organization. Not a good thing. I passed the most significant, and this is so important, but I passed the most significant criminal justice reform in history. And perhaps my proudest accomplishment is to have exposed the depth of corruption in the Washington swamp. Thanks to me, the entire world knows that the deep state is real, and the lamestream media is fake. It's fake. A great libertarian who may very well be in the room right now, I believe, but he's a great libertarian, DeRoy Murdoch, who I've become friends with through his writings in the American Spectator and numerous other places, wrote an article yesterday in which he mentions just some of the things that make me a libertarian without even trying to be one. That's nice. D-Roy wrote, Donald J. Trump will address the Libertarian Party and its national convention on Saturday. The Libertarian Party should nominate Trump for President of the United States. Whoa. That's nice. That's nice. Only if you want to win. Only if you want to win. Maybe you don't want to win. Maybe you don't want to win. Thank you, D-Roy. Thank you. No, only do that if you want to win. If you want to lose, don't do that. Keep getting your 3% every 4 years. The reasons for doing so, policy and politics, are as solid as the Hope Diamond. D-Roy says this event is very unprecedented, he said. As the Cato Institute president, Peter Gotler, observed in Thursday's Washington Post, it will be the first time in U.S., think of this, first time in U.S. history that a presidential candidate of a rival party will address the convention of a party that is presumably gathering to nominate its own candidate. Now I think you should nominate me or at least vote for me, and we should win together. You heard those words. Nominate me or vote. Vote for me. Because the Libertarians want to vote for me, and most of them will. And it's very important. Because we have to get rid of the worst president in history. And together we will. And without it, there's a risk that we could have 4 more years. We won't have a country left. So what is the purpose of the Libertarian Party getting 3%? What is the reason to take a chance of having this horrible president destroy our country, which he will do in far less than 4 years? It's not going to take 4 years. That is why I'm committing to you tonight that I will put a libertarian in my cabinet and also libertarians in senior posts. Pretty good. That's pretty big. Or you can keep going the way you have for the last long decades and get your 3% and meet again, get another 3%. No, you want to make yourself winners. It's time to be winners. You have a lot of common sense. It's time to be winners. So I'm asking for the well, think of it. I'm asking for the Libertarian Party's endorsement, or at least lots of your votes, lots and lots of libertarian votes, based on my 4-year, very outstanding presidential record. Much of my record is libertarian. As an example, D-Roy, thank you. Hey, where is D-Roy? Is he here? D-Roy, where are you? He's great. I like D-Roy. I've liked him for a long time, and he is a libertarian. Thank you, D-Roy. Thank you. D-Roy wrote, the $1.5 trillion Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was America's largest infusion of tax relief. That's the largest tax relief ever. It sliced individual tax rates for all taxpayers and slashed corporate tax rates from a punishing 35% to a globally competitive, and much more than that, only 21%, way down. It was the largest tax cut in the history of our country. Now you can like it or you don't have to like it. Immediate expensing of business equipment and other reductions fueled the best economy that our country has ever had. For 4 years, we had the best economy our country has ever had. Black and Hispanic unemployment reached the best levels in history. Female joblessness slid to levels unseen before. Black poverty collapsed to record lows. And all of the things Income inequality shrank, and it shrank at levels we've never witnessed. Between 2016 and 2019, real median household income grew. These were the Trump years, 16.4%, the highest ever, to almost $10,000 per family. Think of that. Number two, Trump cut red tape as never before. He promised to kill 2 old regulations for every new one. And in fact, he ended up actually scrapping 8 for 1, and he was going to 12 to 1 and doing numbers that were unbelievable. Thank you, DeRoy. DeRoy is, and I'm actually just quoting from the article that came out today from DeRoy Murdoch. He said, number 3, Trump fully restrained inflation. We had practically none. Prices were rising just 1.4% as he left office. And this was a fraction of the 9% inflation that lying Joe Biden repeatedly claims Trump handed him. No, he said we handed him. No, it went up to 9% after he took over the White House and created all the inflationary acts. He did a horrible job. The 30-year mortgage rate, as Trump departed, was 2.77% versus the almost 9% today. And you, by the way, even if you pay 9%, you can't get any money. There's no money available. Trump's drill, baby, drill approach fostered energy independence, which we've never had before. Low fuel, even if you pay 9%, you can't get any money. There's no money available. Trump's drill, baby, drill approach fostered energy independence, which inflation has hit us harder than it's probably ever hit us before, and people are suffering because of it. Trump promoted parental rights and school choice. Trump's education department repealed the so-called guidance letter that turned on-campus sexual harassment accusations into de facto criminal convictions. You know all about that. Who else would do that for you? Trump restored due process to the he said, she said minefield for your children. I know many, many people, what they've gone through with that is they've gone through hell. In a powerful blow, Trump required universities to respect the First Amendment lest they lose their federal funds. I said, you don't respect the First Amendment, we're taking away all of your federal funding. Trump torpedoed Obamacare's individual mandate and got rid of many of its taxes. Medical price transparency empowered consumers to shop for health care services and compare costs. And this is one of the biggest things that's happened, and it's reducing the price of drugs and everything related to drugs and medical care at levels not seen before. This will soon be happening. The competition is now slowing what were ballooning healthcare expenses. Trump signed right to try. Terminally ill patients now can receive experimental and possibly life-saving treatments. And when at death's door, what do these suffering Americans have to lose? What do they have to lose, you ask? They are so thousands and thousands of people are now living because of right to try. Trump nominated some 300 constitutionalist federal judges, a record, including a seldom seen 3 Supreme Court justices in one presidential term. Very rarely seen before, if ever. Trump canceled and defunded federal diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and other state-funded racism schemes. The VA Mission Act, which Trump signed, lets military veterans receive federally funded medical care in the private sector if delays prevent their treatment in VA hospitals. In other words, if they're delayed, they can go out and get a private doctor. We pay the bill. They go out, they get a private doctor, they get better. People were waiting online for 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, and not anymore. Trump signed a measure that streamlined dismissals of federal bureaucrats who abuse America's beloved veterans. He got NATO countries to pay hundreds of billions of dollars more for their protection. The only president who did so and substantially reducing what we were forced to pay. We got them to pay, other nations to pay hundreds of billions of dollars that they weren't paying. No other president was able to do that, reducing very substantially what we paid. During the Trump administration, we had peace through strength, no wars other than the complete and total destruction of ISIS. And DeRoy ended by saying that most libertarians would say this is a non-exhaustive roster of accomplishments like no other, that it truly shines. So again, DeRoy, thank you very much. DeRoy Murdoch, I appreciate it. We could not have written that better. And as you say, there were many other things we did that were quite libertarian also. So I want to thank you very much. That was a great article. Thank you. DeRoy Murdoch, thank you. When I return to the White House, we will break the deep state grip on our democracy once and for all. I did far more than any other president in that regard. As an example, I inherited James Comey, a terrible, terrible person from the Obama administration. And very early on, I fired him and lots of others at the FBI, in addition to thousands and thousands of corrupt and unnecessary people throughout our government. And now we are going to finish the job. We will root out the sickness that has taken over our Justice Department, our FBI, and other agencies. Our goal will be nothing less than the rebirth of fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. Since the day he took office, Joe Biden has worked to persecute political dissidents, including conservatives, Catholics, and other Christians and opponents of his weaponized state. Right now, the Biden DOJ is trying to put Christians in prison for 11 years for the crime of singing hymns. The moment I win the election, I will appoint a special task force to rapidly review the cases of every political prisoner who has been unjustly persecuted by the Biden administration, so that I can sign their pardons or commutations on day one. And I will ensure that libertarians are helping to lead that task force. You'll be on that task force, many of you. As everyone knows, it will be my great honor to pardon the peaceful January 6 protesters, or as I often call them, the hostages. They're hostages. There has never been a group of people treated so harshly or unfairly in our country's history. This abuse will be rectified, and it will be rectified very quickly. And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served. He's already served 11 years. We're going to get him home. We're going to get him home. I'm proud that I have put forward a detailed plan to smash the censorship and industrial complex and restore free speech. On day one, I will sign an executive order banning federal agencies from colluding to censor the lawful speech of American citizens. And we will remove the rogue bureaucrats who conspire to take away your First Amendment freedoms. We will do that quickly. I will once again slash a record number of liberty-destroying regulations. I will stop Joe Biden's plan for the largest tax. He is going to give you the largest tax increase in the history of our country. And I will end that. And I will make the Trump tax cuts the biggest in the history of our country. We will make them permanent tax cuts. We will also stop the massive Biden inflation tax, a stealth tax by which crooked Joe Biden is printing trillions and trillions of dollars and plundering it for the cronies and political friends that he's got all over Washington. And we will cancel the Green New Deal, which is the Green New Scam. It's a big scam. We will terminate Crooked Joe's insane electric vehicle mandate. And we're going to bring your energy costs down by 60 and 70% because we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We will eliminate illegal government discrimination, return to a society based on individual rights and individual merit. Thank you. And I will also stop Joe Biden's crusade to crush crypto. We're going to stop it. I will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in the USA, not driven overseas. I will support the right to self-custody to the nation's 50 million crypto holders. I say this with your vote. I will keep Elizabeth Warren and her goons away from your Bitcoin. And I will never allow the creation of a central bank digital currency. I will also immediately end the humanitarian disaster on our southern border. We will end it quickly. You cannot have capitalism and also have open borders because you will soon be turned into a socialist nation, then a poor nation, and finally you will be a failed nation. By ending the border crisis, which we will do immediately, we will save freedom, prosperity, and capitalism in America. And before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, so we quit spending hundreds of billions of dollars to fight other people's wars, and so that we start immediately saving thousands and thousands of lives. And I am committed to restoring peace and restoring stability and to stopping Joe Biden's march to World War III. You know you're being led right into World War III. You know that. You're going to have World War III, and it'll be a war like no other because of the weaponry, the massive weaponry. It will be a war like no other. We will stop it. And I'm the only one that's going to be able to stop it. I will protect American sovereignty from the creeping hands of global government. And as we speak, Joe Biden's minions are in Geneva, secretly negotiating to surrender more of our liberty to the World Health Organization. Drafts of the agreement show that they want to subjugate America to foreign nations, attack free speech, empower the World Health Organization to redistribute American resources. They're going to take our money and send it all over the world to other countries that we need for our own citizens in the event of a pandemic. And it can happen again. I am hereby demanding that Joe Biden submit these monstrosities to the Senate as treaties. They have to be submitted as treaties because he cannot be allowed to do that, destroy our country. He is. If he does not, I will rip them up and throw them out on day one of the Trump administration. On education, we will cut federal funding for any school pushing Marxist and communist race and gender theories on our children. We will keep men out of women's sports. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. We will shut down our out-of-control federal Department of Education and give it back to the states and local governments. I will return power to the states, local governments, and to the American people. I am a believer in the 10th Amendment. I will always defend religious liberty and the right to keep and bear arms. And I will secure our elections. So in conclusion, To every freedom lover here today, and there are a lot of them, and all across our land, I say, this is no ordinary election. Freedom itself is at stake. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. So if you want to strike a blow against the corrupt system in Washington, if you want to send a message to all of the people who want to take away your liberty, then right now in this election, we need your help. We need your support. When I'm in the White House, you will always find an open door to the Oval Office. Together, we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. But no matter how hateful or corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting are, and they are vicious and they are corrupt, you must never forget, this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you, belongs to you. This is your home, this is your heritage, and our American liberty is your God-given right. 2024 is our final battle. With your help, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. And we will drain the swamp, and we will restore and rescue our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. Ladies and gentlemen, the great liberation of America begins on November 5th, 2024. It will be the most important day in the history of our country, and the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. I want to thank you. I want your support. And again, you can either nominate us and put us in the position or give us your votes. I would say nominate or give us your votes, but we want libertarian votes because you stand for what we stand for, and don't waste a vote. And don't allow the worst president in the history of our country to come back and do the final destruction of America. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you. God bless you.
That was former President Donald Trump. That was a pretty remarkable speech, actually, in which he asked the members of the Libertarian Party to either nominate him or, in any event, vote for him instead of their own candidate. And there was a pretty favorable response from a good section of that. It must be a first in American politics. I have to admit that. We're going to, let's see, first. You don't have a camera. I here. Yeah, please get out of here. The tripod's over there. Yeah, thank you. It's difficult. No, I wanted 3. Isn't 3 on him? That's that.
Nothing's coming through, it's all black.
Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay. Sorry, we're having a little technical problems because we have an awful lot of stuff going on around us. Gary Agello was with us, and he just came back from sitting in the room where President Trump was speaking. And Gary, pick that microphone up and hold it closer to you. Just take it right off. Take it right off the stand.
Take it right off. Take it off like this.
That's
Hold
right.
it in front of me.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. You want
All
to move closer?
Nope. I'll take care of the camera. So talk to us.
All right. So let's start right from the very beginning. We were sitting here probably around 5 o'clock, and all of a sudden we noticed that there were people starting to line up down at the other end of the convention center here to get into this event tonight, which started at 8 o'clock. And I said, oh my God, there's people going to be sitting here for 3 hours waiting for Trump to come and talk to them. And probably around 6 o'clock, we actually got online to go walk in there. And the crowd was a mix of delegates from the Libertarian Party and outsiders who were supporting Trump or opposing Trump going in there. So that's why the reaction of the audience was so mixed when Trump actually began to speak. If you were listening to the presentation by Trump, you heard a lot of hooting and hollering and yelling and screaming and yesing and knowing and booing, because there was a very mixed audience. And even among the Libertarians, there's a divergence of opinion as to what they should do. And we've been discussing that for 2 days here in front of this audience over the radio about the position that the Libertarian Party is in, and the control or the power that they have, which to some of the delegates, for us as political analysts and political observers, is a peculiar that the Libertarians are not utilizing or exerting the power that they have in this election. And here we had President Trump speaking for 45 minutes, begging for the Libertarian support, because he knows, and he even mentioned it, I don't know how many times, that do you people want to have the 3% and retain your 3% and lose the election, or give me your support, nominate me, and win something, and I'm gonna give you. And he went through a whole laundry list of items that he was gonna give them for their support. So here it is. It's on the table for all the Libertarians out there who are listening to what Trump was saying. They are in the position of power. They can make any kind of deal that they want to in order to help Trump win this election, and it's up to them to decide how they're going to play that card.
Beforehand, the Libertarian Party had went to Trump and said, these are the things we want you to discuss and give us your positions on. And it was to free Ross Ulbricht, who is the guy with the dark web thing. That's one of their causes. Yep, free Ross, there you go. Okay, and they had those signs up in the front. To free Julian Assange, to defend the Second Amendment, peace and war, abolish the deep state, stop runaway inflation, end the Fed. You heard that chant a number of times. And what was interesting is that in a lot of cases, from what I've heard from other people that were in there, when the people in the back started to chant that they wanted Trump, the people in the front started to chant end the Fed to drown him out. And it's an interesting game that's been played over the course of this thing. Some of the other items here: no more foreign aid, no central bank digital currencies, eliminate the federal income tax. That was the list that they had of demands for Trump. I heard just about all of them met.
And if you listen to Trump, it was like he had somebody brief him before he walked in there. This is the laundry list, and Trump went through like with a checklist and just went right through. Yep. And it was very interesting. I thought it was strange that he saved the free Ross thing for almost the last part of his presentation.
That's right.
The free Ross chant went up right from the very beginning of Trump's presentation. And he saved it for last, and I think that quieted a lot of the opposition to Trump, because it seems to be one of the things way up on the top of their agenda.
Yeah, so that's one of the things. We spoke with a variety of people over the last 2 days, from inside the Libertarian Party, that have a variety of perspectives. The two factions, the people that you spoke with, represent. There were some people that we spoke with while you were out, getting other people for us. And one of them that Pasta spoke with, who was from New Hampshire, has a very strict, almost I would say Spanish
Obsessive?
Inquisition. No, but a very rigid ideological perspective. If you don't agree with me on all of these things, then I don't want you in our party, and I don't want you in New Hampshire. That's their basis. They want to create, in essence, a religious state, a theocracy, only not with God, but these libertarian principles at the heart of it, but that rigid as you would have in a theocracy. We heard people all the way on the other end of it to take the word libertarian literally, and whatever you think you want to do, you should be free to do, and we're free to talk to you about it, and you're free to talk about it. And so
I know
it was interesting seeing the gamut between those two poles.
It took us an hour to get inside the hall because there were so many people here. All right, and one of the people that we were standing with online was actually talking about that particular issue from your opposite end of the spectrum, where he was saying, you know, in order to get anything done, we have to compromise.
Yeah.
All right, and there are. This is not peculiar to libertarianism, okay? It's peculiar to every political party. You've got the people who are radically ideological, and if you don't toe the ideological line, we don't want you in the party. We're not going to even discuss it. And as a matter of fact, one of the issues that we discussed is about the polarization of the political process over the last 50 years. The Republicans and the Democrats both have almost eliminated anybody from their party who even thinks about compromising. All right, so now that has really polarized the two political parties because they've elected through their primary process people who are ideological solid, and they can't offer any compromise to the other side, because if they do, they are going to be primaried and going to be removed from office. So it really has created a two-silo system here in the United States, which is very interesting analysis. But he was on that spectrum of the Libertarian Party that said, you know, we got to get things done. You got to move the ball forward, and the only way to get the ball forward is to offer some sort of compromise.
It's just electoral politics. We had this discussion in the Green Party a couple of decades ago. Are we activists, on policy issues and ignoring not participating as a party in electoral politics, or are we an electoral party or some kind of hybrid? This is very difficult. If you have a whole list of policy issues that you're interested in actualizing, if you're going to be a political party, you have to get some of them done at a time. Because if you can organize a mass base to have an electoral majority, even at a state level, you're going to have a diversity of opinion on almost every issue that there is. If you can get 2 or 3 major issues out front and dealt with, you're going to have to get along with everybody that holds a different opinion than you on the other issues and settle those. You have to prioritize them, obviously. And this is not something that people like to do. They don't like to think in real material political terms. They think of these things almost in religious, metaphysical terms, that it's what's right and wrong according to some measure or other, rather than what can be done and what's the best outcome to actualize these policies that we want.
And unfortunately, man, I've been dealing with this for a long time. You know that, Don. I've been working in politics for so long, and the polarization and the inability for the two political parties to offer any kind of compromise, because if they offer a compromise, then they're going to be out of office. And we've gotten to the point where I think our congressional delegations are split almost exactly in half. All right, and so now you look. Now we leap forward to today, and we talk about the Libertarian Party. Here, the Libertarians have an opportunity to move the needle one way or the other, and maybe make the Republican Party a little bit more into the majority, which kind of aligns with some of the things that they want to get done, and they can get those things done if they align with the Republican Party and move those people in there. But they are in their own silo, and many of them are in their own silo, say, no, we're going to stick to our ideological principles, and we are not going to support anybody, and we are going to we're going to vote to get our 3%.
The Green Party had this opportunity in 2000. Mm-hmm. Ralph Nader was blamed for the loss of the election by Al Gore to George Bush. Ralph Nader, rightly or wrongly, I think he was right, strictly in terms of the facts, said, look, I didn't do it. This did it, that did it, that did it. Gore could have taken positions that his constituents wanted to see. These things were rigged. These people had played games with the voting machines and all of this. Instead of saying, yes, we did it, and if you don't do what we want, we're going to do it again and again and again. Yeah. In other words, exercising power at the margins. Mm-hmm. When you're sitting with two sides just like this, and you have the decisive vote, you leverage the hell out of it.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
that's how you get your issues dealt with.
I think that, Don, there's some other people that want to participate in this conversation.
I'd love to do
That'd be
that. And what I need to do, the audience, just bear with us. I'm going to have to juggle these guys around because Gary moved his seat forward when he sat down and moved it off the blocking. So now the cameras are out of position.
You want me to get up and
I want
move?
you to get up and move your chair back. And,
Not too far back, though.
no, just back even with him. And closer, a little closer.
You want me to stay here?
I want you to sit in that chair.
You want me to stay?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fine. Come closer to me. Move that
Do
chair.
you want to do this?
Move that chair. Move that chair as close to your chair. And I think this is your mic over here. You can grab that.
Good there, he's good here.
Can you see us?
Yeah, I didn't want him to move, though. You twist that chair around a little bit. All right. Yeah, that's good. Okay, because I want, and Gary, now I want you to twist yours around a little bit. Get out of his shot. You're in this way. Yeah, you're in his shot now.
You're perfect now.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. Now, keep your back on the chair. Yes. And do the same when he's talking, or else you'll be in his shot.
Yeah, I'm very Italian, so I got to move my hands.
Oh, yeah. And you guys are now on. Gary, introduce you guys.
Okay, why don't you introduce us?
All right. I'm Phil Bell. I work with the Parkview Institute, and I'm also the host of the All Aboard podcast by All Things Trains.
And let me see, are you a Trump supporter?
You could say that. Maybe the biggest in history. Like Melania comes over and says, "I'm sorry, you are actually a bigger supporter than I am."
But you're black.
I know. No, I ain't black because Joe Biden said so. Remember?
I think they want you to look into the camera there, too.
All right.
You don't have to look at me if you don't want to. So now we've been having this discussion. I don't know if you've been here. You were here just tonight for the
Yes.
Trump. Okay. We've been having a discussion for the past couple of days with the delegates here at the Libertarian convention about the particular issue that Trump hit many times. And you may not have thought anything of it because you may have heard him talk about this before. But the Libertarians, their convention has been over the last couple of days, and they're choosing a candidate to run for president.
Yes.
And now the Libertarians have like 2 or 3% of the vote.
Right.
And that's a critical movement. You know, in some of the states, the key states, Trump is just. That's a margin of error there, all right? And it could push Trump over the top. So he's there tonight to tell these people, listen, I'm with you people. Okay, we've got many of the same issues that we have in common. Why don't you put your support for me, okay, and then you can put me over the top.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you got that. Did you get that?
I did. I got that. I thought that was terrific. First of all, I think it was great that President Trump came to the convention of another party and decided to address it, because anytime you have another party, even if you have similar ideas, you're going to have people that say, well, look, you're not in our camp, so we're not exactly the biggest fans of you. But I think in addressing that, talking about the 2 to 3%, talking about Ross, talking about a lot of this, I think he made a very compelling case. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a supporter, but I think that was a great job. And I also agree with him. Look, without a doubt, as somebody who's lived in blue states and you're trying to make an impact, if you can get a little bit closer, that's positive. So I think he made a great point there.
Yes. I was talking to some of the other delegates because we've been interested in speaking to the Libertarians, and the issue is this is a conflict within the Libertarian Party itself, and that's why Trump is throwing it out there to them, because the Libertarians now have to decide: are we going to work to get our 3% and lose, or are we going to take our 3% and move the needle over to Trump and the rest of the Republican Party and possibly win? And so from their point of view, you have to think about, is that worth it for us to do that? All right, and I know it's been a very hard decision. It's a very hard discussion here among the Libertarians. So we also had Trump. I don't know if you were listening to all the chants that were going on in there. Did you have any comment about any of the other the opposition or the chants that were going on while Trump was speaking?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, and you bring a good point, because I want to talk about that a little bit with respect to the chants. My question is, do you want libertarianism, or do you want the Libertarian Party to be successful? Now, we had the same conversation in the GOP.
Yep.
So for years and years, we talked about conservative ideas. We set a definition of what that meant. This started with Bill Buckley. It went through Ronald Reagan, you name it. But the thing was that at every time We didn't have someone who said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and promote the conservatism that we believe in. The person who did that was Donald Trump, who was unlike anybody that we had before, who had been a Democrat, who everybody knows all the negatives they said about him. So this is the thing that a lot of the folks who were chanting have to ask. Do we want to get as close as we can to libertarianism, or do we want to talk about a party structure? Because the reality is, party structures are going to come and go, but the ideas should not. And that's why I thought some of the chants were interesting, even though I certainly understand the passion, where somebody would say, well, look, we want someone from our group.
Yeah, and I know before you came on, Don and I were talking about I've been involved in politics for a very, very long time. And over the past 30 or 40 years, I've noticed that the two parties have become more polarized because of the ideological process that they're going through. If you've been inside any one of the political parties, in order to move up and get to that elected office and get nominated for elected office, you have to prove that you are a Democrat or you are a Republican. If you're one of these people that say, well, I really want to compromise and get things done, and you're out. So now over the past 30 or 40 years, because this process has been so pervasive in both parties, we have two parties that can't compromise. Because once you say that I'm going to offer compromise to the other party, you're going to be primaried and thrown out of office.
Now, I think that's interesting. I don't entirely agree. Here's what I think has happened. Over the years, we've gotten to the point where you had party structures that were from Washington, D.C., that wanted to push Washington, D.C.'s values on the broader public. Okay. If you go to the vast majority of Democrats, you go to the vast majority of Republicans, a lot of them are friends, a lot of them agree on the majority of issues. Same thing with libertarians. You have that a lot. But what you don't have is structures in Washington, D.C. specifically who reflect that. So therefore, if you were to get people like us, and I don't know what party you're in, maybe you're in the Libertarian Party, I'm definitely in the Republican Party, we could probably come up with ways to agree without having a lot of real difficulty out there. That's really what it's all about. So what we need to do is have people be more engaged, more involved, and even though politics can be seen by many as being a dirty business or something they don't want to be part of, get involved in it, and that will end this.
Where are you from?
Well, originally North Jersey and North Florida. Now I live in Northern Virginia. I managed to live in the north of everywhere. My family's from North Carolina. And I worked for years at Freedom Works, which was seen by many as a libertarian. So we were more of a conservatarian think tank advocacy group. And now I'm out on my own. So just over the river here, outside the Beltway. That's the important thing, outside the Beltway.
Okay, John, you have any questions for us?
I don't really, other than what are we doing next? What are you working on, and how can people reach you?
Well, go to parkviewinstitute.org. You see a lot of my writings there. I work with John Tamney, who's been a great libertarian writer as far as economics has been concerned. So that's one place to find me. The other, go to All Things Trains USA on YouTube. I love trains. I do a podcast on trains. I talk about trains every day. If you like trains, go see that.
Where does trains mean?
Railroads. Choo-choo, you name it, yeah.
I have gone from New York to California at least 6 times back and forth by train.
See, now you have me beat. I haven't done that.
Oh my God!
Right. They're going to fire me from the podcast, but I run it, so that's good. I'm just kidding. That's good.
As a matter of fact, I have an Amtrak credit card, and I get my mileage points when I use my credit card.
That is great.
And I can take a free trip back and forth across the country just on my points from my credit card.
That's perfect.
I absolutely love it. I love to get a sleeper car. You just sit there.
That's the way to do it.
And most of the people on the train, not most, a lot of the people on the train are foreigners because they want to see the United States.
Exactly.
We just want to fly from D.C. to get out to San Francisco as fast as we can. The country is absolutely gorgeous.
I'd like to ask you, beautiful. Have you ever been to China?
I haven't been to China. I've heard about their maglevs and everything they're doing there.
Amazing.
But you know what's neat? They built steam engines until the early 2000s, and I got to ride behind one up in New Jersey where I'm from, and it's really neat.
Great. Also, the Siberian Express from Leningrad, St. Petersburg to Vladivostok.
Yes.
It's like an 8-day trip or something.
That's one of the things on my bucket list.
Yeah. All right, great. All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. That was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Gary. What?
You can text me there.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Everything
you
else
guys
is
do all
gone.
that.
But
This
you can text
is
me. 208.
Pasta to Go.
All right, well, thanks a
My
lot.
name is
Thanks,
Don
Phil.
DeBar. We're at the Libertarian Party National Convention in Washington, D.C. I'm sitting here with Gary Agello, and I'm also with Cheese Slice, Margot. Somewhere is Pasta. I think he's downstairs gathering interviews with people who exited the Donald Trump speech. Again, we saw former President Donald Trump addressing the Libertarian Party convention. That's a first, an ex-president addressing this party. Also a first, where a presidential candidate for one of the major parties addresses the constituents of another party at their convention and asked for the endorsement, which he did, and then for their votes. That had a mixed response from the people on the ground there. There were some people who were very upset and who didn't want Trump to be here in the first place. There were others who were very welcoming, as you just saw one of the delegates
Yeah,
here.
and it also says something about the Libertarian Party. I mean, one of the presenters got up before Trump came in there and said, listen, we believe in free speech. And here we have an opportunity to show that we believe in free speech. We have President Trump coming up to speak to us, and we don't want to. We want you to be respectful of him. You can, make comments and all the other things, but we're not going to be violent. We're not going to throw him out of office. We're not going to say we don't want to listen to you and shut him down. Let's exchange the ideas. That's what the Libertarian Party is all about.
Yep. And one of the things that I saw happening while that was going on was the competing, like we could see on the screen with the video that we were getting feed from. Also, here in the audio, here people were chanting one thing, there people were chanting another. It was kind of almost like a choir version of the battle that was taking place on the floor earlier today and yesterday between competing groupings within the Libertarian Party.
But the respect that went on was most noticeable. Here we have the president of the former president of the United States coming to another political convention and saying things that he knew that they were not going to agree with, and the people in the audience knew that he was going to say things that they didn't agree with, and yet they sat there and they listened. There was nobody jumping up on the stage. There was nobody pulling the mic out of Trump's hand. There was none of that. It was just, we're going to listen to you and we're going to let you know what we like and what we don't like.
Well, what was noteworthy also, by the way, I don't know if you're aware of this, but they invited Biden and Trump and Kennedy. And Trump and Kennedy arrived. Biden was invited too.
When Angela got up, she got up at the beginning, didn't she? And she said that she invited. I kind of said, is she just kidding? Is that
No.
Was it real?
Apparently, yes, it's real. This is what I heard from some of the people who were part of the effort to do it. Some of them didn't take it seriously. They assumed no one would accept. And they thought, we're going to invite Biden, we'll invite Trump to come to speak to our people, and oh yeah, we better invite Bobby Kennedy also, and they thought no one would come. And Trump apparently was the first one to accept, and then Bobby Kennedy accepted, because I guess he assumed he wasn't going to be sandbagged, that they were just going to, be heard.
It is like Trump going to the Bronx. In a million years, what Republican candidate is going to go to the Bronx and
thousands of people online to get in. They couldn't get in, aside from the thousands inside.
And here you had the same thing. Trump says, okay, I'm going to come to the Libertarian Convention, and I'm going to speak to the Libertarian, and I know that I'm going to have a harsh audience to speak to, but there was people in there that were applauding some of the things that he said. He went through their checklist and he said, these are the things I'm going to do.
We were saying that Pasta and Jamie and I were talking about the fact that this is not the audience Trump is used to speaking in front of. He's used to having 5 or 10 or 20,000 hardcore fans, because there's that many of them. All these places he goes, they're cheering every word, and here he was getting pushback from a good part of the audience. I thought he handled it very well.
Very well. He just kept.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything. Made any comments about it. He just kept moving right forward with his presentation.
Now that's really what his career has been. It's without, maybe with a little bit of the disparaging inference. It's like hucksterism. He goes to Elks, gatherings or weddings or big ceremonious things, and he MCs them, or he's a guest there and he speaks, and he's used to dealing with that. He knows how to handle the crowd and how to work a room.
Can we talk about Trump for just 2 minutes? Can we go on that?
For it. Yeah.
So the guy that we were talking to online when we were waiting to get in there, we were just BSing about politics in general, and I told him that I grew up in Briarcliff Manor, New York, all right, and which is one of the suburbs of New York City, and all the time that you're growing up, that was a very prosperous community, and all that whole area of Westchester is a very prosperous community. And inside Briarcliff Manor was a golf course that was called the Briar Hill Golf Course, right? And I think Don, you and I,
Briar Hall.
Don, you and I have talked about this in the past.
Yes.
Here you have Briar Hall Country Club right in the middle of Briarcliff, and if anybody knows anything about Westchester County, in order to get like a house,
it's the
built,
high rent district, and they don't let you do.
They don't let you
want
do
to paint your
anything.
Deck? You want to paint your deck? Okay, give us a 300-page environmental impact
right,
statement.
and permits and all that, and you got to come out and have the inspector come out. So very little things get done in Westchester County without a lot of red tape.
In addition to that, what is it, Dalmini Road that goes back there? Okay, that the people on that street, including a lawyer who I've known for a long time, tried every device they could to shut down Briar Hall Country Club because the traffic for that country club they felt was a negative impact on their neighborhood.
Right. So now you have this golf course, Briar Hall Country Club, that gets bought by Donald Trump,
and we're going to expand it.
and he not only renovates the whole place, but he builds houses around the perimeter of the golf course. And I said, wow, anybody that can get that done in Briarcliff Manor can do anything.
And if you talk to the people in Briarcliff, they're happy about it. And this was the thing in 2016 that I was trying to...
And think about the population in Briarcliff Manor. They're not...
No, these are lawyers and doctors and accountants. This is the high rent district. The houses go there for $1 million and up. So when we were looking at going into the 2016 election, I was trying to explain to people that this is the ground game that his organization has, going from community to community to community. They go in, they listen to the people. What do you want from this? We want to do this project. We want you to be happy with it. We don't want to spend 10 years trying to get it approved while you come down and beat our head in with it. How can we get to the end of this and have us both be happy? Whether it's nonsense, lies, hucksterism, some combination of all of it. At the end of the day, they got that ground game, and they get the stuff in, and the people are still happy.
And I don't know if you remember back to 2016, I was working on the presidential primary trail, and I was supporting another candidate because there's no way that Trump is going to even get any place. And I was sending back reports. I remember sending reports back to Don about walking door to door, supporting the other candidate, and we're walking door to door, and people say, "No, I'm supporting Trump." You're going to support Trump? And I didn't understand it. And I'm saying to Don, "Something's going on here, Don. There's something here that I feel the vibe." All right?
Starting in New Hampshire, you started.
Yes, I was in New Hampshire, walking in 2 feet of snow.
Yep.
Walking door to door.
Cases, I remember.
And it was an amazing experience to see what happened in 2016. You would have never believed it, but when you could feel it. And you're getting the same vibe now when you can go into the Bronx with a Republican presidential candidate and get 25,000 people to come out and listen to you
without ropes. I know. Yeah.
Something's going on.
Well, here's my theory for what it's worth. What got him elected? Most people agree at this point in time, looking in hindsight, particularly those that don't like Trump's presidency or his involvement in politics or him personally or whatever, was that the loss of confidence and the legitimacy, basically, of the people in the institutions, the government, big business, all of it, was soaring because the condition of the people was that they were becoming more and more immiserated, and there was less and less response from the systems that were supposed to protect them from it, and they saw less and less daylight from here to there. So Trump portrays himself comes in as is whatever, the outsider. He speaks to that. He gets elected against the whole might of every political machine churning its engine in unison in the country. the entire Republican Party, executive committee and officialdom, the Democratic Party, $2 billion war chest, all of that, a media carpet bombing for months. And people asked me, I was doing interviews in 2015 from the summer on about Trump being in there. Everybody thought this was going to be a battle of the dynasties between Jeb Bush, and Hillary Clinton. And I told people, look, Donald Trump's main stock and trade is his name. He licenses it for people to put on their buildings and their jewelry and other things, and that's how he makes the bulk of his money. All he's doing, in my opinion, is running to boost the value of his name. So it's now Donald Trump, tycoon, billionaire, casino owner, and former presidential candidate. I said, trust me, that's all that's going to happen. By January, it was a whole new story. He was at the top of the heap, and we were trying to figure out why. So in hindsight, everybody says there was such dissatisfaction in the country and so little confidence in the two political parties that they got that. So he gets elected. And then by every measure, the next election was a squeaker. There was a massive assault on him the entire presidency by the media, and again the political establishment, attempts to impeach him and all this other stuff, and yet he was neck and neck, at least, with Joe Biden. Now we've had 4 years of deepening immiseration of the people and more frustration with them over getting a response out of their institutions. Democrats, by the way, haven't gotten a damn thing with Joe Biden being president, except the same thing everybody else got. Yeah. And so now what happens? And here's my concern about that. The people that say Trump is, the second coming of Adolf Hitler or whatever, and that he's riding Weimar Republic-style dissatisfaction to install a fascist state, whether they're right or wrong, the condition exists for that to happen, and it's now been exacerbated. And we have more, I would say, deeper control of our lives through social media, with outright violation of our First Amendment and free association and all the other constitutional rights by the CIA, FBI, malicious prosecution of political opponents across the board from January 6th to 91 counts against Trump. What's coming?
One of the Libertarian candidates was talking about that the other day. We have so easily Americans gave up so much of their liberties. Was that Kennedy? I think was it Kennedy was talking about it?
Was him, yes.
So freely, here we are. The COVID crisis comes and the government takes away all of your rights. And so easily we gave it up, and now you're going to be deep in the hole. And here you have the president that's even by executive order putting all of these restrictions on us, and we're just sitting here accepting all of these things. And we worked so hard for 200 years to preserve all of those rights. That's one of the reasons why the Libertarian Party is where it is now. I mean, these are the things that they're concerned about.
Bobby Kennedy was tracking it. He said, well, after, in the 1920s, there was the Red Scare, and so we suspend the Constitution for a little while to deal with the big threat of communism. And then there was Joe McCarthy again in the 1950s, and we did the same thing. And then after that was the Vietnam War and protesters, and we did the same thing. And then there was the drug war, and we did the same thing. And then blah, blah, blah. And he said, I've read the Constitution cover to cover so many times, and I've never found a COVID exemption in there. I never found a Vietnam War exemption in there. I never found a Red Scare exemption in there. And every time this happens, when they take away your rights, first of all, they're not rights, they're privileges that are revocable at will. And secondly, when you get them back, they're already diminished.
And that's one of the reasons why we need the Libertarian Party to stand up and say, this is wrong. Who's standing up and saying that's wrong? This is what we believe in. This is wrong. This shouldn't be done.
Yep. I know. That's the thing that's attractive about this whole trend in politics. I have some real concerns about some of the people's ideas about how things should be done here, like I have every other place I go. Okay? I could sit down with some friends in a particular trend Marxist party, and there are people there that I am completely in tune with and understand how they're approaching policy. First their concept of policy and their concept of politics and how you implement it, and I'm totally on board with it. And other people would scare the living shit out of me. Okay, and the same thing here. The same in the Green Party. I saw it. I followed Cynthia McKinney around 2007, 2008. I saw the games that were played inside the Green Party. And I've said, 4 or 5 times while we've been here, the wasted opportunity. They had as much power as a third party is going to get as the first step to get in and start leveraging. They had it in their hands when they were blamed for changing the outcome of the 2000 election.
Let's take 2 minutes and talk about election and voting integrity.
Go ahead.
And I'm bringing that up because of what we saw today out on the streets here in D.C. and like 2 years ago, I sent Don a picture from San Francisco, me standing next to a post office box size container on the street in San Francisco that said, place ballot here. And I'm looking around and I say, no security system, no nothing. It's just a box on the street where you can put as many ballots as you wanted to. And here we are today in D.C. and we saw 2 of those boxes here in D.C. on the street.
I took pictures. If Jamie were here, I would show folks what they are, but I'll put them on my Facebook page tomorrow.
And that, for me, that scares me more than anything else. I'm an old election inspector. I go back 30, 40 years being an election inspector, and I can tell you one of the things that really bothered me is as an election inspector working at the polls, we would have people that would have difficulty in their voting booth. And you had to go in with a Democrat and Republican representative in the booth to help that person fix the machine. All right, there was 2 of us there, and now you can go for 50 days walking door to door by yourself, carrying around voter absentee ballots, and no one says anything. There's no other person that's observing what you're doing, and you can collect all the votes that you want to, bundle them together, and put them in that box that's on the street. That is insane for me.
That's right. As you know, I was in Russia in March for the presidential election there as an election observer, and I went out to Krasnoyarsk in Siberia. It's a city of about 2 million people, a big, modern, beautiful city. And I was working with the head of the Krasnoyarsk is the capital city, in essence, of one of the regions of Russia in the middle of Siberia. The regions are pretty much analogous to our states. This guy was the head of the election commission for the region, like the head of the New York State Board of Elections, in essence. And they sent us out as a delegation, the group of people I was with, to go to different polling places for the 3 days that they held the election, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We went maybe 6, 7 polling places each a day around this city and observed when they open what the procedure is, when they closed what the procedure is, day to day what goes on inside the place, and got a good feel for how that was and gave some testimony about it. Well, we had to sit down with the senior staff of the Board of Elections, I'm using our term, and they asked me, what did I think? And I said, procedurally, this is identical to what we do in Austin, New York. The polling place is very well marked. They had a logo that they used for the election that was all over the country. Their colors are blue, white, and red, and so it was in that. And it's just said, in essence, election 2024 here. They hold them, the polling places are in schools and libraries and things like that, like we have here, public buildings. What's unusual compared to what I'm used to in any event in New York is that the kids don't get sent home from school or kept away from the polling, but they're an integral part of it. There's a chorus of children that will be singing outside the polling place to greet you when you come. There are people that are in there. The parents bring their kids into the poll, watch them vote, and show them how it works and all of that. So they go in, you go up to where the row of League of Women Voter ladies are, A to E, F to H, et cetera, et cetera. You go in, you show them proof, unless they know you, that you're the person on the list. They check off the list and hand you a ballot. You go into a little booth, fill out the ballot by hand. It's a paper ballot. You come out, you put it in a scanner that scans and records the vote and tells you that, and then drops into the big glass box underneath it. So I asked them, okay, procedurally, what happens next? how does the vote get tallied? And they said, well, the vote gets tallied automatically by the machines. We maintain the ballots and we can maintain custody of the machines so that the paper ballots are there if there's a challenge to the machine count or evidence of some mechanical failure or any other reason that casts doubts on the accuracy of the outcome that the machine generates. And we audit it with the paper.
Right.
So that's what we do, although the custody thing is a little murky a lot of times where I'm from. They have theirs on closed-circuit television from the time the machine arrives until the time the machines are sent back to the warehouse, like 2 or 3 weeks later. So I said, okay, the next question I have is, what happens with absentee ballots? And they said, what do you mean? I said, well, I'm sick. I don't have transportation. I choose to vote from home. What happens? And they said, well, you don't choose to vote from home. We have somewhere to vote for you, very close by, very convenient to you. If you need help with it, we'll help get you to the poll. And if you need a ballot at home, 2 people from the Board of Elections, the primary carrier and a witness, will come bring the ballot to you. You fill the ballot out and give it back to them. It remains in our custody the entire time. They said, well, so if you have a large box to gather, place your voting ballot here in front of the post office or Best Buy, like we have here in D.C., okay? And they just drop it in, and it's there, and then somebody picks it up and drives it over and delivers it to the Board of Elections. He said, we don't have anything like that. Every piece of paper that has a vote on it that's going to be counted has been in our custody for the entire time, except for the moments that the voter had it in their hand to fill it out.
It seems so logical, and yet we have such a fight. If you and I were talking about this to people outside of this little circle that we're in, there would be all kinds of opposition to doing any of those things. So it always calls into question the integrity of the election. Why not do stuff that's going to make the integrity of the election absolutely crystal clear? It's so simple to do. And for me, I don't understand why I need 50 days to vote.
Yeah.
Why do we? How long does it take somebody who's sick to get well, or to fill out an envelope and send it in to vote? I don't understand any of this. So for me, I have a big problem with the electoral integrity in the United States.
You know, I mean, you asked the question, why is it that way? Well,
we know that, but that calls into question the results and the integrity of the election. If you have all these shenanigans that possibly could go on, whether they do or they don't, they tried to litigate that for years. But I can tell you, if you send in an absentee ballot, and it comes to wherever it's supposed to come, and they separate the ballot from the envelope that it was sent into, and they commingle those with the regular ballots, there's no way to tell which one of those ballots was bad once you commingle them with regular ballots.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, once it's in,
once it's
you're
in,
supposed to gatekeep again, custody from the time the ballot is received by the Board of Elections to the time it's handed to the voter. The voter has it for minutes and then delivers it back to the Board of Elections. And then they bring it in, and it's under their custody until it's tallied.
I don't mind losing if I know that the election was fair, square, above board, and there was no shenanigans going on. But to lose or to win because you manipulated the electoral process, it doesn't help the system.
You know, people have to go to the fundamentals. Before we get to this fundamental, this is the Libertarian Party National Convention in Washington, D.C. This is the second day of the convention. Tomorrow they're going to be actually formally selecting their presidential, vice presidential, and other national candidates for office. And, excuse me, and I'm losing my voice today. Today we saw President Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, speak before the crowd. Yesterday, presidential candidate Robert Kennedy, independent candidate Robert Kennedy, spoke before the crowd. There have been all kinds of proceedings going on. The elections for officers in the Libertarian Party who are going to pilot this 50 state ballot access construction for the next 2 years. And we're talking about some of the things around election issues. The thing that's important to remember is that voting is about determining who the players are going to be for the next period, whatever period it is, 2 or 4 years, 6 years, is going to make public policy. Who is going to make public policy? And so there's big money in public policy, means where are we going to spend the money? And so there's an awful lot of tugging and shoving and stuff that goes on around that, like pigs in a trough. And now we're joined by Pasta. He came back.
Hey. How we doing? Wow, what a day,
We're good.
man, right? What a long day.
It was very exciting today. We covered so many issues here today, and they all came back tonight when Trump was talking.
Yeah.
I thought that was so peculiar that we've been talking about that. I told Margot, we're talking about those issues for 2 days and interviewing people about those 2 days. What are you people going to do? Are you going to support Trump, or are you going to take your 3%? And he just nailed that right there in a 45 minutes. It was really great.
It was interesting. So while we were here before the speech was ending, about 20 minutes left in the speech, you saw a lot of libertarians, hardcore libertarians, just walking out. They had enough. They're like, all right, okay, And before but people were going in there, we got some people's opinions on whether they think it was wise for him to come or not. It was interesting because there's a lot of people thought he shouldn't have come here. However, the chair who got reelected, he's Angela McCarthy. She got reelected, and she said that she thought it was a wise move to have him come here, because having him come here, all the eyes were on the Libertarian Party. The media was here. It was just nuts. What's the matter? His microphone's...
He keeps tapping his fingers on his microphone.
Don't tap. It's very, very sensitive.
Very sensitive.
Don't make us take it out of your hand.
When I was on the town board, I used to tap my pencil on the table.
You hear it on public
and they had
access.
the table mic, and the guy could see I could see the guy in the back.
Well, you're just doing it right now over here, Sorry. But it was interesting seeing a lot of these libertarians walk out, before the speech ended. A lot of them were like, I can't deal with this no more. I had enough. There was a lot of people who was really happy. Listen, I got Maj Touré coming on. I got Maj's opinion about what he thought. We'll post that up later. It was really interesting. All eyes, there's a lot of libertarians feel that they stole the conversation, that they're going to have a lot of people going, who's the libertarians? What are they? People who normally wouldn't look into a third party. That's now, as that libertarian sign is right behind Donald Trump. And that's going to happen now. I think when people saw the free Ross, they were thinking, free who? Ross Perot? Right. They were like, who's Ross? But now, at the end, they know who Ross Ulbricht is.
That's a very interesting comment. It just dawned on me when you said that. We have former President Trump at the Libertarian Convention on the platform talking to the Libertarian Party, and he's being broadcast. CNN and some of the other big broadcasters broadcast that speech live. And so people say, wait a second, what the heck is he doing there at the Libertarian Convention?
Yeah, it's good. Like I said, I think it was a great move. I think what Angela did was very, very smart.
Yeah.
It was very, very wise. They stole the news cycle, by having RFK here yesterday, having Trump here today. I think it was a great move, and she got reelected by a small margin, so it's going to be more of the same mentality. It's going to be opening up the door to get new people in here, new bodies in here. She's made this pact. We saw in her press conference today when she reached out directly to the anti-imperialist leftists like ourselves to get them here. That's why we're here today. So we're going to see more of the same of the Libertarian Party moving forward. I think it was a great move by her.
And we've been in the bubble here for 2 or 3 days. We haven't seen really what's going on the outside. I'd love to be able to go out on the outside today and see what was the reaction to Trump being here.
Yeah, I would love to have seen it. I mean, obviously, we were catching a lot of people as they were walking out. If they had one of these credentials on and they were libertarian, they were like, yeah,
and they said that in there, too.
Yeah, but a lot of them walked out early. But like I said, then a lot of the Trump people that were here, he was great. They thought it was awesome that he went to an event like this where it wasn't the typical pro-Trump, we love you no matter what crowd. It was a little bit of a hostile crowd. I mean, I thought it was pretty decent, and if there's anybody who could pull it off, it is Donald Trump. You couldn't see Joe Biden doing anything like this. Forget about it. He would never be able to pull this off.
He was invited also, by the way.
Yeah. So was Cornel West. So was Jill Stein. They chose not to. RFK, Donald Trump, they took the invitation. But this is also the big problem we have with this whole situation today when it comes to this whole convention. Tomorrow, they're going to choose their candidate for president, the Libertarians. It's not going to be a popular candidate. So Trump and RFK knew that there were votes to grab
because they're going to have, and I'm sorry to say it, a weak candidate.
Can we go to back to the crowd again? One thing I thought was kind of peculiar, the capacity of that room is 900 people.
Yeah.
There are 800 delegates, all right? And all 800 of those delegates didn't go to the convention because you saw the line of, they were letting people from the outside who had tickets to go in there. So I don't know whether they overextended the capacity there, or did they allow more libertarians said, I'm not going?
Yeah, I know.
Let me tell you guys something. I just looked at the New York Times and the Washington Post.
Yeah.
Okay, so the New York Times has it on the front page of the website. It hasn't been updated. It says Trump will address the Libertarian convention. Some members are outraged. That's their coverage, and that's their take. Which Washington Post, this event in Washington, where they could have shot at the camera out the window, not a word. Biden indirectly rebukes Trump at West Point commencement. Period. So it's an interest. I guess they're trying to digest what happened here to figure out how to treat it, and maybe they have to have a big confab before they roll it out.
Well, I think that's it for today, right, gentlemen? I think we had enough.
Look at him.
Jamie, do you want to continue to work? Jamie says, I'm working, I'm hard today. Well, Jamie, you sit here. Listen, guys, thank you. This was day 2, technically. It was like our 3rd day here at the Libertarian National Convention in Washington, D.C. For Gary, Don DeBar, Margot, Jamie Cheese Slice, I am Pasta Jardula. We have a chair moving forward. It's the same chair, Angela McArdle. She made it through. Tomorrow, we're going to find out who the president is going to be. Their candidate for president, their candidate for vice president, and their candidate for vice chair. All tomorrow will be selected over here on the floor. Listen, this is not like a united party here. This is a split party. We should point that out. The Libertarian Party, they have their different facets. They have their different caucuses. There's a lot of people who are not cool with the Mises caucus since they've taken over. The old guard wants back in power, and some of the new people, they want back in power. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens over the next 2 days. Tomorrow's Sunday, and then Monday when they wrap it up. That's it for today. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Remember, we're saving the world one meal at a time, but now it's time for Don, Jamie, Gary, Margot, and Pasta to go get a drink. Yeah. We'll see you tomorrow.